I need to share audio. Yeah, because I'm not sharing my screen, right? But
So for the mics to go into Zoom, you do need to set up one laptop. Maybe people can share.
yeah, but YouTube screen. We're just setting up.
Okay, yeah, that's good. So all the audio to this mic goes into. So all the mics and like the audio from this room will go into Zoom. Yeah. To the setup.
Okay. Can you take them to?
Yeah, you just have to mute your Zoom on.
Yeah. What if I might need to share screen audio.
That's nice.
Yeah, like if I presenter.
Yeah, you can. So,
But I'm just muting. I'm muting this mic.
so
Okay. Yeah, I think yeah, we just need to have it.
yeah, it's like the laptop over there is like the audio.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. Actually, no.
Class.
Yes. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. So. Yeah. No, I
I think exactly.
Yeah. Guys.
Oh, I was behind the
Hi, Laura.
Chelsea, nice to meet you. I've only ever.
No,
I mean, the same hat.
People are gonna like slowly start to go in. Who did you get in? Well, you think it was me?
Yeah.
How long was the flight? It's there. You gotta extend the trip. I'll be here. Yeah. Yeah. No, we can't.
So YouTube look good?
Yeah, no, I know. Rara can't make it either. Our two investors. Yeah, yeah. Two of our reactions. But yeah, it's just been more time, obviously.
Oh, yes.
Grab.
They have but it even though
send photos.
Yeah, we got in 2 days ago.
Yeah.
So last night, when
I know the one.
oh, great.
She doesn't.
Okay, good. It's not.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we said the address, right?
I will say the address was a little bit harder to find for people. We were doing what?
Yes. Why intentional. Very still.
It was
Yeah. I'm sure. Hello. Maybe go back.
great, thanks.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's it. He was gonna Whoa.
Made it.
Good to see you too. Yeah, we're very experimental. Nice to see you. Thank you so much.
Okay, cool. I mean, no rush on my account. We made slides last night. It's great. Yeah. I actually realized we should probably hire a designer. I wasn't there then.
The weird thing is we have no idea like how many people are having trouble finding this place versus how many people are just like waking up late.
Yes.
Well, it's okay.
But we're recording the whole thing.
When you said 500, I was imagining.
All audience and recording for the full live.
Exactly, just wild enough. Let me know if you can find the spot. Okay, you can just plug in here. And I'll drop you the Zoom link. So we stream from Zoom straight to YouTube. But we're also recording separately for the podcast and subsequent editing. What is that?
It's the guest network here.
Yeah. Log in. No, that's not the link. Ignore the thing I just sent you. Yeah, we need to show people how to. Ah. Okay, that's the Zoom link.
So yeah, it should be good for Zoom.
Yeah. Do we need to send you a laptop there?
No, that's fine. I use my booth completely.
Okay, awesome.
I'm not supposed to stuff that's still installed.
We think so. Can you share anything?
I'm not sure.
Well, there's like a slight delay, but if I'm talking here, it should show up there in like 10 seconds. Yeah. Okay.
One more thing for these mics.
Yeah.
Just make sure they use it so that it goes into Zoom as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is on and then.
Yeah. We're using this at the end of the day, but also keeping it quick. Simon Fraser.
This is this. Yeah.
Right.
You taking as well?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna wire you both up and now bed way.
Oh.
I'm Sarah.
Hi, Sarah. Yeah. And so there's a hanger here. So you can put them into a shirt.
I feel like for Sarah, we need to give her a lav.
No, that's fine.
Oh,
Yes.
so you get, there you go.
Well,
Sarah has a pretty nice shirt. Get this one for you. So plug in, screw in.
Looks like we about half of it.
Oh,
is that it? That's it?
That is it. There's a puppy thing, but we're indoors, so we don't need that.
Wait, that's so
Yeah.
you have a skirt? No.
I like your shirt on.
Thank you.
Yeah, but you're not bad.
That's not a lame.
Perfect.
No,
Yeah.
it's Molly White.
I'll then organize this, the.
Okay.
And actually found this place.
Yes.
He sent me a photo of this place and I was like, we have to do this.
You want
use
it
this
to be cool.
Nice.
This is like the Oxford Union style.
That's tangled.
Like switch back. I wanted to talk where the way they set up the talk was there's a rotating platform in the center of like a stadium like thing. And I was like, I don't know what to look at. This is not even
Intense.
Yeah.
That's a
So
really good bit.
yeah, it's terrible. But you should think about doing it next time.
Yeah, I mean,
It's funny to watch.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You must be thinking of different office.
We just need a platform and then like have someone maybe rotate.
Like we have people on YouTube. I don't know how many people on YouTube. I just have all the OpenAI jokes that I've warm in my head. Like how does Rudolph update? Like yeah, exactly. I know. I know. Oh, I like that one too. Um, I know. I know. Okay, with 40 people online. All right. I'm ready to transfer over to you. Yeah. Yeah.
Put this wherever. This forever. It's in your shirt now. This sounds good.
That?
I think that looks good, actually, yeah. And then on the top of it, there's a button. If you press it now, then it'll start flashing red, and that's the report. And it's not broadcasting, it's just recording for the podcast. So if you will push that. Okay. There you go.
Okay. They're figuring out the suit.
Okay. So you want me to dial it into the Zoom?
Yeah, I think I sent it to you, yeah?
I will check. Text or email?
Text.
Mm,
The second one.
I got that. Thank you.
See if it works. He's trying to spotlight it.
Morning.
We need her to share her screen, so that plugs in.
Oh, share screen too. So right now it's just pinning that.
Yep.
Camera.
Yep, so we can tweak it.
Okay.
Okay. And then I typically hide this.
Yeah.
Messing with your computer settings.
There we go. No, it's just, standard presenter issues. This goes into stream
Mm-hmm.
and you're also mic'd up.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have is it on?
Yeah, mine's recording.
Yeah, nice.
You want to check AV? Uh-oh.
So, yeah, I think,
Okay, let me share my screen.
hear you fine.
Do we get computer audio as well? Do we get audio from the computer to? Okay. We just have the HN demo, but you can do a really good impression of Hilaire. I mean, I think we can just run it, and worst case, we'll
We'll put it in the show notes. It's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Do you want to start by saying anything? Yeah, I think you should probably. Yeah.
Okay. I've been so busy with logistics and stuff that I haven't done. Okay, I think we're going to kick this off. Thanks to everyone who made it early morning. It's like a really weird experiment that we wanted to try because one, we saw this space, but two, also I've been to a number of these things now, and I always felt like there was not enough like industry content for people, and we wanted an opportunity while everyone is in town in like one central spot to get everyone together to talk about the best stuff of the year, review the year. It's very nice that New York is always the end of the year. And so I'm very honored that Sarah and Pranav have agreed to help us kick this off. Sarah, I've known I was actually counting 17 years. But she's been enormously successful as an AI investor. Even when you're during your Greylock days, I was tracking your investing, and it's come a long way since then. And Pranav, I've known shorter, but he's also starting to write really incredible posts and opinions about what he's seeing as an investor. So I wanted to kick this off with the industry session. We have a great day of sort of like best of year recaps lined up. I think Vic is here as well, and the Roboflow guys. So I would just let you kick it off. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sarah Guo, and thanks to Sean and friends here for having me and Pranav. So I'd start by just giving 30 seconds of intro. I promise this isn't an ad. We started a venture fund called Conviction about 2 years ago. Here is a set of the investments we've made. They range from companies at the infrastructure level in terms of feeding the revolution to foundation model companies, alternative architectures, domain-specific training efforts, and of course, applications. And the premise of the fund, Sean mentioned I worked at Greylock for about a decade before that and came from the product engineering side, was that we thought that there was a really interesting technical revolution happening, that it would probably be the biggest change in how people use technology in our lifetimes, and that represented huge economic opportunity. And maybe that there'd be an advantage versus the incumbent venture firms in that when the floor is lava, the dynamics of the markets change, the types of products and founders that you back change, it's a lot for existing firms to ingest, and a lot of their mental models may not apply in the same way. And so there was an opportunity for first principles thinking, and if we were right, we would do really well and get to work with amazing people. And so we are 2 years into that journey, and we can share some of the opinions and predictions we have with all of you. Sorry, I'm just making sure that isn't actually blocking the whole presentation. I'm just gonna start us off.
So quick agenda for today. We'll cover some of the model landscapes and themes that we've seen in 2024, what we think is happening in AI startups, and then some of our latent priors on what we think is working in investing. So I thought it'd be useful to start from like what was happening at NeurIPS last year in December 2023. So in October 2023, OpenAI had just launched the ability to upload images to ChatGPT, which means up until that moment, it's hard to believe, but like roughly a year ago, you could only input text and get text out of ChatGPT. The Mistral folks had just launched the Mixtral model right before the beginning of NeurIPS. Google had just announced Gemini. I very genuinely forgot about the existence of Bard before making these slides. And Europe had just announced that they were doing their first round of AI regulation, but not to be their last. And when we were thinking about like what's changed in 2024, there's at least 5 themes that we could come up with that feel like they were descriptive of what 2024 has meant for AI and for startups. And so we'd start with first, it's a much closer race on the foundation model side than it was in 2023. So this is LM Arena. They're ask users to rate the evaluations of generations from specific prompts. So you get 2 responses from 2 language models, answer which one of them is better. The way to interpret this is like roughly 100 ELO difference means that you're preferred 2/3 of the time. And a year ago, every OpenAI model was like more than 100 points better than anything else. And the view from the ground was roughly like OpenAI is the IBM. There is no point in competing. Everyone should just give up, go work at OpenAI, or attempt to use OpenAI models. And I think the story today is not that. I think it would have been unbelievable a year ago if you told people that A, the best model today on this, at least on this eval, is not OpenAI, and B, that it was Google would have been pretty unimaginable to the majority of researchers. But actually, there are a variety of proprietary language model options and some set of open source options that are increasingly competitive. And this seems true not just on the eval side, but also in actual spend. So this is ramp data. There's a bunch of colors, but it's actually just OpenAI and Anthropic spend. And the OpenAI spend at the end of last year in November of 23 was close to 90% of total volume. And today, less than a year later, it's closer to 60% of total volume, which I think is indicative both that language models are pretty easy APIs to switch out, and people are trialing a variety of different options to figure out what works best for them. Related, second trend that we've noticed is that open source is increasingly competitive. So this is from the Scale leaderboards, which is a set of independent evals that are not contaminated. And on a number of topics that actually the foundation models clearly care a great deal about, open source models are pretty good on math, instruction following, and adversarial robustness. The Llama model is amongst the top 3 of evaluated models. I included the agentic tool use here just to point out that this isn't true across the board. There are clearly some areas where foundation model companies have had more data or more expertise in training against these use cases, but models are surprisingly and increasing, open source models are surprisingly increasingly effective. This feels true across evals. This is the MMLU eval. I want to call out 2 things here. One is that it's pretty remarkable that the 9th best model and 2 points behind and the best state-of-the-art models is actually a 70 billion parameter model. I think this would have been surprising to a bunch of people where the belief was largely that most intelligence is just an emergent property, and there's a limit to how much intelligence you can push into smaller form factors. In fact, a year ago, the best small model or under 10 billion parameter model would have been Mistral 7B, which on this eval, if memory serves, is somewhere around a 60. And today, that's the Llama 8B model, which is more than 10 points better. The gap between what is state of the art and what you can fit into a fairly small form factor is actually shrinking. And again, related, we think the price of intelligence has come down substantially. This is a graph of flagship OpenAI model costs, where the cost of the API has come down roughly 85%, and call it the last year and a half, which is pretty remarkable. This isn't just OpenAI 2. This is also like the full set of models. This is from Artificial Analysis, which tracks cost per token across a variety of different APIs and public inference options. And like we were doing some math on this. If you wanted to recreate like the kind of data that a text editor had, or that like something like Notion or Coda, that's somewhere on the volume of a couple $1,000s to create that volume of tokens. That's pretty remarkable and impressive. It's clearly not the same distribution of data, but just as like a sense of scope, there's an enormous volume of data that you can create. And then fourth, we think new modalities are beginning to work. Let's start quickly with biology. We're lucky to work with the folks at Chai Discovery, who just released Chai 1, which is open source model that outperforms AlphaFold 3. It's impressive that this is like roughly a year of work with a pretty specific data set and then pretty specific technical beliefs. But models in domains like biology are beginning to work. We think that's true on the voice side as well. Point out that there were voice models before. Things like 11 Labs have existed for a while, but we think low latency voice is more than just a feature. It's actually a net new experience and interaction. Using voice mode feels very different than the historical transcription first models. Same thing with many of the Cartesian models. And then a new nascent use case is execution. So Cloud launched computer use, OpenAI launched code execution inside of Canvas yesterday, and then I think Devin just announced that you can all try it for $500 a month, which is pretty remarkable. It's a set of capabilities that have historically never been available to vast majority of population, and I think we're still in early innings. Cognition, the company, was founded under a year ago. First product was roughly 9 months ago, which is pretty impressive.
And if you recall, like a year ago, the point of view on SweBench was like it was impossible to surpass, what,
Yeah.
15% or so. And I think the whole industry now considers that, if not trivial, accessible.
Yeah. Last new modality we wanted to call out, although there are many more, is video. I took the liberty, I got early access to Sora and managed to sign up before they cut off accesses. So here's my favorite joke in the form of a video. Hopefully someone here can guess it. Yeah, you're telling me a shrimp fried this rice? It's a pretty bad joke, but I really like it. And I think this one, the next video here is one of our portfolio companies, HeyGen, that translated and does the dubbing for, or lip sync and dubbing for live speeches. So this is Javier Milei, who speaks in Spanish, but here you will hear him in English if this plays. And you can see that you can capture the original tonality of his speech and performance. I think audio here doesn't work, but we'll push something publicly.
Sure.
Let's give it a shot.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Excellent.
Of the Western world.
Yeah, and you can hear that this captures like his original tone and like the emotion in his speech, which is definitely new and pretty impressive from new models. So the last, yeah, that makes sense. The last point that we wanted to call out is the much purported end of scaling. I think there is a great debate happening here later today on the question of this, but we think at minimum, it's hard to deny that there are at least some limits to the clear benefits to increasing scale. But there also seems like there are new scaling paradigms. So the question of test time compute scaling is a pretty interesting one. It seems like OpenAI has cracked a version of this that works, and we think A, foundation model labs will come up with better ways of doing this, and B, so far it largely works for very verifiable domains, things that look like math and physics and maybe secondarily software engineering, where we can get an objective value function. And I think an open question for the next year is going to be how do we generate those value functions for spaces that are not as well constrained or well defined. And so the question that this leaves us in is like, well, what does that mean for startups? And I think a prevailing view has been that we live in an AI bubble. There's an enormous amount of funding that goes towards AI companies and startups that is largely unjustified based on outcomes and what's actually working on the ground. And startups are largely raising money on hype. And so we pulled some PitchBook data, and the 2024 number is like probably incomplete since not all rounds are being reported, and largely suggests like actually there is a substantial recovery in funding, and maybe 2025 looks something like 2021. But if you break out the numbers here a bit more, the red is actually just a small number of foundation model labs, like what you would think of as the largest labs raising money, which is upwards of $30 to $40 billion this year. And so the reality of the funding environment actually seems like much more sane and rational. It doesn't look like we're headed to a version of 2021. In fact, the foundation model labs account for an outsized amount of money being raised, but the set of money going to companies that are working seems much more rational. And we wanted to give you, we can't share numbers for every company, but this is one of our portfolio companies growing really, really quickly. We think 0 to 20 in just PLG style spending is pretty impressive. If any of you are doing better than that, you should come find us. We'd love to chat. And so what we wanted to try and center discussion on, this is certainly not all of the companies that are making 10 million more or revenue and growing, but we took a selection of them and wanted to give you a couple ideas of patterns that we've noticed that seem to be working across the board. The first one that we've noticed is like first wave service automation. So we think there's a large amount of work that doesn't get done at companies today, either because it is too expensive to hire someone to do it, it's too expensive to provide them context and enable them to be successful at whatever the specific role is, or it's too hard to manage those set of people. So for scribing, it's too expensive to hire the specific set of people. For Sierra and Decagon, for customer support style companies, it's really useful to do like next level automation, and then there's obviously growth in that. And for Harvey and Even Up, the story is you can do first wave professional services and then grow beyond that. Second trend that we've noticed is better search new friends. So we think that it's pretty impressive like how effective text modalities have been. So Character and Replica have been remarkably successful companies, and there's a whole host of not safe for work chatbots as well that are pretty effective at just text generation. They're pretty compelling mechanisms. And on the productivity side, Perplexity and Glean have demonstrated this as well. I worked at a search company for a while. I think the changing paradigms of how people capture and learn information is pretty interesting. We think it's likely text isn't the last medium. There are infographics or sets of information that seem more useful, or sets of engagement that are more engaging. But this feels like a pretty interesting place to start.
Yeah. Okay, Mike. So one thing that I've worked on investing in a long time is democratization of different skills, be they creative or technical. This has been an amazing few years for that across different modalities: audio, video, general image media, text, and now code and really fully functioning applications. One thing that's really interesting about the growth driver for all of these companies is the end users in large part are not people that we thought of as we, the venture industry, the royal we thought of as important markets before. And so a premise we have as a fund is that there's actually much more instinct for creativity, visual creativity, audio creativity, technical creativity than like there's latent demand for it. And AI applications can really serve that. I think in particular, Midjourney was a company that is in the vanguard here, and nobody understood for a long time because the perhaps outside view was like, how many people want to generate images that are not easily, they're raster, they're not easily editable, they can't be used in these professional contexts in a complete way. And the answer is like an awful lot, right, for a whole range of use cases. And I think we'll continue to find that, especially as the capabilities improve. And we think the range of quality and controllability that you can get in these different domains it's very deep, and we're still very early. And then I think if we're in the first or second inning of this AI wave, one obvious place to go invest and to go build companies is the enabling layers, right? Shorthand for this is obviously compute and data. I think that the needs for data are largely changed now as well. You need more expert data. You need different forms of data. We'll talk about that later in terms of who has, like, let's say, reasoning traces in different domains that are interesting to companies doing their own training. But this is an area that has seen explosive growth, and we continue to invest here. Okay, so maybe time for some opinions. There was a prevailing narrative that some part from companies, some part from investors. It's a fun debate as to where is the value in the ecosystem, and can there be opportunities for startups? If you guys remember the phrase GPT wrapper, it was like the dominant phrase in the tech ecosystem for a while. And what it represented was this idea that there was no value at the application layer. You had to do pre-training, and then like nobody's going to catch OpenAI in pre-training. And this isn't like a knock on OpenAI at all. These labs have done amazing work enabling the ecosystem, and we continue to partner with them and others. But it's simply untrue as a narrative, right? The odds are clearly in favor of a very, very rich ecosystem of innovation. You have a bunch of choices of models that are good at different things. You have price competition. You have open source. I think an underappreciated impact of test time scaling is you're going to better match user value with your spend on compute. And so if you are a new company that can figure out how to make these models useful to somebody, the customer can pay for the compute instead of you taking as a startup the capex for pre-training or RL upfront. as Pranav mentioned, small models, especially if you know the domain, can be unreasonably effective. And the product layer has, if we look at the sort of cluster of companies that we described, shown that it is creating and capturing value, and that it's actually a pretty hard thing to build great products that leverage AI. So broadly, like, we have a point of view that I think is actually shared by many of the labs, that the world is full of problems, and the last mile to go take even AGI into all of those use cases is quite long. Okay, another prevailing belief is that, another great debate that Sean could host is like, does the value go to startups or incumbents? We must admit some bias here, even though we have friends and former portfolio companies that would be considered incumbents now. But oh, sorry, swap views. Sorry, there are markets in venture that have been considered traditionally like too hard, right? Like just bad markets for the venture capital spec, which is capital efficient, rapid growth. That's a venture backable company, where the end output is a tens of billions of dollars of enterprise value company. And these included areas like legal, healthcare, defense, pharma, education. Any traditional venture firm would say like bad market, nobody makes money there. It's really hard to sell. There's no budget, et cetera. And one of the things that's interesting is if you look at the cluster of companies that has actually been effective over the past year, some of them are in these markets that were traditionally non-obvious. Right. And so perhaps one of our more optimistic views is that AI is really useful. And if you make a capability that is novel, that is several magnitudes, orders of magnitude cheaper, then actually you can change the buying pattern and the structure of these markets. And maybe the legal industry didn't buy anything because there wasn't anything worth buying for a really long time. That's one example. We also think that, like, what was the last great consumer company? Maybe it was Discord or Roblox in terms of things that started that have just like really enormous user bases and engagement, until we had these consumer chatbots of different kinds, and like perhaps the next generation of search. As Pranav mentioned, we think that the opportunity for social and media generation and games is large and new in a totally different way. And finally, in terms of the markets that we look at, I think there's broad recognition now that you can sell against outcomes and services rather than software spend with AI, because you're doing work versus just giving people the ability to do a workflow. But if you take that one step further, we think there's elastic demand for many services, right? Our classic example is there's on order of 20 to 25 million professional software developers in the world. I imagine much of this audience is technical. Demand for software is not being met, right? If we take the cost of software and high quality software down 2 orders of magnitude, we're just going to end up with more software in the world. We're not going to end up with fewer people doing development. At least that's what we would argue. And then finally, on the incumbent versus startup question, the prevailing narrative is incumbents have the distribution, the product surfaces, and the data. Don't bother competing with them. They're going to create and capture the value and share some of it back with their customers. I think this is only partially true. Incumbents have the distribution. They have always had the distribution. Like, the point of the startup is you have to go fight with a better product or a more clever product, and maybe a different business model to go get new distribution. But the specifics around the product surface and the data, I think, are actually worth understanding. There's a really strong innovator's dilemma. If you look at the SaaS companies that are dominant, they sell by seat. And if I'm doing the work for you, I don't necessarily want to sell you seats. I might actually decrease the number of seats. The decades of years, millions of man and woman hours of code that have been written to enable a particular workflow in CRM, for example, may not matter if I don't want people to do that workflow of filling out the database every Friday anymore. And so I do think that this sunk cost, or the incumbent advantage, gets highly challenged by new UX and code generation as well. And then one disappointing learning that we found in our own portfolio is no one has the data we want in many cases, right? So imagine you are trying to automate a specific type of knowledge work. And what you want is the reasoning trace, all of the inputs, and the output decision, like
that sounds like a very useful set of data. And the incumbent companies in any given domain, they never save that data, right? Like they have a database with the outputs some of the time. And so I would say one of the things that is worth thinking through as a startup is when an incumbent says they have the data, like what is the data you actually need to make your product higher quality? Okay, so in summary, our shorthand for the set of changes that are happening is software 3.0. We think it is a full stack rethinking, and it enables a new generation of companies to have a huge advantage. The speed of change favors startups. If the floor is lava, it's really hard to turn a really big ship. I think that some of the CEOs of large companies now are incredibly capable, but they're still trying to make 100,000 people move very quickly in a new paradigm. The market opportunities are different, right? These markets that we think are interesting and very large, like represent $1 trillion of value, are not just the replacement software markets of the last 2 decades. It's not clear what the business model for many of these companies should be. Sierra just started talking about charging for outcomes. Outcomes-based pricing has been this holy grail idea in software, and it's been very hard, but now we do more work. There are other business model challenges. And so, our companies, they spend a lot more on compute than they have in the past. They spend a lot with the foundation model providers. They think about gross margin. They think about where to get the data. It's a time where you need to be really creative about product versus just replace the workflows of the past. And it might require ripping out those workflows entirely. It's a different development cycle. I bet most of the people in this room have written evals and like compared to, the academic benchmark to a real world eval and said like, that's not it. And how do I make a user understand the non-deterministic nature of these outputs or gracefully fail? I think that's a different way to think about product than in the past. And we need to think about infrastructure again. Right. There was this middle period where the cloud providers, the hyperscalers, took this problem away from software developers, and it was all just going to be like, I don't know, front end people at some point. And it's like, we are not there anymore. We're back in the hardware era where people are acquiring and managing and optimizing compute. And I think that will really matter in terms of capability in companies. I guess we'll end with a call to action here and encourage all of you to seize the opportunity. It is the greatest technical and economic opportunity that we've ever seen. Like we made a decade plus career type bet on it. And we do a lot of work with the foundation model companies. We think they are doing amazing work and they're great partners and even co-investors in some of our efforts. But I think all of the focus on their interesting missions around AGI and safety do not mean that there are not opportunities in other parts of the economy. The world is very large, and we think much of the value will be distributed in the world through an unbundling and eventually a rebundling, as often happens in technology cycles. So we think this is a market that is structurally supportive of startups. We're really excited to try to work with the more ambitious ones. And the theme of 2024 to us has been like, well, thank goodness this is an ecosystem that is much friendlier to startups than 2023. It is what we hoped. So please ask us questions and take advantage of the opportunity.
We had some questions. We're also taking questions online, but we had some folks prepped as well. Do those things work? Yeah.
Hello. They do work. I can kick us off.
Sure.
Okay, so if some of these companies can go from 1 to 20 in such a short amount of time, do you think that they can also disappear in a short amount of time?
I can take this one. I mean, I think you've seen companies go from 0 to 80 million and stall out pretty badly, actually. So your data is correct. There's going to be there's a set of challenges that are just the challenges of scale, right? Like I think sometimes the revenue numbers in these companies can overstate the maturity of the businesses themselves, right? They need to figure out how to serve customers. They need to scale their leadership. They need to prepare to service these customers with the right quality level. And, like the company that we showed that went 0 to 20, that company has 20 people, right? And they have, X 100,000 users is very challenging. And so I think there's a set of good hard problems that these companies will have. I think part of the most catchphrases or memes, they don't catch on unless there's some seed of truth. And so there was a set of companies that were described by this term GPT wrapper that were not more than a somewhat trivial set of prompts and SEO pages that directed people to a particular use case. And I think that's likely not a durable position as a technology company. And so it's not a very clean answer for you. It's a nuanced one, but some of the value that is represented by this, I'm going to scroll back to it. Some of this value that is represented by this cluster is durable, and that's the thing that we are interested in. The 0 to 20 and the 0 to 80 and then collapse, it's actually valuable. It's just not durable, right? Users are voting for it and other people can compete. And so, we kind of separate these two questions of which of these companies is defensible, and where is the revenue or the usage, not a novelty, but something that's really important to work or play or communication. Sean, do you want me to take questions or do you want to do it?
Yeah, well, yeah, you can do it. You can do it.
Hi.
Hi. I think my mic. Oh, here it goes. So if all of these companies need a lot more money, and this is the greatest economic opportunity ever, don't we need much bigger venture funds, like orders of magnitude bigger? And won't the economics of those funds be really broken if they're still raising $40 million, going to invest in a bunch of seed company funds?
Okay, this is a bit of a triggering question for me because I take a particular point of view on it. Hopefully without arrogance, we've chosen to raise funds that are relatively small as early stage investors. And part of it is the view of this company that, this company, I think they've spent maybe $7 million to date, right? And so the view that all AI product companies or all AI companies in general are very expensive is not true objectively. We have several companies that are expensive in the traditional sense of SaaS. We got to go hire a lot of go-to-market people and we have to pay them. And there's a J curve of that investment before it comes back in repeatable SaaS revenue. And, I think inference revenue. We have companies that are profitable or break even and have been incredibly efficient. And we have companies that spend a lot up front. And so I think there's an entire range. Our view as a firm is that, very early on, my friend Alad has a funny phrase here, which is no GPU before product market fit. I think that is not always true. We have given people GPUs before anything, right? But there's a shred of truth in this, which is you can experiment. Thank you to the OpenAI and Anthropics and other companies of the world that allow great product people to experiment at very low cost, very incrementally. And so I think much of our portfolio looks like those companies where you're going to see what kind of value you can bring to users without spending a ton up front. As one example, we just saw new fine-tuning interfaces for O1 come out. The amount of data that you need to, in theory, improve those models for a particular domain is very small. If that pans out, that's incredibly encouraging as well. So I would say our goal is to work with the most important companies in AI with a relatively small fund. And I think that most companies don't benefit from a huge amount of capital upfront.
The only thing I would add to that is I think an interesting trend is that we work with a number of second-time founders whose point of view this time around is we're never going to make the company that big again. I think it's not a surprise. Actually, I was doing the math in my head, and this rough ratio of $1 million of revenue per employee of early stage company holds true for a remarkable number of our companies. A number of our companies have more millions in revenue than they do employees. And the point of view of a bunch of the CEOs, we're going to keep it that way. We're not going to grow into a giant team. AI will make us much more efficient. And if you believe in the grand vision of much of the intellectual labor that we do should actually just be captured by some number of models, and we can build much more long-term efficient businesses than we have been able to historically.
I do think it's an interesting question because if we think there is this much opportunity, your opportunity doesn't come evenly, right? And so I'd say our investment pacing is higher than I guess mine has been traditionally. And another part of our view is like, okay, well, we want to offer founders a certain service level. And founders can decide if they want that or not, but it's very time expensive to us. We can only work with that many companies. We think many more are really interesting. And that is one of the reasons that Pranav and I did this program for the ecosystem called Embed, where we can work with a larger set of companies. We own less, but we give them, a network and some guidance. And it is genuinely because there are more interesting things that we think are going to work than we can work on in a traditional, like artisanal venture sense.
And shameless plug, applications will open in January.
I think you like press a button
Sorry?
request.
Oh,
Yeah.
So fancy.
cool. Hi, thanks for the talk. It was awesome. So I work for a Series C enterprise-focused company called Ryder. And one of the interesting things about the multimodality thing that we're seeing in the enterprises, beyond vision, we're not actually seeing a lot of like demand for multimodality. Like we'll get asked about audio and video stuff, but then when we ask like sort of what's the use case, it's sort of like I don't know. And so I'm curious if you and your like portfolio companies are seeing that in the enterprise space, and if so, like what use cases? It seems very like the multimodality stuff seems great for the consumer level. I'm curious if you're seeing anything on the enterprise side.
I think it's a good call out. Enterprises, the data they have is mostly like it's text, it's like structured data and some SQL data. Like I don't think your average enterprise has that much vision, video, audio data that is that interesting. But I think that will change. Like maybe it's because I'm like lazy and disorganized, but humans are very unstructured. Like they don't necessarily think in terms of like relational database schema and like hierarchical management of their own information. And I think there's a future where we take that away from people. And the capture of information that you're going to use for different enterprise workflows enables more multimodal use, if that makes sense. And so like the sort of obvious example would be there are companies from like perhaps a half generation ago, like the Gongs of the world that captured video and found some keywords and initial insights for sales reps. But the communications within an organization, the decisions made, the things that people create. I think there will be much more capture, especially of video, but making use of it requires companies to go do that capture. So we kind of require this intermediate step, I think. There's a company in our and this is still a prosumer company today as well, to your point of like, the consumer prosumer side is ahead of the enterprise. But there's a company in our last embed batch called Highlight that kind of has this premise that like, okay, well, we're going to use the multimodality by using on-screen capture. That's what this little like bubble is, on-screen and audio capture. And I think that it's a powerful idea.
Hi.
You can go. You can go.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, just quick check. Peter, Isaac, are you here?
They're walking in.
You're walking. Okay, perfect.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, there's sort of like a meme going around that the price of intelligence is going to go to zero. And you can kind of see this with GPT-4o and with Gemini Flash, you can get 1 million tokens a day, which is probably enough for a small company, right? Like, so I'm curious how, as these large companies lose tons of money for market share, like how are startups going to respond to this? Like, how does that change the market?
I think it is impossible for anything to be too cheap. So I'll start with that. I would also say this company with this like awesome revenue chart, like I'm pretty sure we paid like $5 to $7 million to a foundation model provider in this period of time, right? And so demand is like if there was like a secondary theme to this talk, demand is elastic in so many ways, especially for technology. And when you make things cheaper, we want things to be more intelligent, right? And so if you make hundreds of calls in order to deliver an output, then suddenly like the fact that the cost of calls come down 85% doesn't do you enough. And so, yes, it's like an incredibly compelling idea of like having intelligence too cheap to meter. I'm like, maybe this is really old school of me, but for the last 2 decades, like the internet and compute and software and data pipeline, like it still hasn't been cheap enough, actually. We would do more if it was free. The other like physical barrier that we've run into is when models are really large, if you're not going to like quantize and distill and do domain specific things, like it's hard to run. You need a lot of compute, just to state the very basics. And even with the foundation model providers, we are seeing people run into inference capacity issues. And so I do not know if this is true, but like one way to read Anthropic pricing change is there's not enough capacity. Right. And so I think like incredible kudos to the open source ecosystem, incredible kudos to OpenAI for like staying on this drumbeat of offering cheaper and cheaper intelligence in every generation. But like we have companies that are spending a lot of money on, let's say search and validation systems with many calls, and we think that will continue.
I think you can see that as well in like the price charts that we had before. The like O1 pricing is still absurd. It seems
it actually is GPT-3 pricing, right?
Yeah, but I mean like volume of tokens.
How would that?
I think like it is really interesting that if you believe like the other part of this is like if you look at the test time compute scaling, it's a log scale. Like it's easy to forget that like that's a lot of like historically like as a result of overtraining, a small set of companies took on the majority of financial burden for generating high quality models, which is you just overtrain the shit out of your model and then it's useful for everyone else. If the customer has to pay this, like that's a lot of money. If you want high quality generation, and that means that I pay on the order of like thousands of attempts, that's ends up being pretty expensive.
Question from YouTube. So hi to the YouTube audience. So you just talked about price, right? Price going down. There's also the other dimension of capabilities going up, and people always getting steamrolled by OpenAI. So the question is, what are some specific ways that you've seen companies build to prepare for better models like GPT-5 or O2? Like, how do you future-proof that?
So I think the most common refrain from at least OpenAI, but I think the model companies is you should build a company where you're excited when you hear that a new model is coming out, not anxious. I would have like one edit to this, which is like in the limit, it seems like the majority of things that are worth building today are actually like, I don't know, should you hire a sales team at all if you think that models will be perfectly capable? Like one framing that I've thought about on this is you should decide like how much you believe foundation models will improve on like some core learning or intelligence capability, and then build your company imagining that on that prediction. So like an example here would be like if you take like I think there's a generation of these like copywriting companies that were largely subsumed by ChatGPT, and the story for many of them was the original usage was they understood better than other people how to get the model to like learn what my intent was in generating some piece of content, some piece of SEO content, or they understood how to ingest information about my business. And it's not hard to imagine like the next generation of models are just natively better at this. Like the context length gets longer, you can stuff more into the context length, you can crawl and like learn more about external websites. Like all that is like relatively cheap. And so if the core thesis of the company looks like we don't think models will be capable of doing that, that feels likely short-sighted. On the other hand, like there are a number of delivery mechanisms that are like far out of range of what models will do. Like Sarah had a good example of this, which is like there are some businesses where the limiting factor is like not actually intelligence. Like the limiting factor for a number of businesses is like access to a specific set of people, or like I don't know, we work with a pharmacy services company where like a core question is like long-term, can you negotiate pricing contracts? Like core issue there is not intelligence. You need some amount of scale and then the ability to negotiate contracts. So I think many businesses are not exactly just a function of your ability to efficiently compute some small set of things.
I gave this presentation with Pranav, and I'm like, oh, I'm so biased. It just sounds like startups are going to win everything. And we still there. I like to play this game, which is what investment decision do you regret from the past year? It's a really fun game. I'm super fun. Yes. But one of the decisions that I regretted was actually a company that operates in a space that feels very core to perhaps foundation model companies and to hyperscale software players where there's tons of ecosystem risk around the company. And by the way, the people are amazing. The metrics were amazing. We're just like, oh, they're going to get crushed. And so with everything I said, I still like overestimated the incumbents' like ability to compete and make aggressive strategic decisions. And so I think it's like really hard to overstate how important it is to understand somebody can steamroll you if they focused all of their effort and all their best people on a particular area. Are they going to? Right? The copywriting example is illustrative because it's just not hard to see that understanding the context of a business from its website and from a couple documents, and by making prompting a little bit easier and adding like some buttons that replace some prompts, or doing suggested queries, like it's just not a lot of work, right? But there are things that are a lot of work, like having taste in developer products and distributing something amazing. And so I actually think that it's, if you ask me, like we have to make predictions in this business. I worry more about under projecting capability than I worry about over projecting, at least in the short term. And then I worry more about expecting too much from the incumbents and being too afraid of them than being not afraid enough. Maybe it's just one investment regret.
Either one of you. Yeah.
We have one more from online.
Oh, okay. You can do the online one.
It has to do with hardware. I'll just shout.
How do you see AI changing hardware, or in what ways? And for example, do you see a new Apple coming out, transforming hardware to that level? Not specifically the humane situation. They're trying to ask very general how AI intervene.
Okay, I'd approach this from two dimensions. Every investor wants like a new consumer hardware platform to exist because it's so valuable. And the question is like, why should it? I can think of two very good reasons. One is that the usage pattern that you can imagine for AI applications actually requires you to like the specs you'd want are different, right? Like what if I want to capture image or video 100% of the time? And that's like a determinant of my battery life, of my sensors, of how I manage my network, et cetera. What if I want to run local models all the time? Like maybe like most of the phone should be a GPU, right? I think that the usage patterns are perhaps very different for the next generation of, you know, the intelligence in your hand. I think it's a hard thing to pull off. Another reason that you could believe in a new hardware device is that the advantages of the existing consumer platforms go away, right? And so at the extreme, like, should you have individual applications that track a single habit, like drink water today, Sarah? Like, I don't know, like I can generate that pretty easily now. And like maybe the single function applications that live in the mobile phone ecosystems are part of a more general intelligence, and they like that ecosystem is less important. And so I think there are different arguments for this, and like we continually look for opportunities to invest here. I don't think this is exactly what you asked, but I also think the like we invested in a company this past year that is doing robotics. For many years at Greylock, my prior firm, like thought of robotics as an easy way to lose a lot of money over a long period of time. And like, I think that is true when you look at the outcome set for classical robotics, even for the companies that got to scale of distribution for an industrial robot or a single-use consumer robot. But like, it's really cool that algorithms and generalization from the broader machine learning field seem to apply here as well. And so I think being imaginative about what physical intelligence looks like is also something we're excited about.
Yeah,
that's it.
okay.
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 So related to agents, I think everyone has been chatting about agents. You're seeing more like agent usefulness in production, but I'm more curious, like at the infrastructure layer, what infrastructure primitives do you think are required for agents to actually work and continue to work in production?
Okay, I don't know, we talked about this a little bit. I'm not sure if our points of view on this are the same. I think it is, I think it's really hard to tell. My suspicion is that, like if you look at the number of like true agents that work, like the number roughly rounds to zero, maybe it's like low single digits or low double digits now.
Double.
Double.
Yeah.
And like they're all like relatively recent. I would say like beginning of this year, we saw like a bunch of agent framework companies, and um like I empathize with like the root of the question, which is it's just really hard to tell what any of these companies need, especially when like the set of companies that works really well is unclear. And I think there's a lot of valid anxiety on what foundation model companies want the interface to be. Like the computer's interface is a pretty low level one. Like the Anthropic version is like actually just make specific clicks, and like rumors of other interfaces are like much more general, like they're take actions on a specific web page, or like entire browser environments. And so like at a high level, like I imagine that there are sets of like there's like the full scope of tools, which is like I worked in a search engine for a while. Like crawl seems pretty useful, live data seems pretty useful, like an API that looks something like here's a URL, give me the set of data that's available, or here's a URL and a user login, let me take some action on this page seems pretty useful. And then I don't know what the right place to operationalize this and commercially develop a product are. If I had like, if I was building a company here, like one thing that I think it's useful to just remain agile. Like the core set of infrastructure is consistently useful. Like a crawler is consistently useful. And then one day you can figure out how to expose this better. But I like empathize with the difficulty of like it's really hard to know what works for a bunch of agent companies, and my suspicion is like the most successful agent frameworks will come from the most successful of these agent companies that solve these problems in-house for themselves and then operationalize this externally. Like it's some version of like React is really useful because React was like well adopted at Facebook for a while.
I think we can say that there are like missing components in the ecosystem where that if there was a default, lots of agent developers would use it, right? And so like identity and access management is a big problem. Like if you could make agent development feel more like traditional software development, I think a lot of people would use that and be like, oh, like, it magically retries until it gets something and then it gives me like data back about how well it's working. Like things that like I think it's pretty easy to actually imagine the utilities in the abstract that would be useful to the ecosystem. And then the entire environment is fluid, right? And so do you need, like, if you think about other things in infrastructure, like, will more workloads need vector indices? Yes. Like, what is the shape of company that gets to be durable here? Like, we don't know yet. And we'll keep looking at it. But as Pranav said, I think we look to the handful of companies in our portfolio that are agents working at some scale and like look for the patterns there versus try to intuit it right now.
My cache hit was wrong. I should have updated. It's a dozen, not a small number.
It's been a long 6 months, guys.
Yeah.
I think one last question, and there's a whole bunch of online stuff we won't get to, but
yeah. Mark.
Hey. It seems like there should be more consumer companies. Like, why aren't there? Or is it just a matter of time?
I think simply matter of time. Like we keep bringing people into embed. We keep looking. I think I genuinely, this is not a knock on the research community or the really young set of founders that like, I think focused on AI companies first, but the diffusion of innovation curve that applies to customers, I think also applies to entrepreneurs. Researchers saw the capability first and they're like we should do something with this. This is going to be amazing. And it's like that will continue to happen. Like our portfolio is heavily overrepresented with people from the research community pushing the state of the art with creative technical ideas. I think very young people also were quite early to AI because they're like, oh, of course, like this makes sense. I've never seen other technology like ChatGPT all the way. And their opportunity cost is lower than like you're the best product person at an amazing product organization. Like you have to leave your job to start a new company. And it's been a really long 2 years. Like I feel like that's just started to happen where some of the talent that has maybe it's just like the next Zuck. There's some dropout that figures out like the pattern of social interaction and is like really AI native about this stuff. I also think there's a chance that some of the people who have built intuition for consumer adoption and consumer interfaces, they're just taking a little bit to also build intuition for AI products. And now they're showing up and starting companies and experimenting. And so we have a lot of confidence, like it is going to happen over the next few years and just a matter of time. Okay, I think we're out of time. I'm just trying to defer to Sean here, but thank you so much. Please call us.
I think that was amazing. Yeah, I'm sure Sarah and Pranav will be sticking around. You can sort of ask some questions outside or whatever you want to do networking wise. But we're going to move on in our schedule. We have a ton of papers that we want to cover. This is basically Paper Club Live, and I think Isaac, Peter, you guys. So the top when people signed up, we actually asked people like what you wanted to cover, and the top votes were vision, open models, post transformers, and all the other stuff that's coming later. We also added reasoning because I didn't even have the option there, and I was like, what am I doing a sort of paper review session this year without talking about reasoning and test time compute. So but first we're going to have vision. Roboflow has been really great friends with Latent Space. We've had Joseph Nelson on twice with Facebook talking about all the innovations in vision, but it's not only about segmentation. There's a lot of foundation model progress that happened this year in both the large space and the very small space. So we're also very proud to have Vic to update us on Moondrram, which he's been hacking away for the past year. Yeah, very, very short amount of time. Are you guys ready? Are you plugged in? Sarah, Pranav, do you guys want to take questions? Like, I don't know if people want to, like, there are people that want to talk to you. If you what's your availability? Are you okay? Good. Awesome. Yeah, just plug in on the white thing. Exactly. Do you have sound? The stuff? No sound? Do you have any audio things? All right, cool. Good enough. Stand close to the mic.
Hi.
Hey. Are they mic'd up? Nice.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Man, I was hoping to use speaker notes. That's not gonna work.
You could do like a mirroring thing.
Yeah. I think I can use
So there's
speakers.
settings display. Yeah.
Good.
Yep, there you go.
Thank you.
Sweet. My question is, are you on Zoom?
There.
It's set up.
Mhm.
Okay. Peter, we can still say you're on Zoom. Share your screen there. Oh. I'm sending you an email.
Super pumped to be here. This is so cool.
Email. Yeah, like both of us relied on your vision capabilities.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is for the screen share, this is for the live stream and also the editing or recording that we are doing later. Okay, so you just share your screen and mute yourself. We got the audio. You just want to capture the screen video and share the the green share. Share the screen that you actually want people to see. Yeah, that one, the one with the image, that one.
But this is the speaker view.
Yeah, you don't want to share the speaker view.
Yeah. So
you want to share desktop too. That's right. Double click on it, and you're good.
Apologies.
Okay. All right.
Okay, where'd
All right.
the,
Figuring things out live.
yeah. Now where'd the presentation go?
Uh,
Let's
you
just
can
try
you can do the
resetting this.
triple
Yeah,
slide. There you go. Just pick the thing. And is it up there? Or you're just dragging it?
no. Let's kill this. How do I exit out of this? Apologies, technical difficulties.
Mm. Mhm. Nice.
Okay, let's.
Okay, and then drag this up.
Yeah, perfect.
Sweet. Sweet.
We're just gonna make this full screen and call it good. Okay. We move to. Yay. Okay. Hi, we're Isaac and Peter from Roboflow, and we're going to talk about the best papers of 2024 in computer vision. So for us, we define best as what made the biggest shifts in the space. And to determine that, we looked at what are some major trends that happened and what papers most contributed to those trends. So I'm going to talk about a couple trends. Peter's going to talk about a trend, and then we're going to hand it off to Moondrram. So the trends that I'm interested in talking about are a major transition from models that run on per image basis to models that run using the same basic ideas on video. And then also how deaders are starting to take over the real-time object detection scene from the YOLOs, which have been dominant for years. So as a highlight, we're going to talk about Sora, which from my perspective is the biggest paper of 2024, even though it came out in February. Is the what? Yeah. So Sora is just a post. So I'm going to fill it in with details from replication efforts, including open Sora and related work such as Stable Diffusion video. And then we're also going to talk about SAM2, which applies the SAM strategy to video, and then how deaders are the improvements in 2024 to deaders that are making them a Pareto improvement to YOLO-based models. So to start this off, we're going to talk about the state of the art of video generation at the end of 2023, MagVIT. MagVIT is a discrete token video tokenizer akin to VQ GAN, but applied to video sequences. And it actually outperforms state-of-the-art handcrafted video compression frameworks in terms of the bit rate versus human preference for quality. And video is generated by autoregressing on these discrete tokens. Generates some pretty nice stuff, but up to like 5 seconds in length and, not super detailed. And then suddenly, a few months later, we have this, which when I saw it was totally mind-blowing to me. 1080p, a whole minute long. We've got light reflecting in puddles that's reflective. Reminds me of those RTX demonstrations for next generation video games such as Cyberpunk, but with better graphics. You can see some issues in the background if you look closely, but they're kind of, as with a lot of these models, the issues tend to be things that people aren't going to pay attention to unless they're looking for. In the same way that like 6 fingers on a hand, you're not going to notice is a giveaway unless you're looking for it. So yeah, as we said, Sora does not have a paper. So we're going to be filling it in with context from the rest of the computer vision scene attempting to replicate these efforts. So the first step, you have an LLM caption a huge amount of videos. This is a trick that they introduced in DALL-E 3, where they train a image captioning model to just generate very high quality captions for a huge corpus, and then train a diffusion model on that. Their Sora and the replication efforts also show a bunch of other steps that are necessary for good video generation, including filtering by aesthetic score and filtering by making sure the videos have enough motion so they're not just like kind of the generator is not learning to just generate static frames. So then we encode our video into a series of space-time latents. Once again, sort of very sparse in details. So the replication related works, OpenSora actually uses a MagVIT v2 itself to do this, but swapping out the discretization step with a classic VAE autoencoder framework. They show that there's a lot of benefit from getting the temporal compression, which makes a lot of sense as each sequential frames and videos have mostly redundant information. So by compressing in the temporal space, you allow the latent to hold a lot more semantic information while avoiding that duplicate. So we've got our space-time latents, possibly but via, there's some 3D VAE, presumably a MagVIT v2. And then you throw it into a diffusion transformer. So I think it's personally interesting to note that OpenSora is using a MagVIT v2, which originally used an autoregressive transformer decoder to model the latent space, but is now using a diffusion transformer. So it's still a transformer happening. Just the question is like, is it parameterizing the stochastic differential equation? Is it parameterizing a conditional distribution via autoregression? It's also worth noting that most diffusion models today, the very high performance ones, are switching away from the classic like DDPM, denoising diffusion probability modeling framework, to rectified flows. Rectified flows have the very interesting property that as they converge, they actually get closer to being able to be sampled with a single step, which means that in practice, you can actually generate high quality samples much faster. Major problem of DDPM and related models for the past 4 years is just that they require many, many steps to generate high quality samples. So, and naturally, the third step is throwing lots of compute at the problem. So I never figured out how to manage to get this video to loop, but we see very little compute, medium compute, lots of compute. This is so interesting because the original diffusion transformer paper from Facebook actually showed that, in fact, the specific hyperparameters of the transformer didn't really matter that much. What mattered was that you were just increasing the amount of compute that the model had. So I love how in the, once again, little blog post, they don't even talk about like the specific hyperparameters. They say, we're using a diffusion transformer and we're just throwing more compute at it, and this is what happens. OpenSora shows similar results. The primary issue, I think, here is that no one else has 32x compute budget. So we end up with these, we end up in the middle of the domain in most of the related work, which is still super, super cool. It's just a little disappointing considering the context. So I think this is a beautiful extension of the framework that was introduced in 22 and 23 for these very high quality per image generation, and then extending that to videos. It's awesome. And it's GA as of Monday, except no one can seem to get access to it because they keep shutting down the login. The next paper I wanted to talk about is SAM. So we at Roboflow allow users to label data and train models on that data. SAM for us has saved our users 75 years of labeling time. We are to the best of my knowledge, the largest SAM API that exists. SAM also allows us to have our users train just pure bounding box regression models and use those to generate high quality masks, which has the great side effect of requiring less training data to have meaningful convergence. So most people are data limited in the real world, so anything that requires less data to get to a useful thing is super useful. Most of our users actually run their per frame object detectors on every frame in a video, or maybe not most, but many. And so SAM falls into this category of SAM2 falls into this category of taking something that really, really works and applying it to video, which has the wonderful benefit of being plug and play with many of our users' use cases. We're still building out a sufficiently mature pipeline to take advantage of that, but it's in the works. So here we've got a great example. We can click on cells and then follow them. You even notice the cell goes away and comes back, and we can still keep track of it, which is very challenging for existing object trackers. High-level overview of how SAM2 works. There's a simple pipeline here where we can provide some type of prompt, and it fills out the rest of the likely masks for that object throughout the rest of the video. So here we're giving a bounding box in the first frame, a set of positive and negative points, or even just a simple mask. I'm going to assume people are somewhat familiar with SAM, so I'm going to just give a high-level overview of how SAM works. You have an image encoder that runs on every frame. SAM2 can be used on a single image, in which case the only difference between SAM2 and SAM is that image encoder, which SAM used a standard VIT. SAM2 replaced that with a HERA, hierarchical encoder, which gets approximately the same results, but leads to a 6 times faster inference, which is excellent, especially considering how in a trend of 23 was replacing the VIT with more efficient backbones. In the case where you're doing video segmentation, the difference is that you actually create a memory bank and you cross-attend the features from the image encoder based on the memory bank. So the feature set that is created is essentially, well, I'll go more into it in a couple slides, but we take the features from the past couple frames plus a set of object pointers and the set of prompts, and use that to generate our new masks. Then we fuse the new masks for this frame with the image features and add that to the memory bank. Well, I'll say more in a minute. Just like SAM, the SAM2 actually uses a data engine to create its data set, in that they assembled a huge amount of reference data, used people to label some of it, and trained the model, used the model to label more of it, and asked people to refine the predictions of the model, and then ultimately the data set is just created from the final output of the model on the reference data. It's very interesting. This paradigm is so interesting to me because it unifies a model and a data set in a way that is very unique. It seems unlikely that another model could come in and have such a tight relationship with the training set. Yeah. So brief overview of how the memory bank works. Their paper did not have a great visual, so I'm going to fill in a bit more. So we take the last couple frames from our video, and attend that along with the set of prompts that we provided. They could come from the future, they could come from anywhere in the video, as well as reference object pointers saying, by the way, here's what we've found so far. Attending to the last few frames has the interesting benefit of allowing it to model complex object motion without actually, by limiting the amount of frames that you attend to, you manage to keep the model running in real time. This is such an interesting topic for me, because one would assume that attending to all of the frames is super essential, or having some type of summarization of all the frames is super essential for high performance. But we see in their later ablation that actually is not the case. So here, just to make sure that there is some benchmarking happening, we just compare to some of the stuff that's came out prior, and indeed the SAM2 strategy does improve on the state of the art. This ablation deep in their dependencies was super interesting to me. We see in section C the number of memories. One would assume that increasing the count of memories would meaningfully increase performance. And we see that it has some impact, but not the type that you'd expect. And that it meaningfully decreases speed, which justifies in my mind just having this FIFO queue of memories. Although in the future, I'm super interested to see a more dedicated summarization of all of the last video, not just a stacking of the last frames. So that another extension of beautiful per frame work into the video domain. The next trend I'm interested in talking about is this interesting, at Roboflow, we're super interested in training real-time object detectors. Those are bread and butter. And so we're doing a lot to keep track of what is actually happening in that space. We are finally starting to see something change. So for years, YOLOs have been the dominant way of doing real-time object detection, and we can see here that they've essentially stagnated. The performance between 10 and 11 is not meaningfully different, at least in this type of high-level chart. And even from the last couple series, there's not a major change. So YOLOs have hit a plateau. Deaders have not. So we can look here and see the YOLO series has this plateau, and then these RT Deader, LW Deader, and Define have meaningfully changed that plateau so that, in fact, the best Define models are plus 4.6 AP on Cocoa at the same latency. So 3 major steps to accomplish this. The first, RT Deader, which is technically a 2023 paper preprint, but published officially in 24, so I'm going to include that. I hope that's okay. Deaders showed that, RT Deader showed that we could actually match or outspeed YOLOs. Then LW Deader showed that pre-training is hugely effective on Deaders and much less so on YOLOs. And then Define added the types of bells and whistles that we expect from these types, this arena. So the major improvements that RT Deader shows was taking the multi-scale features that Deaders typically pass into their encoder and decoupling them into a much more efficient transformer encoder. The transformer is, of course, quadratic complexity, so decreasing the amount of stuff that you pass in at once is super helpful for increasing your runtime or increasing your throughput. So that change basically brought us up to YOLO speed, and then they do a hardcore analysis on benchmarking YOLOs, including the NMS step. Once you include the NMS in the latency calculation, you see that in fact these Deaders are outperforming, at least at this time, the YOLOs that existed. And then LW Deader goes in and suggests that, in fact, the this frame, the huge boost here is from pre-training. So this is the Define line, and this is the Define line without pre-training. It's within range. It's still an improvement over the YOLOs, but the really huge boost comes from the benefit of pre-training. When YOLO X came out in 2021, they showed that they got much better results by having a much longer training time, but they found that when they did that, they actually did not benefit from pre-training. So you see in this graph from LW Deader, in fact, YOLOs do have a real benefit from pre-training, but it goes away as we increase the training time. Then the Deaders converge much faster. LW Deader trains for only 50 epochs, RT Deader is 60 epochs. So one could assume that, in fact, the entire extra gain from pre-training is that you're not destroying your original weights by relying on this long training cycle. And then LW Deader also shows superior performance to our favorite dataset, Roboflow 100, which means that they do better on the real world, not just on Cocoa. Then Define throws all the bells and whistles at it. YOLO models tend to have a lot of very specific, complicated loss functions. This Define brings that into the Debtor world and shows consistent improvement on a variety of Debtor-based frameworks. So bring these all together, and we see that suddenly we have almost 60 AP on Cocoa while running in like 10 milliseconds. Huge, huge stuff. So we're spending a lot of time trying to build models that work better with less data, and Debtors are clearly becoming a promising step in that direction. What we're interested in seeing from the Debtors in this trend to next is co-debtor and the models that are currently sitting on the top of the leaderboard for large scale inference scale really well as you switch out the backbone. We're very interested in seeing and having people publish a paper, potentially us, on what happens if you take these real-time ones and then throw a SwinG at it. Like, do we have a Pareto curve that extends from the real-time domain all the way up to the super, super slow but high performance domain? We also want to see people benchmarking an RF100 more, because that type of data is what's relevant for most users. And we want to see more pre-training, because pre-training works now. It's super cool. Yeah.
Sure. All right. So yeah, so in that theme, one of the big things that we're focusing on is how do we get more out of our pre-trained models? And one of the lenses to look at this is through sort of this new requirement for like fine-grained visual details and your representations that are extracted from your foundation model. So as sort of a hook for this, oh yeah, this is just a list of all the papers that I'm going to mention. I just wanted to make sure I cited the actual paper so you can find it later. Yeah, so sort of the big hook here is that I make the claim that LLMs can't see. If you go to Claude or ChatGPT, you ask it to see this watch and tell me what time it is, it fails, right? And so you could say like maybe the like this is like a very classic test of an LLM, but you could say, okay, maybe this image is like too zoomed out, and it just like it'll do better if we increase the resolution, and it has easier time finding these fine-grained features like where the watch hands are pointing. No dice. And you could say, okay, well maybe the model just doesn't know how to tell time from knowing the position of the hands, but if you actually prompt it textually, it's very easy for it to tell the time. So this to me is proof that these LLMs literally cannot see the position of the watch hands, and it can't see those details. So the question is sort of why? And for you Anthropic heads out there, Claude fails too. So my first pick for best paper of 2024 in Vision is this MMVP paper, which tries to investigate why do LLMs not have the ability to see fine-grained details. And so, for instance, it comes up with a lot of images like this, where you ask it a question that seems very visually apparent to us, like which way is the school bus facing, and it gets it wrong. And then, of course, it makes up details to support its wrong claim. And so the process by which it finds these images is sort of contained in its hypothesis for why it can't see these details. So it hypothesizes that models that have been initialized with CLIP as their vision encoder, they don't have fine-grained details and the features extracted using CLIP, because CLIP sort of doesn't need to find these fine-grained details to do its job correctly, which is just to match captions and images, right? And sort of at a high level, even if ChatGPT wasn't initialized with CLIP and wasn't trained contrastively at all, the vision encoder wasn't trained contrastively at all, still, in order to do its job of capturing the image, it could do a pretty good job without actually finding the exact position of all the objects and visual features in the image, right? So this paper finds a set of difficult images for these types of models. And the way it does it is it looks for embeddings that are similar in CLIP space, but far in DynaV2 space. So DynaV2 is a foundation model that was trained self-supervised purely on image data. And it kind of uses like some complex student-teacher framework, but essentially, and like it patches out like certain areas of the image, or like crops the certain areas of the image, and tries to make sure that those have consistent representations, which is a way for it to learn very fine-grained visual features. And so if you take things that are very close in CLIP space and very far in DynaV2 space, you get a set of images that basically pairs of images that are hard for ChatGPT and other big language models to distinguish. So If you then ask it questions about this image, well, as you can see from this chart, it's going to answer the same way for both images, right? Because from the perspective of the vision encoder, they're the same image. And so if you ask a question like, how many eyes does this animal have? It answers the same for both. And like all these other models, including Lava, do the same thing, right? And so this is the benchmark that they create, which is like finding clip blind pairs, which is pairs of images that are similar in clip space, and creating a data set of multiple choice questions based off of those. And so how do these models do? Well, really bad. Lava, I think, so ChatGPT and Gemini do a little bit better than random guessing, but like half of the performance of humans who find these problems to be very easy. Lava is interestingly extremely negatively correlated with this data set. It does much, 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 much worse than random guessing, which means that this process has done a very good job of identifying hard images for Lava specifically. And that's because Lava is basically not trained for very long and is initialized from clipped. And so you would expect it to do poorly on this data set. So one of the proposed solutions that this paper attempts is by basically saying, okay, well, if clip features aren't enough, what if we train the visual encoder of the language model also on dynamic features? And so it proposes two different ways of doing this. One, additively, which is basically interpolating between the two features. And then one is interleaving, which is just kind of like training one on the combination of both features. So there's this really interesting trend when you do the additive mixture of features. So 0 is all clip features and 1 is all DynaV2 features. So so I think it's helpful to look at the rightmost chart first, which is as you increase the number of DynaV2 features, your model does worse and worse and worse on the actual language modeling task. And that's because DynaV2 features were trained completely from a self-supervised manner and completely in image space. It knows nothing about text. These features aren't really compatible with these text models. And so you can train an adapter all you want, but it seems that it's in such an alien language that it's like a very hard optimization for these models to solve. And so that kind of supports what's happening on the left, which is that, yeah, it gets better at answering these questions as you include more DynaV2 features up to a point, but then when you oversaturate, it completely loses its ability to like answer language and do language tasks. So you can also see with the interleaving, like they essentially double the number of tokens that are going into these models and just train on both. And it still doesn't really solve the MMVP task. It gets Lava 1.5 above random guessing by a little bit, but still not close to ChatGPT or any like human performance, obviously. So clearly this proposed solution of just using DynaV2 features directly isn't going to work. And basically what that means is that as a vision foundation model, DynaV2 is going to be insufficient for language tasks, right? So my next pick for best paper of 2024 would be Florence 2, which tries to solve this problem by incorporating not only this dimension of spatial hierarchy, which is to say pixel level understanding, but also in making sure to include what they call semantic granularity, which ends up, the goal is basically to have features that are sufficient for finding objects in the image. So they have enough pixel information, but also can be talked about and can be reasoned about. And that's on the semantic granularity axis. So here's an example of basically 3 different paradigms of labeling that they do. So they create a big data set. One is text, which is just captioning, and you would expect a model that's trained only on captioning to have similar performance like ChatGPT and like not have spatial hierarchy, not have features that are meaningful at the pixel level. And so they add another type, which is region text pairs, which is essentially either classifying a region or you doing object detection or doing instance segmentation on that region or captioning that region. And then they have text phrase region annotations, which is essentially a triple. And basically, not only do you have a region that you've described, you also find its like its place in a descriptive paragraph about the image, which is basically trying to introduce even more like semantic understanding of these regions. And so like, for instance, if you're saying a woman riding on the road, right, you have to know what a woman is and what the road is and that she's on top of it. And that's basically composing a bunch of objects in this visual space, but also thinking about it semantically, right? And so the way that they do this is they take, basically they just dump features from a vision encoder straight into a encoder decoder transformer. And then they train a bunch of different tasks like object detection and so on as a language task. And I think that's one of the big things that we saw in 2024 is these vision language models operating on pixel space linguistically. So they introduce a bunch of new tokens to point to locations in pixel space. So how does it work? How does it actually do? We can see if you look at the graph on the right, which is using the Dino framework, your pre-trained Florence 2 models transfer very, very well. They get 60% map on Coco, which is like approaching state of the art, and they train with. You're good. And they train with much more efficiently. So they converge a lot faster, which both of these things are pointing to the fact that they're actually leveraging their pre-trained weights effectively. So where is it falling short? So these models, I forgot to mention, Florence is a 0.2 billion and a 0.7 billion parameter count. So they're very, very small in terms of being a language model. And I think that this framework, you can see saturation. So what this graph is showing is that if you train a Florence 2 model purely on the image level and region level annotations and not including the pixel level annotations like segmentation, it actually performs better as an object detector. And what that means is that it's not able to actually learn all the visual tasks that it's trying to learn because it doesn't have enough capacity. So I'd like to see this paper explore larger model sizes, which brings us to our next big paper of 2024, or two papers. So Polygemma came out earlier this year. Polygemma 2 was released, I think, like a week or two ago. Oh, I forgot to mention, you can actually train like label text data sets on Roboflow, and you can train a Florence 2 model, and you can actually train a Polygemma 2 model on Roboflow, which we got into the platform within like 14 hours of release, which I was really excited about. So anyways, so Polygemma 2, so Polygemma is essentially doing the same thing, but instead of doing an encoder-decoder, it just dumps everything into a decoder-only transformer model. But it also introduced the concept of location tokens to point to objects in pixel space. Polygemma 2, so Polygemma uses Gemma as the language encoder, and it uses Gemma 2b. Polygemma 2 introduces using multiple different sizes of language encoders. So the way that they sort of get around having to do encoder-decoder is they use the concept of prefix loss, which basically means that when it's generating tokens autoregressively, it's all those tokens in the prefix, which is like the image that it's looking at and like a description of the task that it's trying to do, they're attending to each other fully, full attention, which means that, you know, it can sort of find high level, it's easier for the prefix to color the output of the suffix and also to just find like features easily. So this is sort of an example of like one of the tasks that was trained on, which is like you describe the task in English, and then you give it all these, like you're asking for it to segment these two classes of objects, and then it finds like their locations using these tokens, and it finds their masks using some encoding of the masks into tokens. And yeah, so one of my critiques, I guess, of Polygemma 1, at least, is that you find that performance saturates as a pre-trained model after only 300 million examples seen. So what this graph is representing is each blue dot is a performance on some downstream task. And you can see that after seeing 300 million examples, it sort of does equally well on all of the downstream tasks that they tried it on, which was a lot, as 1 billion examples, which to me also kind of suggests a lack of capacity for this model. Polygemma 2 you can see the results on object detection. So these were transferred to Cocoa. And you can see that this sort of also points to an increase in capacity being helpful to the model. You can see as both the resolution increases and the parameter count of the language model increases, performance increases. So resolution makes sense. Obviously, it helps to find small images or small objects in the image, but it also makes sense from another reason, which is that it kind of gives the model a thinking register and it gives it more tokens to like process when making its predictions. But yeah, you could say, oh, 43.6, that's not that great. Like Florence 2 got 60, but this is not training a dyno or a deader on top of this language or this image encoder. It's doing the raw language modeling task on Cocoa. So it doesn't have any of the bells and whistles. It doesn't have any of the fancy losses. It doesn't even have bipartite graph matching or anything like that. Okay, the big result, and one of the reasons that I was really excited about this paper, is that they blow everything else away on MMVP. I mean, 47.3, sure, that's nowhere near human accuracy, which again is 94%. But for a 2 billion parameter language model to be ChatGPT, that's quite the achievement. And that sort of brings us to our final pick for paper of the year, which is AIMV2. So AIMV2 sort of says, okay, maybe this language model, like maybe coming up with all these specific annotations to find features and with high fidelity and pixel space isn't actually necessary. And we can come up with an even simpler, more beautiful idea for combining, image tokens and pixel tokens in a way that's interfaceable for language tasks. And this is nice because it can scale. You can come up with lots more data if you don't have to come up with all these annotations, right? So the way that it works is it does something very, very similar to PolyGemma, where you have a vision encoder that dumps image tokens into a decoder-only transformer. But the interesting thing is that it also autoregressively tries to learn the mean squared error of the image tokens. So instead of having to come up with fancy object detection or semantic or segmentation labels, you can just try to reconstruct the image and have it learn fine-grained features that way. And it does this in kind of, I think, a beautiful way that's kind of compatible with the PolyGemma line of thinking, which is randomly sampling a prefix length and using only this number of image tokens as the prefix. And so doing a similar thing with the causal. So the causal with prefix is the attention mask on the right. So it's doing full block attention with some randomly sampled number of image tokens to then reconstruct the rest of the image and the downstream caption for that image. And so this is the data set that they train on. It's image or internet scale data, very high quality data created by the data filtering networks paper, essentially, which is maybe the best clip data that exists. And we can see that this is finally a model that doesn't saturate. It's even at the highest parameter count, it appears to be, well, at the highest parameter count, it appears to be improving in performance with more and more samples seen. And so you can sort of think that, if we just keep bumping the parameter count and increasing the examples seen, which is the line of thinking for language models, then it'll keep getting better. So how does it actually do at finding? Oh, it also improves with resolution, which you would expect for a model that, this is the ImageNet classification accuracy, but yeah, it does better if you increase the resolution, which means that's actually leveraging and finding fine-grained visual features. And so how does it actually do compared to Clip on Cocoa? Well, you can see that if you slap a transformer detection head on it and train it on Cocoa, it gets to 60.2, which is also within spitting distance of Soda, which means that it does a very good job of finding visual features. But you could say, okay, well, wait a second. Clip got to 59.1, so like, how does this prove your claim at all? Because doesn't that mean like Clip, which is known to be clip blind and do badly on MMVP, it's able to achieve a very high performance on this fine-grained visual features task of object detection? Well, they train on like tons of data. They train on like Objects 365, Cocoa, Flickr, and everything else. And so I think that this benchmark doesn't do a great job of selling how good of a pre-trained model MV2 is. And we would like to see performance on fewer data as examples and not trained to convergence on object detection. So seeing it in the real world on like a data set like Roboflow 100, I think would be quite interesting. And I guess our final pick for paper of 2024 would be Moondrram. So introducing Vic to talk about that.
But overall, that was exactly what I was looking for. Like best of 2024, amazing job. Yeah, you can. Does anyone have questions while Vic gets set up, like vision stuff? Yeah. Vic, go ahead.
Hi. Well, while we're getting set up, hi over here. Thanks for the really awesome talk. One of the things that's been weird and surprising is that the foundation model companies, even these MLMs, they're just like worse than RT-Tedder at detection still. Like if you wanted to pay a bunch of money to auto label your detection data set, if you gave it to OpenAI or Claude, that would be like a big waste. So I'm curious, just like even Polygemma 2, like is worse. So I'm curious to hear your thoughts on like how come nobody's cracked the code on like a generalist that really beats a specialist model in computer vision like they have in LLM land.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Oh yeah.
It's very, very interesting question. I think it depends on the specific domain. For image classification, it's basically there in that AIMv2 showed a simple attentional probe on the pre-trained features gets like 90%, which is as well as anyone does. The bigger question, like why isn't it transferring to object detection, especially like real-time object detection? I think in my mind there are two answers. One is object detection is really, really, really the architectures are super domain specific. You know, we see all these super, super complicated things, and it's not super easy to build something that just transfers naturally like that. Whereas image classification, clip pre-training transfers super, super easily. And the other thing is, until recently, the real-time object detectors didn't even really benefit from pre-training. Like you see the YOLOs that are like essentially saturated, showing very little difference with pre-training improvements with using pre-trained model at all. It's not surprising necessarily that people aren't looking at the effects of better and better pre-training on real-time detection. Maybe that'll change in the next year. Does that answer your question?
Cool. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, one thing I want to add is just to summarize basically is that like until 2024, we haven't really seen a combination of transformer-based object detectors and fancy losses, and Polygemma suffers from the same problem, which is basically to say that these ResNet or like the convolutional models, they have all these like extreme optimizations for doing object detection, but essentially I think it's kind of been shown now that convolutional models like just don't benefit from pre-training and just don't like have the level of intelligence of transformer models.
Awesome. Moondrram.
Hi, can you hear me? Cool.
Hear you, see you. Are you sharing your screen?
I might have forgotten to do that. Let me do that.
Sorry, should have done that.
Okay.
Share screen. Uh-oh. Classic. You might have to quit Zoom and restart.
What?
It's fine. Yeah, it's like we have a capture of your screen. I'll just make sure this is visible. So let's skip share screen.
Okay. Easy enough.
How to make it like wait for you.
With Zoom. No.
Yeah. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, perfect.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Vic. I've been working on Moondrram for almost a year now, like Sean mentioned. I just went and looked, and it turns out the first version I released December 29, 2023. It's been a fascinating journey. So Moondrram started off as a tiny vision language model. Since then, we've expanded scope a little bit to also try and build some tooling, client libraries, etc., to help people really deploy it. Unlike traditional large models that are focused at assistant type use cases, we're laser focused on building capabilities that developers can. Sorry, it's yeah, we're laser focused on building capabilities that developers can use to build vision applications that can run anywhere. So in a lot of cases for vision, more so than for text, you really care about being able to run on the edge, run in real time, etc. So it's very important. We have different output modalities that we support. There's query where you can ask general English questions about an image and get back human-like answers. There's captioning, which a lot of our users use for generating synthetic data sets to then train diffusion models and whatnot. We've done a lot of work to minimize hallucinations there, so that's used a lot. We have open vocabulary object detection built in, similar to a couple of more recent models like PalyGemma, etc., where rather than having to train a dedicated model, you can just say, show me soccer balls in this image, or show me if there are any deer in this image, it'll detect it. More recently, earlier this month, we released pointing capability where if all you're interested in is the center of an object, you can just ask it to point out where that is. This is very useful when you're doing UI automation type stuff. Let's see. We have two models out right now. There's a general purpose 2B para model, which runs fair. Like it's fine if you're running on server. It's good for our local Llama desktop friends, and it can run on flagship mobile phones. But it never really fulfilled the promise of being able to run anywhere. Last week, we released a new 0.5B para model, which should be seen more as a distillation target as opposed to a general purpose model. It's very good if you're running on like older mobile phones or edge devices. Uses less memory even with our not yet fully optimized inference client. So the way we built our 0.5B model was to start with the 2 billion parameter model and prune it while doing continual training to retain performance. Our objective during the pruning was to preserve accuracy across a broad set of benchmarks. So the way we went about it was to estimate the importance of different components of the model, like attention heads, channels, MLP rows and whatnot, using basically a technique based on the gradient. I'm not sure how much people want to know details. We'll be writing a paper about this, but feel free to grab me if you have more questions. Then we iteratively prune a small chunk that will minimize loss in performance, retrain the model to recover performance, and bring it back. The 0.5B we release is more of a proof of concept that this is possible. I think the thing that's really exciting about this is it makes it possible for developers to build using the 2B param model and just explore, build their application. And then once they're ready to deploy, figure out what exactly they need out of the model and prune those capabilities into a smaller form factor that makes sense for their deployment target. So yeah, very excited about that. Let me talk to you folks a little bit about another problem I've been working on recently, which is similar to the clocks example we've been talking about. We had a customer reach out who was talking about like who had a bunch of gauges out in the field. This is very common in manufacturing and oil and gas, where you have a bunch of analog devices that you need to monitor. It's expensive to have humans look at that and monitor stuff and make sure that the system gets shut down when the temperature goes over 80 or something. So I was like, yeah, this seems easy enough. Happy to help you distill that. Let's get it going. Turns out our model couldn't do it at all. I went and looked at other open source models to see if I could just generate a bunch of data and learn from that. That did not work either. So I was like, let's look at what the folks with hundreds of billions of dollars in market cap have to offer. And yeah, that doesn't work either. My hypothesis is that like the way these models are trained are using a large amount of image text data scraped from the internet. And that can be biased. In the case of gauges, most gauge images aren't gauges in the wild. They're product detail images like these, where it's always set to 0. It's paired with an alt text that says something like GIVTO, pressure sensor, PSI 0 to 30 or something. And so the models are fairly good at picking up those details. It'll tell you that it's a pressure gauge. It'll tell you what the brand is, but it doesn't really learn to pay attention to the needle over there. And so yeah, that's a gap we need to address. So naturally, my mind goes to like, let's use synthetic data to solve this problem. That works, but it's problematic because it turned out we needed millions of synthetic gauge images to get to reasonable performance. And thinking about it, reading a gauge is like not a one, like it's not a zero shot process in our minds, right? Like if you had to tell me the reading in Celsius for this real world gauge, there's two dials on there. So first you have to figure out which one you have to be paying attention to, like the inner one or the outer one. You look at the tip of the needle, you look at what labels it's between, and you count how many and do some math to figure out what that probably is. So what happens if we just add that as chain of thought to give the model better understanding of the different to allow the model to better learn the subtasks it needs to perform to accomplish this goal. So you can see in this example, this was actually generated by the latest version of our model. It's like, okay, Celsius is the inner scale. It's between 50 and 60. There's 10 ticks. It's at the second tick. It's a little debatable here. Like there's a weird shadow situation going on. The dial is off. So I don't know what the ground truth is, but it works okay. There's points on there that the points over there are actually grounded. I don't know if this is easy to see, but when I click on those, there's a little red dot that moves around on the image. So the model actually has to predict where those points are. I was originally trying to do this with bounding boxes, but then Malmo came out with pointing capabilities, and it's like pointing is a much better paradigm to represent this. We see pretty good results. This one's actually for clock reading. I couldn't find our chart for gauge reading at the last minute. So the light blue chart is with our grounded chain of thought. This measures, we built a clock reading benchmark of about 500 images. This measures accuracy on that. You can see it's a lot more sample efficient when you're using the chain of thought to help the model. Yeah. Another big benefit from this approach is like you can kind of understand how the model is doing it and how it's failing. So in this example, the actual correct reading is 54 Celsius, the model output 56. Not too bad, but you can actually go and see where it messed up. Like it got a lot of these right, except instead of saying it was on the 7th tick, it actually predicted that it was the eighth tick, and that's why it went with 56. So now that you know that this is failing in this way, you can adjust how you're doing the chain of thought to maybe say like actually count out each tick from 40 instead of just trying to say it's the 8th tick. Or you might say like, okay, I see that there's that middle thing. I'll count from there instead of all the way from 40. So it helps a ton. The other thing I'm excited about is few shot prompting or test time training with this. Like if a customer has a specific gauge that like we're seeing minor errors on, they can give us a couple of examples where like if it's misdetecting the needle, they can go in and correct that in the chain of thought, and hopefully that works the next time. Now, exciting approach. We only applied it to clocks and gauges. The real question is it going to generalize? Probably like there's some signs from text models that when you train on a broad number of tasks, it does generalize. And I'm seeing some signs with our model as well. So in addition to the image-based chain of thought stuff, I also added some spelling-based chain of thought to help it understand, better understand OCR, I guess. I don't understand why everyone doesn't do this, by the way. Like it's a trivial benchmark question that's very, very easy to nail. But I also wanted to support it for stuff like license plate partial matching, like, hey, does any license plate in this image start with WHA or whatever? So yeah, that sort of worked. All right, that ends my story about the gauges. If you think about what's going on over here, it's interesting that like LLMs are showing enormous progress in reasoning, especially with the latest set of models that we've seen. But we're not really seeing, I have a feeling that VLMs are lagging behind, as we can see with these tasks that should be very simple for a human to do that are very easy to find VLMs failing at. My hypothesis on why this is the case is because on the internet, there's a ton of data that talks about how to reason. There's books about how to solve problems. There's books critiquing the books about how to solve problems. But humans are just so good at perception that we never really talk about it. Like maybe in art books where it's like, hey, to show that that mountain is further away, you need to desaturate it a bit or whatever. But the actual data on how to like look at images isn't really present. Also, the data we have is kind of sketched. The best source of data we have is like image alt text pairs on the internet, and that's pretty low quality. So yeah, I think our solution here is really just we need to teach them how to operate on individual tasks and figure out how to scale that out. All right, yep. So in conclusion, at Moondrram, we're trying to build amazing VLMs that run everywhere. Very hard problem, much work ahead, but we're making a ton of progress and I'm really excited about. If anyone wants to chat about more technical details about how we're doing this or is interested in collaborating, please hit me up. Mhm.
Yeah, like always when people say multimodality, I always think about vision as the first among equals in all the modalities. So I really appreciate having the experts in the room. Okay, we are a little bit out of time, so we're going to move on to Luca and talk about open models. But if anyone wants to talk to the vision guys, I think there's like coffee and tea outside. We're going to have lunch in an hour as well. So you can ask follow-up questions outside if you wish. But yeah, Luca, you get set up with your mic. Okay. We sent you a Zoom.
Okay, that part is easy.
It's on the calendar invite, and then Alan can set you up with the mic. Yeah. You want something? Yeah, exactly. I was proposing that. I was going to say, yeah. Very good. Thanks, Jay. Yeah.
And I'm just exploring country. Like everybody these days. Like just screen share for here, no audio.
No audio, no, yeah. Screen share plus plugin. Oh yeah, you gotta sticker bomb people. Yeah, sticker bomb people. For sure. Are you also presenting?
I'm backup.
Okay. I didn't know what because you're coming later.
Yeah, I don't really know either.
How was your session yesterday?
For the tutorial.
The tutorial, yeah. Your master class?
Room, chair room. It tends to be all on the switch.
Yeah.
It's just good. Definitely polish the slides more, but there's always more to do. Sorry.
Imagine you'll be doing that talk about model for next year. Yeah, so share your screen.
Cool.
Yeah, I think you're set. As long as you speak into that mic, you're good. And your viewers. Nathan's mic'd up.
No, but you want me to be?
We'll just put this on whenever you speak, so you don't have to use
it for sure. I have the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, so these two are the mics. You're good. All right.
All right.
Take it away.
Cool. Yeah, thanks for having me over. I'm Luca. I'm a research scientist at the Allen Institute for AI. I threw together a few slides on sort of like a recap of like interesting themes in open models for 2024. Have about maybe 20-25 minutes of slides, and then we can chat if there are any questions. If I can advance to the next slide. Okay, cool. I did the quick check of like to sort of get a sense of like how much 2024 was different from 2023. So I went on Hugging Face and sort of tried to get a picture of what kind of models were released in 2023 and like what do we get in 2024. 2023 we got things like both Llama 1 and 2, we got Mistral, we got MPT, Falcon models. I think the Yi model came at the tail end of the year. It was a pretty good year. But then I did the same for 2024, and it's actually quite stark difference. You have models that are, rivaling frontier level performance of what you can get from closed models, from like Quen, from DeepSeek. We got Llama 3, we got all sorts of different models. I added our own Olmo at the bottom. There's this growing group of like fully open models that I'm going to touch on a little bit later. But just looking at this slide, it feels like 2024 was just smooth sailing, happy news, much better than previous year. And you can plot, you can pick your favorite benchmark or least favorite, I don't know, depending on what point you're trying to make, and plot, your closed model, your open model, and sort of spin it in ways that show that, open models are much closer to where closed models are today versus last year, where the gap was fairly significant. So one thing that I think, I don't know if I have to convince people in this room, but usually when I give these talks about like open models, there is always like this background question in people's mind of like, why should we use open models? Is it just use model APIs argument? It's just an HTTP request to get output from one of the best models out there. Why do I have to set up infra and use local models? And there are really like two answers. There is the more researchy answer for this, which is where my background lays, which is just research. If you want to do research on language models, research thrives on open models. There is like large swath of research on modeling, on how these models behave, on evaluation, on inference, on mechanistic interpretability that could not happen at all if you didn't have open models. There are also, for AI builders, there are also like good use cases for using local models. You have this is like a very not comprehensive slides, but you have things like there are some applications where local models just blow closed models out of the water. So like retrieval is a very clear example. You might have like constraints like edge AI applications where it makes sense. But even just like in terms of like stability, being able to say this model is not changing under the hood, there's plenty of good cases for open models. And the community is just not models. I stole this slide from one of the Quen 2 announcement blog posts, but it's super cool to see like how much tech exists around open models, on serving them, on making them efficient, on hosting them. It's pretty cool. If you think about like where the term opens comes from like the open source. Really, open models meet the core tenets of open source, specifically when it comes around collaboration. There is really a spirit like through these open models, you can build on top of others people innovation. We see a lot of these even in our own work of like, as we iterate in the various versions of Olmo, it's not just like every time we collect from scratch all the data. No, the first step is like, okay, what other cool data sources and data sets people have put together for language model pre-training? Or when it comes to like our post-training pipeline, one of the steps is you want to do some DPO and you use a lot of outputs of other models to improve your preference model. So it's really having like an open sort of ecosystem benefits and accelerates the development of open models. One thing that we got in 2024, which is not a specific model, but I thought it was really significant, is we got our first open source AI definition. So this is from the Open Source Initiative. They've been generally the steward of a lot of the open source licenses when it comes to software. And so they embarked in this journey and trying to figure out, okay, how does a license, an open source license for a model look like? Majority of the work is very dry because licenses are dry. So I'm not going to walk through the license step by step, but I'm just going to pick out one aspect that is very good and then one aspect that personally feels like it needs improvement. On the good side, this open source AI license actually just is very intuitive. If you ever build open source software and you have some expectation around like what open source looks like for software, for AI, sort of matches your intuition. So the weights need to be freely available. The code must be released with an open source license, and there shouldn't be like license clauses that block specific use cases. So under this definition, for example, Llama or some of the Quen models are not open source because the license says you can't use this model for this, or it says if you use this model, you have to name the output this way, or derivative needs to be named that way. Those clauses don't meet open source definition, and so they will not be covered. The Llama license will not be covered under the open source definition. It's not perfect. One of the things that internally, in discussion with OSI, we were sort of disappointed is around the language for data. So you might imagine that an open source AI model means a model where the data is freely available. There were discussion around that, but at the end of the day, they decide to go with a softened stance where they say a model is open source if you provide sufficient detailed information on how to sort of replicate the data pipeline so you have an equivalent system. Sufficiently detailed, it's very fuzzy. Don't like that. An equivalent system is also very fuzzy. And this doesn't take into account the accessibility of the process, right? It might be that you provide enough information, but this process costs, I don't know, $10 million to do. Now, the open source definition, like any open source license, has never been about accessibility. So that's never factor in open source software, how accessible software is. I can make a piece of software open source, put it on my hard drive and never access it. That software is still open source. The fact that it's not widely distributed doesn't change the license. But practically, there are expectations of like what we want good open sources to be. So it's kind of sad to see that the data component in this license is not as open as some of us would like it to be. And I linked a blog post that Nathan wrote on the topic that it's less friendly and easier to follow through. One thing that in general, I think it's fair to say about the state of open models in 2024 is that we know a lot more than what we knew in 2023. Both on the training data, like the pre-training data, how you curate, on like how to do like all the post-training, especially like on the RL side. 2023 was a lot of like throwing random darts at the board. I think 2024, we have clear recipes that, okay, don't get the same results as the closed lab because there is a cost in actually matching what they do. But at least we have a good sense of like, okay, this is the path to get state-of-the-art language model. I think that one thing that is a downside of 2024 is that I think we are more resource constrained than 2023. It feels that the barrier for compute that you need to move innovation along has just been rising and rising. So like if you go back to this slide, there is now this cluster of models that are sort of released by the compute rich club. Membership is hotly debated. Some people don't want to be called rich because it comes to expectation. Some people want to be called rich, but I don't know, there's debate. But like these are players that have, 10,000, 50,000 GPUs at minimum. And so they can do a lot of work and a lot of exploration in improving models that it's not very accessible. To give you a sense of like how I personally think about research budget for each part of the language model pipeline is like on the pre-training side, you can maybe do something with 1,000 GPUs. Really, you want 10,000. And like if you want really state of the art, your DeepSeek minimum is like 50,000. And you can scale to infinity. The more you have, the better it gets. Everyone on that side still complains that they don't have enough GPUs. Post-training is like super wide sort of spectrum. You can do as little with like 8 GPUs, as long as you're able to run, a good version of, say, a Llama model. You can do a lot of work there. You can scale a lot of the methodology, just like scales with compute, right? If you're interested in, your open replication of what OpenAI's O1 is, you're going to be on the 10K spectrum of GPUs. Inference, you can do a lot with very few resources. Evaluation, you can do a lot with, well, I should say at least 1 GPUs if you want to evaluate open models. But in general, like if you care a lot about intervention to do on this model, which is my preferred area of research, then the resources that you need are quite significant. One of the trends that has emerged in 2024 is this cluster of fully open models. So Olmo, the model that we built at AI2 being one of them. And it's nice that it's not just us. There's like a cluster of other, mostly research efforts who are working on this. And so it's good to give you a primer of what like fully open means. So fully open, the easy way to think about it is instead of just releasing a model checkpoint that you run, you release a full recipe so that other people working on it, working on that space, can pick and choose whatever they want from your recipe and create their own model or improve on top of your model. You're giving out the full pipeline and all the details there instead of just like the end output. So I pull up the screenshot from our recent MOE model. And like for this model, for example, we released the model itself, the data that was trained on, the code, both for training and inference, all the logs that we got through the training run, as well as every intermediate checkpoint. And like the fact that you release different part of the pipeline allows others to do really cool things. So for example, this tweet from early this year from folks at News Research, they use our pre-training data to do a replication of the BitNet paper in the open. So they took just really like the initial part of a pipeline and then did their thing on top of it. It goes both ways. So for example, for the Olmo 2 model, a lot of our pre-training data for the first stage of pre-training was from this DCLM initiative that was led by folks a variety of institutions. It was a really nice group effort. But for when it was nice to be able to say, okay, the state of the art in terms of like what is done in the open has improved. We don't have to like do all this work from scratch to catch up the state of the art. We can just take it directly and integrate it and do our own improvements on top of that. I'm going to spend a few minutes doing like a shameless plug for some of our fully open recipes. So indulge me in this. So a few things that we released this year was, as I was mentioning, this Olmo model, which is, I think still is state-of-the-art MOE model in its size class. And it's also fully open, so every component of this model are available. We released a multimodal model called Molmo. Molmo is not just a model, but it's a full recipe of how you go from a text-only model to a multimodal model, and we apply this recipe on top of Quen checkpoints, on top of Olmo checkpoints, as well as on top of Olmo-E. And I think there've been replication doing that on top of Mistral as well. On the post-training side, we recently released Tulu 3. Same story. This is a recipe on how you go from a base model to a state-of-the-art post-training model. We use the Tulu recipe on top of Olmo, on top of Llama, and then there's been open replication effort to do that on top of Quen as well. It's really nice to see, like, you know, when your recipe sort of, it's kind of turnkey, you can apply it to different models and it kind of just works. And finally, the last thing we released this year was Olmo 2, which so far is the best state-of-the-art fully open language model. It sort of combines aspect from all three of these previous models, what we learn on the data side from Olmo-E, and what we learn on like making models that are easy to adapt from the Molmo project and the Tulu project. I will close with a little bit of reflection, like ways this ecosystem of open models, it's not all roses, it's not all happy. It feels like day to day, it's always in peril. And you know, I talked a little bit about like the compute issues that come with it, but it's really not just compute. One thing that is on top of my mind is due to like the environment and how you know, growing feelings about like how AI is treated, it's actually harder to get access to a lot of the data that was used to train a lot of the models up to last year. So this is a screenshot from really fabulous work from Shane Longpre, who's I think is a new rep, about just access of like diminishing access to data for language model pre-training. So what they did is they went through every snapshot of Common Crawl. Common Crawl is this publicly available scrape of a subset of the internet, and they looked at how for any given website, whether a website that was accessible in say 2017, whether it was accessible or not in 2024. And what they found is, as a reaction to like the close, like of the existence of closed models like OpenAI or Claude, GPT or Claude, a lot of content owners have blanket blocked any type of crawling to their website. And this is something that we see also internally at AI2. Like one project that we started this year is we want to understand, like, if you're a good citizen of the internet and you crawl following sort of norms and policy that have been established in the last 25 years, what can you crawl? And we found that there's a lot of websites where the norms of how you express preference of whether to crawl your data or not are broken. A lot of people would block a lot of crawling, but do not advertise that in robust.txt. You can only tell that they're crawling, that they're blocking you in crawling when you try doing it. Sometimes you can't even crawl the robot.txt to check whether you're allowed or not. And then a lot of websites, there's like all these technologies that historically have existed to make web serving easier, such as Cloudflare or the DNS. They're now being repurposed for blocking AI or any type of crawling in a way that is very opaque to the content owners themselves. So, you know, you go to these websites, you try to access them, and they're not available. You get a feeling it's like, oh, something changed on the DNS side that it's blocking this, and likely the content owner has no idea. They're just using Cloudflare for better, you know, load balancing, and this is something that was sort of sprung on them with very little notice. And I think the problem is this blocking or like this really it impacts people in different ways. It disproportionately helps companies that have a head start, which are usually the closed labs, and it hurts incoming newcomer players, where you either have now to do things in a sketchy way, or you're never gonna get that content that the closed lab might have. So was a lot of coverage. I'm gonna plug Nathan's blog post again. I think the title of this one is very succinct, which is like we're actually not, before thinking about running out of training data, we're actually running out of open training data. And so if we want better open models, they should be on top of our mind. The other thing that has emerged is that there's strong lobbying efforts on trying to define any kind of open source AI as like a new, extremely risky danger. And I want to be precise here. Like the problem is not not considering the risk of this technology. Every technology has risks that should always be considered. The thing that it's like to me is disingenuous is like just putting this AI on a pedestal and calling it like an unknown alien technology that has like new and undiscovered potentials to destroy humanity. When in reality, all the dangers I think are rooted in dangers that we know from existing software industry or existing issues that come when using software on a lot of sensitive domains like medical areas. And it also ignores a lot of efforts that have actually been going on trying to make these open models safe. I pasted one here from AI2, but there's actually like a lot of work that has been going on like, okay, how do you make, if you're distributing this model openly, how do you make it safe? What's the right balance between accessibility of open models and safety? And then also there's annoying brushing of concerns that are then proved to be unfounded under the rug. If you remember at the beginning of this year, it was all about bio risk of these open models. The whole thing fizzled out because there's been like rigorous research, not just this paper from Cohere folks, but there's been rigorous research showing that this is really not a concern that we should be worried about. Again, there is a lot of dangerous use of AI application, but this one was just like a lobbying ploy to just make things sound scarier than they actually are. So I gotta preface this part. It says this is my personal opinion. It's not my employer, but I look at things like the SB 1047 from California, and I think we kind of dodged a bullet on this legislation. The open source community, a lot of the academic community came together at the last minute and did a very good effort trying to explain all the negative impact of this bill. I feel like there's a lot of excitement on building these open models or like researching on these open models, and lobbying is not sexy. It's kind of boring, but it's sort of necessary to make sure that this ecosystem can really thrive. This end of presentation, I have some links, emails, sort of standard thing in case any of you wants to reach out. And if folks have questions or anything they wanted to discuss, sort of open the floor.
Sophia, who wants to, one very important open model that we haven't covered is Mistral.
So on this slide.
Yeah. Well,
I
it's
didn't
nice
want
to have
spoil.
the Mistral person.
Yes.
Recap the year in Mistral. But while Sophia gets set up, does anyone have like just thoughts or questions about the progress in this space? Do you always have questions?
Always. I'm very curious how we should build incentives to build open models, things like Francois Cholet's ARC Prize and other initiatives like that. What is your opinion on how we should better align incentives in the community so that open models stay open?
I think
you can tap in there. Nice.
The incentive bit is like really hard. Like even it's something that we think a lot about it internally, because like building open models is risky. It's very expensive. And so people don't want to take risky bets. I think definitely like the challenges, like our challenge. I think those are like very valid approaches for it. And then I think in general, promoting, building, so any kind of effort to participate in this challenge, in those challenges, if we can promoting doing that on top of open models, and sort of really lean into like this multiplier effect, I think that is a good way to go. If there were more money for efforts, like research efforts around open models, I think there's a lot of investment in companies that at the moment are releasing their model in the open, which is really cool. But it's usually more because of commercial interest and not wanting to support this like open models in the long term. It's a really hard problem because I think everyone is operating sort of in what everyone is at their local maximum, right? In ways that really optimize their position on the market. The global maximum is harder to achieve.
Okay, somehow it's not being shared on the screen. Well, we need her to. How come it's not?
Can I ask one question?
Yeah.
So I think one of the gap between the closed and open source models is the multilinguality. So the closed source models like ChatGPT works pretty good on the low resource languages, which is not the same on the open source models, right? So is it in your plan to improve on that space?
I think in general, yes, is
Here. Yeah, just use your natural voice. Yeah.
I think I think we'll see a lot of improvements there in like 2025. Like there's groups like programming based on the smaller end side that are already working on like better crawls for multilingual support. I think what our challenges there is you really want to need experts who are actually in those countries that speak those languages to participate in it. To give you like a very easy example, I'm originally from Italy. I think I'm terribly equipped to build a model that works well in Italian. Because one of the things you need to be able to do is having that knowledge of like, okay, how do I access, libraries or content that is from this region that covers this language. I've been in the US long enough that I no longer know that. So I think that the efforts that folks at here, for example, are doing around like, okay, let's tap into regional communities to get access, to bring in collaborators from those areas. I think it's going to be like very crucial for get progress there. Since we don't want to scary.
Yes, let's do that.
Hi, everyone.
What's that?
Turn up volume.
Oh, that's fine. She's not playing any audio.
That's weird. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm super excited to be here to talk to you guys about Mistral. A really short and quick recap of what we have done, what kind of models and products we have released in the past a year and a half. So most of you have already known that we are a small startup founded about a year and a half ago in Paris. In May 2023, it was founded by 3 of our co-founders. And in September 2023, we released our first open source model, Mistral 7B. Yeah, how many of you have used or heard about Mistral 7B? Hey, pretty much everyone. Thank you. Yeah, it's our pretty popular and our community really loved this model. And in December 2023, we released another popular model with the MLE architecture, Mr. 8X7B. And going into this year, you can see we have released a lot of things this year. First of all, in February 2024, we released Mr. Small, Mr. Large, Le Chat, which is our chat interface. I will show you in a little bit. We released embedding model for converting your text into embedding vectors, and all of our models are available the big cloud resources, so you can use our model on Google Cloud, AWS, Azure, Snowflake, IBM. So very useful for enterprise who wants to use our model through cloud. And in April and May this year, we released another powerful open source MOE model, AX22B, and we also released our first code model, Coastal, which is amazing at 80 plus languages. And then we provided another fine-tuning service for customization. So because we know the community love to fine-tune our models, so we provide you a very nice and easy option for you to fine-tune our model on our platform. And also we released our fine-tuning code base called Mistral Fine-Tune. It's open source, so feel free to take a look. And more models. From July to November this year, we released many other models. First of all is the two new small, best small models. We have Minstrel 3B, great for deploying on edge devices. We have Minstrel 8B. If you used to use Minstrel 7B, Minstrel 8B is a great replacement with much stronger performance than Minstrel 7B. We also collaborated with NVIDIA and open sourced another model, Nemo 12B, another great model. And just a few weeks ago, we updated Mr. Large with the version 2 with the updated state-of-art features and really great function calling capabilities. It's supporting function calling latently. And we released two multimodal models, Pixel 12B, it is open source, and Pixel Large, just amazing models for not understanding images, but also great at text understanding. So yeah, a lot of the image models are not so good at text understanding, but Pixel Large and Pixel 12B are good at both image understanding and text understanding. And of course, we have models for research. Coastal Mamba is built on Mamba architecture and Methrol, great with working with math problems. So yeah, that's another models. Here's another view of our model offerings. We have several premier models, which means these models are mostly available through our API. I mean, all of the models are available through our API, except for Minister 3B. But for the premium model, they have a special license, Mistral research license. You can use it for free for exploration, but if you want to use it for enterprise, for production use, you will need to purchase a license from us. So on the top row here, we have Minstrel 3B and 8B as our premier model, Minstrel Small for best low latency use cases. Minstrel Large is great for your most sophisticated use cases. Pixel Large is the frontier class multimodal model. And we have Coastal for great for coding, and then again, Minstrel embedding model. And the bottom of the slides here, we have several Apache 2.0 licensed open weight models, free for the community to use. And also, if you want to fine tune it, use it for customization, production, feel free to do so. The latest, we have Pixel 12B. We also have Mr. Nemo, Coastal Mamba, and Mastro, as I mentioned. And we have 3 legacy models that we don't update anymore. So we recommend you to move to our newer models if you are still using them. And then just a few weeks ago, we did a lot of improvements to our code interface, Le Chat. how many of you have used Latent? Oh no, only a few. Okay, I highly recommend Latent. It's chat.mistral.ai. It's free to use. It has all the amazing capabilities I'm going to show you right now. But before that, Latent in French means cat. So this is actually a cat logo. Yeah, if you can tell, this is cat eyes. Yeah, so first of all, I want to show you something. Maybe let's take a look at image understanding. So here I have a receipts, and I want to ask. Sorry, just going to get the prompts. Going back. What's going on? Yeah, I had an issue with Wi-Fi here, so hopefully it would work. Cool. So basically, I have a receipt, and I said I ordered I don't know, coffee and a sausage. How much do I owe? Add a 18% tip. So hopefully it was able to get the cost of the coffee and the sausage and ignore the other things. And yeah, I don't really understand this, but I think this is coffee. It's yeah, 9. Yeah. And then cost of the sausage, we have 22 here. Yep. And then it was able to add the cost, calculate the tip, and all that. Great. So it's great at image understanding. It's great at OCR tasks. So if you have OCR tasks, please use it. It's free on the chat. It's also available through our API. And also I want to show you a Canvas example. A lot of you may have used Canvas with other tools before, but with Latent, it's completely free again. Here, I'm asking it to create a canvas that's used PyScript to execute Python in my browser. So, ooh, what's going on? Okay. Let's see if it works. Import this. Oh. Yep. Okay, so yeah, so basically it's executing Python here. Exactly what we wanted. And the other day, I was trying to ask Latent to create a game for me. Let's see if we can make it work. Yeah, the Tetris game. Yep. Let's just get one row, maybe. Ah! Oh no! Okay, never mind. You get the idea. I failed my mission. Okay, here we go. Yay! Cool. Yeah, so as you can see, Latent can write like a code about a simple game pretty easily, and you can ask Latent to explain the code, make updates, however you like. Another example, there's a bar here. I want to move. Okay. Right. Okay. And let's go back to another one. Yeah, we also have web search capabilities. Like you can ask what's the latest AI news. Image generation is pretty cool. Generate an image about researchers in Vancouver. Yeah, it's Black Forest Labs Flex Pro. Again, this is free, so oh, cool. I guess researchers here are mostly from University of British Columbia. That's smart. Yeah, so this is Latent. Please feel free to use it and let me know if you have any feedback. We're always looking for improvement, and we're going to release a lot more powerful features in the coming years. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we can open up to questions. There's lunch also outside, but if anyone, I don't think we had a YouTube entry, but if anyone has thoughts on Mistral or Olmo or any of the others, the open models. Yeah, no, I think we can just break for lunch and have a chat. But thanks so much to the speakers.
Thank you again.
We'll be back here. Well, we're gonna have like some people presenting during lunch. I think basically just go grab lunch. You can come back in and eat and chat. We'll have some people presenting as well, right? So unless you want to say for clear. Okay, maybe you get something off now. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for coming today. Huge shout out to Swix and the Latent Space team. I think it's been a great, let's just give it up for Swix. Just real quick. I did a little bit in terms of helping with the planning, but I work at Notable Capital. Some of you may have heard of GGV, which was our former name, on the cloud infrastructure team. So basically anything data, dev tools, AI infrastructure, as well as AI applications. And so we like to stay close to those that are smarter than us, which is all of you in this room. So if anyone ever wants to, brainstorm or thinking about starting a company, we're happy to collaborate. We've had the opportunity to partner with like amazing companies such as HashiCorp, Vercel, Neon, and many others over the years. And we're based in San Francisco and New York. So yeah, feel free to find me, Laura Hamilton, X, LinkedIn. If we become friends, Instagram. Yeah. Thank you all for coming. And then we'll kick off some of the chats with AWS after everyone gets lunch. All right.
Nice. Yours, these are up here too. Those are not mine, although I did almost take it.
Yeah, I feel like everyone. I have the lo-fi.
Oh, dang. You want to need some time for each second?
My laptop is the thing. Yeah.
Ooh.
I don't think people understand that that's the URL.
Nope, I didn't even know that's the URL.
Like in my view, I don't know if I would do a traditional. Oh, hello. Oh, great. Awesome. Yeah, sure. Well, hey everyone. Hope you enjoyed lunch. Thanks for dialing in here. My name is Aaron. Wanted to give a quick shout out to the Latent Space team, Notable Capital, Swix for organizing. I'm with the AWS AI startups team. I've been in the role for about 3 years now. I was a founding product hire at a Series A company. Had a great exit there. Did machine learning for a while. Did some strategy consulting with Google for a while, and then joined AWS. I actually got this job on Twitter of all places. I liked a tweet that was like, "Hey, I think more VC meetings should be over surf lessons," and I got a DM back saying, "Hey, you kind of want to come work at AWS?" And it was off to the races from there. So keep your DMs open. Um, I'll keep this short here. Basically, just wanted to kind of chat about how AWS works with founders, right? I think everyone's aware compute and credits are kind of like the name of the game at this point. I like to I like to think about ways to go deeper than that and figure out how we can add value beyond just like here's some GPUs, here's some credits, and run with it, right? Like that's kind of table stakes at this point. So I wrote the PRFAQ for an accelerator program that is a 10-week program. It just wrapped up at reInvent last week, where we take a couple companies from around the world and really lean in and try and co-build with them, right? Like we find design partners, we do like product strategy, help them with fundraising. We just put them on stage at reInvent. There's like 700 people in the audience. It was a really fun experience, and that's just kind of like putting what we do on a day to day on the world stage, because our whole team is dedicated to figuring out ways to again go beyond credits, beyond compute, and support, right? So we've worked with founders from like day zero, haven't even incorporated. We're still like bouncing ideas off of each other, thinking about ways to go to market. And then, beyond that, like as you're scaling, finding design partners and then getting you listed on marketplace and really co-selling together. And we'd love to be a small part of the journey as you're considering entrepreneurship. So if you want to chat about all things entrepreneurship, please reach out. I'm on LinkedIn, Aaron A. Melgar. If you do just want GPUs and compute and credits, happy to chat about that as well. But great to be here. And again, thanks to Swix for hosting and to the Notable Capital team for having us and organizing. So thanks everyone. Enjoy the rest of the talks today.
Also, we have them to thank for lunch. So all the amazing lunch that we got. This whole thing is like self-funded, community funded. So we're very much flying by the seat of our pants. And also thank you to Laura for making all this happen. Okay, so we have a couple more presentations from folks. Just people like launching things. We got Drew. You're next, but Ben, I'm gonna call you up first. Ben, are you ready? I can get Drew to go first. Drew, the amazing thing about the thing that Drew's demoing is, well, by definition, it works offline, and it's very very viral. We're just so lucky to have. I mean, for me to be friends with him and to invite him here to show off the best way you can be reading papers. So usually we come here, we demo B2B SaaS and infrastructure as a service. This is none of that. You want consumer hardware? We got consumer hardware. Okay, go. Oh, all right. I have to still hype him up a little bit. What else? What else can I say about Drew? Drew's an insane violinist. If you like visit his house, like he just lives in a house of musicians, and they just have like classical music live all the time. It's insane. All right.
Cool. Yeah, Sean is a very flattering hype man. Really incredible. Just a quick thanks to Latent Space for hosting this, and for Sean like being in. I think we met almost 2 years ago at a Replit thing, and he's just like organized the entire scene in a way that makes it digestible for me and everyone else. So thanks to Latent Space. So I work for a company called Daylight Computer, and we're making computers for serious people is one way that I put it. But we want to make a better reading experience for researchers specifically, and a new surface for AI in our real lives. So how do we haven't heard a whole lot about kind of consumer applications of AI today, but I just want to show a demo, some demos we've been working on for how to integrate AI more comfortably into research workflows, especially reading papers. So I'll just quickly go over kind of what is daylight. We invented a new screen technology that works just with the light in the room and has no blue light, better for eye strain, better for focus. And we wrote an operating system to run this screen on our first product, this tablet computer, the DC-1, and it allows you to read outside or just read without distractions. So we've kind of made it impossible to get interrupted by notifications and other distractions. So something like a Kindle and an iPad had a baby. So the kinds of things we're doing with AI are to kind of integrate directly with paper reading workflows. And I just have a quick demo that I can give here. It looks like we don't have sound, but I'll just narrate. Oh, there is. All right. So this is the voice is going to be Anjan Kata, our founder, who invented the screen technology. No. It's really all right. I can just talk through it. So this is a poem, and often we want to go deeper into the text. So what he's going to show is just. Oh, there we go.
So this is the daylight reading the real caveman watching poem. The one cool feature we have is we have a little button on the side that you can press at any time, and then you can talk to an AI. So I was a little bit confused by certain parts of the poem. For example, when it said, what do they mean by we would become strong too and not need names? Like, what does not need names mean? The phrase not need names suggests transcending individual identity. And so we just kind of, as we were going through the entire poem, we read it once and we kind of went back through. We were able to ask all these questions of it and came away like feeling like we understood it so much more. Another question we asked was can you tell us more about what they mean by these wrestlers in the Old Testament and who the angel is? What biblical story is this referencing? So we can go deeper into it. So the poem is referencing the biblical story of Jacob wrestling with an angel found in Genesis 32. And that's just incredibly cool that we're able to do this, and felt very touched by this poem. And so I could say something like, could you recommend a few other poems that mirror the themes of this one? There we go. It just gave us 5 poems. These poems explore themes of resilience, struggle, personal growth, basic challenges, similar ideas. This just feels so cool. And imagine if you got a little button here and you could add these poems to your device and read them.
Yeah. So we want to bring that to research and to the entire device. So one thing that's an advantage of sort of owning the entire stack, operating system, hardware, everything, is we can tailor the workflows across any apps. So this will work in a web browser, in your messages, email, no matter what apps you're running. The sort of central AI that is running on your device can capture that, put it in a knowledge graph, develop a model of you and your interests, and it's just available everywhere and with a hardware button. So that's what we're working on. If you're interested in these things, if you're interested in knowledge graphs on device or quantized models, come talk to us. And I actually have a couple of these here if people want to play with them. So thank you.
Actually, they're sold out online, right?
Yeah, we are. We are, but we have just a couple. We're sold out online probably until the beginning of next year, like March maybe. But we have 3 here today.
You want to buy them off of it?
Yeah.
This is
$729. US.
Canadian money. But yeah, try. I mean, it's 60 FPS e-ink. It's not this stuff is not. Give us the tech talk.
Sure.
Tech talk.
I can do a quick Q&A. So it's a new twist. There are like 6 patents on top of essentially a Game Boy screen. So this is like 20 years of extra research and 6 patents on top of what's called RLCD or T LCD. So it's transflective or reflective LCD. So it's liquid crystal, but it has no backlight required. The sort of innovation is the reflectance and transflectance films and like stack, black magic to reflect the light back through the LCD. So it's as fast as any computer monitor. It can run, 120 frames per second, and in broad sunlight. And then in order to the transflective part is how do you enable a backlight for nighttime use? And we developed a layer that allows us to put a blue light free LED that's like safe for your circadian health and suprachiasmatic nucleus and so on. So you're not like burning your eyes out at midnight reading. But it can come through similar to a normal computer screen. So that's more or less the secret sauce here. Sorry? No, it's very beta right now, but we're going to release it with we're building it. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be great. It's fun to play with. And if you want to, come by and try writing on it or reading on it or like watching a video on it, just seeing how it feels, looks, I'm in the back there. So see ya. There will be a phone, laptop, monitor, all those things. So.
Yeah, so last speaker, we have Ben from Strong Compute, founder of Strong Compute. I would say like one of those weird things where even though they're mostly a compute shop, like they also do a fair amount of like deep research. This year, Ring Attention got a lot of attention from people for like scaling, I guess like distributed training, and we host a paper club. Like this is basically the in-person version of the online paper club that we've been running for 2 years, and the single best presentation, one of my favorite presentations of the years, was from Strong Compute. So really grateful for you guys.
Thank you, Smokes. All right. Hey, folks. Let's just get on the screen.
Yeah, allow.
Allow.
Did I get you to Zoom? I didn't. I don't think I did.
You didn't get me to Zoom? Do you want me to Zoom?
Are you in the Discord?
I can pop that up.
Discord. Go to the Linspace Discord live.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll navigate faster. So where's the Zoom here? Am I going down or up? I'm going down. There we go. Zoom. This is mostly just because I want to capture your screen for the recording. Oh, also, I'm wearing this thing. This is for the swag swap. The swag tables back there. Yeah. There's a lot more swag people want. Okay. I think we're good.
Good.
That's it.
Cool.
All right.
All right. Yeah. All right. So we'll keep this informal. So I'll just leave this up here like this. So what we're trying to do is make clusters a lot easier to use. So anyone who's tried accessing clusters for training, we're trying to be what you'd feel an elite DevOps team would be. So here's kind of a feature list of some of the stuff we're going for, and this is the vibe that we're going for. So most people, like we actually started out we started out building compute hardware, cooling our own power systems like that. Then we got into optimizing training times. So we were messing around with CUDA kernels and data loading and that kind of stuff. And we thought, all right, this is the hard part. This is the rocket science, like getting these, much greater efficiencies on the GPU. Surely the easy part is just taking our work once it's done and just putting it on a cloud platform and having it go. And it turned out to be the complete opposite. We got a whole bunch of awesome optimizations done in a few months, and then it took us a couple of years to actually build a GPU orchestration platform that we wanted to use. And what we realized was that there was just a lot of things that you needed to solve. What I want to share with you today is something we've been working on for a year, which is a new UI for how you work with clusters. And so this is it here. So if you've got a some compute, maybe AWS has given you some credits. That's really nice of them. So you've got a cluster over in US East. Maybe you've already got some stuff with GCP. Maybe you've got some on-prem as well. And in each of those regions, you've got some number of GPUs, and then you want to go and do things with them. You want to go train models on them. So you the data set stuff I'll get to in a sec, but you go and run a job, right? And that job's going to start on some cluster somewhere. So with our system, it's pretty much that easy. You don't need to worry about Linux, NVIDIA drivers, anything like that. You get a Docker, you get root in the Docker, it can just jump on the cluster straight away. And so then a bunch of other people want to run jobs. And so then you end up backed up in a Slurm queue. And you go, hang on, don't we have all this other compute somewhere else in the world? What's it going to take to actually migrate our workloads to those other resources? Well, what we've built is the ability to migrate those workloads like this, right? And what that means is that we can snapshot the state of a cluster live. We can move the entire cluster workload to another cloud provider or another region or another cluster on that cloud provider. We can do that incredibly quickly as well. I've got a little bit of a video showing some of our speed demos. So we rewrote file transfer, block storage, like absolutely everything. That number is going to be a lot higher, that 90 gigabytes a second soon. And we have the world's fastest container registry as well. So yeah, there's no more slow stuff on the cluster. It's also a lot cheaper than what you'd be used to paying for egress. So the vision for this is if you imagine a CPU and there's a scheduler and it's sending workloads out to cores on that CPU. Well, what if the whole world was the CPU? What if each core was actually a cluster in a data center and you just felt like your computer had incredible amounts of power? And obviously, theoretically that's possible, but it's all about the APIs and the interface work. Normally, you want to go and, start sending workloads around the world. You've got to go and talk to, the dozen DevOps people and they'll get, started on a multi-week, multi-month project to do that. These transfers happen incredibly quickly and without the need for any DevOps work to do. We've also got a few other features here as well. So, you'll have some data sets and they might be quite large. So maybe you've got, a 10 terabyte data set and we'll pop that in the US to start with. We can, names required. All right, 10. Just lose the screen. What happened there? Thinks it's still on. Yeah, there we go. So I'll just pop a 10 terabyte data set in. So I can go pull that down to any cluster I want. And then I can go and, I can do training on that data set, but I can also set up workstations. So one of the issues that we've seen people encounter is, yeah, I can get a GPU reasonably easily, but it's not going to have high-speed access to my data set. So here we can just, set up as many nodes as we want with workstations. You can carve off as many GPUs as you'd like, and that'll be your, your container that you can work out of and have high-speed access. That's that 90 gigabyte a second access to that data set. That way you can go, so this is the entire dev cycle. We're not doing any, production inference hosting right now, but you can have, fast access to your data sets from your dev container. You can train on the clusters very, very easily. What we want to do is eliminate any developer waiting time or any work that wasn't PyTorch. So what does that look like for some other examples? We can also, because we're able to save the state of a cluster, we're resilient to things like GPU failure, but we can also do this, this trick where we go and build a time-cycled space. And here we can actually just go and pack as many jobs as we want into the same space on a cluster and choose how often they're going to rotate. So maybe it's every 3 hours, every job gets an hour every 3 hours. Maybe this job's more important. maybe this job's so important and our cluster is so backed up that we just actually want to get this job some dedicated space. So we hit burst and we spin it up. And now we've actually gone and found resources on the cloud. So we're integrated with 6 clouds, and that's growing. And you can plug your own cloud accounts in, you can use ours, whatever you like. We're just a management platform. And those time cycled spaces, one of the really cool things about them is that what they can let you do is you can interrupt them anytime you want. So if you want to launch a cluster scale workload, it's usually about 15 seconds to start one. So you dev on a GPU, you want a cluster to work on, we'll get you on for 15 seconds. You'll see if your stuff works at cluster scale, you'll get off, all the other jobs will keep going with that state saving. So we're trying to make GPU feel very fluid. So this is our platform. We're running events about every month. There's one coming up let me jump to it. This Friday and Saturday for any folks who are heading home early from Europe's. You get to play with our platform there. We do just let people train chess models on it. Last event, we got up to 1,600 GPUs. People were really having a lot of fun with it. And so that's what's happening this Friday and every month or so.
I don't know if I can. Yeah, I saw this hackathon and I was wondering what the expected elo of a chessbot that you can train in a day is.
That was we were curious about that as well. So this is the sixth time we've run this. The first time, your child who's just learnt the rules of chess could probably defeat most of the models. But around the fourth time we'd run it, I think they were probably getting up around sort of 1,500 elo. People were really getting a lot better at figuring out how to do this stuff in a weekend. I think I'm not the world's greatest chess player, and right now the models will quite easily defeat me. We're excited to see how much further this will go. So this is like a short form way to access the platform. We also have research grants. So if you want access to compute, we've given out about a dozen of these so far, and we'll give you 10 to 100K worth of compute, and you just have to be doing something cool, something interesting, something that Swix would want to host at an event. And you can come and get some compute. So we'll give you about 3 months on the systems with that as well.
Ben will be around, but otherwise, I just want to let people mingle. You always have to see your hand. Yeah, what cloud providers are the integrations?
We have AWS, GCP, Azure, Oracle, Oblivus, Lambda Labs, our own Metal, and we've got some more on the way. It's the same. The way our systems work is we just got a Ubuntu image that has our agent in it. It's called Agent Smith, and it has our fast data puller, our sort of node clustering stuff, a whole bunch of health monitoring. Some of the stuff I didn't show you today. You get total financial control. You can set budgets across all providers. So you go, all right, this developer's allowed 10K a month, or this project's allowed 100K. It'll just tally up all the usage and then tell them when they need to stop. So yeah, it's very, very multi-cloud. Yeah. Yes.
Can you repeat the question?
So the question was how we compare this with something like Modal. So Modal is a great environment where you want, probably not cluster scale. So a smaller number of GPUs, and where you're willing to sort of convert a lot of your workflow to the way that Modal operates. What we've tried to do is make it so we're sort of clusters first and foremost. Yes, you can have workstations, but it's really about larger clusters and making the data extremely fast so that you're not sitting around waiting for days for that. The other thing is we've tried to make it as close to how you operate now as possible. So, Docker is, it is the standard. We didn't use Docker to start with because we were concerned about the speed. We have since applied a bunch of our speed tooling to it, and it's only about a 5% overhead at the moment. And so you get on our system, you get a Docker container, you get root in the container, you can do anything except install kernel modules. So you get a lot of freedom, and you don't have to convert to another way of doing things. Cool.
Yeah, those two.
Okay.
Cool. Well, thank you so much. We'll chat a little bit for lunch, and then we'll come back at 1 p.m.
Thanks, Sean.
Thanks. I'm probably on It's a bit of a leap of faith for me because I don't like even once like yeah.
Okay, everyone, we're gonna add a extra speaker session real quick. So this is Paige from Google. Gemini 2.0 shipped today. They launched what OpenAI demoed like a year ago and never shipped, where you have live context, multimodal. So we're gonna get a demo, Q&A, a little presentation of new Gemini drops. The next 2 p.m. session, we're gonna push like 10 minutes or so. So in a few minutes, Paige will come up. We'll hear about Gemini release, demo, Q&A. Come up with questions, look at what you think is interesting that you'd want to know. But yeah, they shipped what OpenAI demoed and never shipped. It won't do audio, just talk and then. Okay. No. Hey, Sean took one. Oh, okay. Sean took one.
All right. Iris list. Wait, Gemini. Could you tell me what this looks like arranged by? No, five fingers. Thank you. And then also standard live. Yes. Sure. Looking at the collab interface, you should see a connect button to the upper right corner of the screen. And so clicking that. Yeah. It looks like it's connecting to new runtime. Is it working now? Or do you see an error message? It's working. This is great. So the runtime is between kind of runtime type. Based on the ones that you see here, which would you recommend if I wanted to? Okay, I see you have multiple options for hardware accelerators, including CPU, T4 GPU, A100 GPU, L4 GPUs, D2 minus 8 TPU, and D5E1 TPU. If you want to train a model using a GPU or a TPU, you'll usually be faster than using just a CPU. The best choice will depend on the specific model you want to train. Generally speaking, yeah, it handles it. So if I put this before and then also I wanted to help you understand so it's like this that I have here on the left. That's great. So you have a secret tab, and there's an add new secret button at the bottom. We try to do it. It looks like it added a new row. What would I do here? It looks like we can add new secret. Now you need to enter a name for your secret in the first field, and then the corresponding value in the second field.
Awesome. We're gonna do a Google session in just a few minutes if everyone wants to come back in.
Seeing.
Awesome. So just point this mic down there. Oh, you can mute your Zoom video as well. Okay. Perfect.
Thanks.
Oh, mute the laptop. Or you need your laptop.
Yeah.
That's fine. Plug in. Okay. It's gonna come from your laptop, and then you can just point it down. Cool. Okay, well, perfect. Awesome.
Beautiful. Beautiful. So, hey, friends. I am going to do a kind of an impromptu live demos only presentation for Gemini 2, which folks might have seen released earlier this morning. Gemini 2 is kind of game changing from my perspective in the sense that it gives you multimodal streaming APIs that you can compose together with things like search, tools use, a whole bunch of other stuff. It also gives you the ability to interact with Gemini via audio, but also to get audio output back out in a variety of different voices. So you can ask Gemini questions about things that it might see via video, things that it might hear, and also things that it sees on your screen. And it's kind of like this for any arbitrary application. So you don't have to do explicit training. You don't have to do explicit guidance. It can just kind of describe what it sees. If folks haven't seen AI Studio before, could you raise your hand real quick? A couple of hands in the audience. AIstudio.google.com is kind of the best place to go to get access to the latest Gemini models, not just the ones that I show you today, but also things like Gemma. And you can change out the models here off to the right. So you can see Flash Experimental. And then if you just go to the main Create Prompt section on the left, you can select different versions there with little pop-ups explaining the differences between them. You can also generate API keys directly from AI Studio, and we have a pretty generous free tier, so strongly recommend you take a look and try that. But let's go ahead and get started. So I am going to show you how you can share your screen.
Okay, I understand.
And yes, the Corgi extension. And I'm going to ask Gemini real quick. I'm going to ask Gemini real quick a couple of questions. So let's go ahead and get started.
Hey Gemini, could you explain to me,
I
could
see
you
that you're on the
explain to
welcome
me how
page
I
for
might go
Google
about
Colab
changing
with the
my
Gemini
runtime type
API
in Colab?
instructions. Yes, I can see the Colab screen. Okay, I understand that you can see the Colab interface. Is there anything specific you would like to discuss or ask about it?
Yep. So, yep. Yeah. Beautiful. Excellent. Cool. So, Gemini, could you explain to me how I would go about changing my runtime type?
Sure, I can help with that. To change your runtime type in Google Colab, you need to go to the Runtime menu at the top of the page. Then you can select Change Runtime Type. A window will open where you can select the hardware accelerator you want.
Amazing. This is great. So, which one should I select if I wanted to train a model of the ones that are in white over here?
Okay, I can help you with that. If you're looking to train a model and the options shown in the Hardware Accelerator section of the Change Runtime Type pop-up menu are the ones you have to choose from, then the T4 GPU is a good choice for general model training. However, if your model training requires a lot of memory, you might want to try the A100 GPU instead.
Amazing. Thank you. So, Gemini, how about this key section here off to the left? How would I go about adding a new key or a new secret?
Certainly, I can assist with that. To add
You can play it. You can play it. Oh no, he's coming. Oh, God.
Is it a problem?
Well, no, I think he's confused about whether he wants to.
Just play the audio from
Yeah,
this.
Yeah, you can play the audio from the computer.
Yes.
Yeah. You're not rotating spaces.
Okay, it's not playing the. Okay, that's fine. It's fine. We can.
I didn't actually. You're all.
So
So confusing.
this is.
Any more questions?
Is it this?
No. That's just pure recording.
He's here.
Okay. Sorry about this.
All right.
When you play, is it coming out from the laptop now?
It's coming from the laptop.
This is why we have to rehearse.
That's
fine.
Nice try. There we go. Yes. Let me try it again.
Google test.
All right.
Test chat.
Audio, this should work. Hey Gemini, could you help me understand how to add a new secret?
Sure, I can help with that. Looking at the screen, you will need to click the Add New Secret button on the left side panel of the screen, below the other secrets. After that, you can fill out the information for the new secret.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. All right. So for Colab, how would I go about changing my runtime type?
To change the runtime type in Colab, you can click on the Runtime menu at the top of the page, and then select Change Runtime Type. From there, you can choose between different options, such as GPU or TPU.
Excellent. Explain to me what the difference between GPUs and TPUs are.
Certainly. GPUs, or graphics processing units, are designed to handle parallel processing, which is ideal for tasks like rendering images and videos, and also machine learning. TPUs, or tensor processing units, are custom built by Google and specifically designed for deep learning tasks, making them often more efficient than GPUs for these tasks.
Excellent. Thank you so much. How would I go about accessing the terminal in my Colab?
To access the terminal in your Colab notebook, You can click on the Tools menu at the top of the page and then select Command Palette. Then type Terminal in the search bar and click on Open a Terminal. This will open a terminal within your Colab environment.
Excellent, very cool. And what command would I need to type in order to list all of the files in my current directory?
To list all the files in your current directory, you can use the command ls. Type ls into the terminal and press enter.
Are there any other kind of config options that I should add for ls to list all of the files, not just the directories?
Certainly. If you want to see all files, including hidden files, you can use the command lsa. This will show all files in the current directory. If you would like to list all files in a detailed view, including their permissions, owner, size, and modification time, you can use lss and -l. Also, combining both, lsil will show a detailed list of all files, including hidden ones.
Let's get cool. So I
welcome.
think awesome.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
Yeah, Gemini, I would really prefer if you addressed me and started talking like you're a pirate.
Ahoy, matey. What be your next question then? Shiver me timbers, I'm ready for it.
Amazing. Help me understand what the tools command palette helps me do within Colab.
Aye, matey. The command palette be a handy tool for you. It'd be a way to quickly access a wide range of commands and actions in Colab. You can use it to add a Gemini prompt cell, add a code cell, change your runtime type, and many other things. Just search in the search bar.
Now I want you to talk like a Texan.
Aye, matey, I'll gladly talk about the text. What'd be your question about it?
No, I said, please talk like a Texan. I want you to have a Texas accent like John Wayne.
Alrighty then, partner. What can I do for yay now? Let's talk about that there text like a true Texan. What do you want to discuss?
Cool. Thank you, Gemini.
Nice.
You're welcome, partner. Happy to help. Let me know if you need anything else. You hear?
Thank you. And so in addition to being able to interact with screens, interact with video, interact with audio, Gemini is also capable of natively outputting image tokens. So we haven't released that via AI Studio today. We can also couple Gemini together with code execution, function calling. So you can do things like say, hey, Gemini, watch my screen. And if you see anything that looks like a particular kind of notification or a particular kind of flag, set off a call to a specific tool. I also like using it to help me as kind of like a posture corrector. So if I give Gemini access to my camera, which you can see here, so it just sees me. Hello. It can tell me if my posture is correct or incorrect. So Gemini, taking a look at my posture, should I stand up straighter? Do I have good posture? What's your assessment?
Okay. Looking at the video, your posture does seem slightly slumped. To
Hey.
improve it, you might try standing up straighter, pulling your shoulders back gently, and keeping your head aligned with your spine.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. So, but anyhow, it's helpful to have that open as you're kind of sitting at your desk to see. It supports different kind of system instructions, so you can add things like the speak like a pirate or speak like a Texan up there. And then there are also a few different voice options. So if I go back to the main menu, you can see kind of a few different voices that you can play around with to test out some of your favorites. We also have kind of an audio and text. So if you don't want to have audio out responses, you can swap to being just text. We released some starter apps as well that I encourage you to take a look at to help experiment with things like bounding boxes. So you can see Gemini kind of identify bounding box locations for different things. So like the shadow of an original fox, the shadow of an original armadillo, and then the armadillo and the fox off to the side. It's also capable of doing this for things like socks. So being able to sort and filter between different kinds of socks. And then also for different kinds of desserts. So if you want to have bounding boxes natively output, this is something that's supported not just with images, but also with screen by screen for videos. Cool. So as I mentioned, you can get started with it today at aistudio.google.com. We also have a very generous free tier, so all of this is freely available for you to use today to try out and to also use if you want to create API keys as part of your applications. Awesome. Thank you. Yep. Yes. So the question was, can you speak to the agentic research? I'm trying to debate now how much I can speak to without getting fired. But the agentic research, we did release a couple of different options, including a data science agent within Colab, which is just using kind of commodity Gemini available APIs. So you could test them out, use them for your projects today. We also released something called Project Mariner, which is focused around computer use, being able to interact with websites directly within the browser. Again, strongly encourage you to try out multimodal streaming API coupled with tools use, and you'll probably be able to get very close to the kinds of experiments that you saw released just via video. But those are the kinds of things that we're focusing on for agents, not just being able to understand and generate text and code, but also to be able to interact with these multimodal and streaming experiences. Yep. Yeah, let's do it. Cool. So let's see. AWS would be interesting. Yeah. I will pull up the Claude interface though, and we'll see how well it does. I've never tried this either. Like I've tried Colab before, but I've never tried the Claude interface. So let's see. Hey Gemini, could you help me understand how I would use one of the Claude models on this interface? Oh, I had switched it to only output just text, I think. Oh, wait. Audio? Fuck. Hey Gemini, could you help me understand how I would use one of the Claude interfaces, or one of the Claude kind of models within the screen? For some reason, it's not wanting to have the audio outputs anymore. Let me try again and refresh. Yeah, definitely yes. Oh, so it's recognizing this, but hey Gemini. For some reason, the audio isn't wanting to work for me anymore. And I'm curious why that would be. I don't think it's because of the website. Oh, it might be on mute. Yeah, because if you see.
I think that's live demos for us.
No. Like it's saying that for whatever reason, it's not wanting to understand the audio anymore. Yeah. Wow, this is very strange YouTube. But Josh Johnson, the flowers tour. Yeah, it's not wanting to output the volume.
Let me check.
Yeah.
You want me to check?
No, I think we're
Yeah.
good. The next speaker doesn't have audio. So
Yeah. Cool.
try it out.
Yeah.
Thanks for showing. Thanks for Q&A.
Yeah, excellent. Let me and also I encourage you all to go try it out with websites that are not Colab. Like, and do it like right now with your laptops. It should be fun.
Awesome.
Cool. Thank you. Yeah. Now I'm trying to understand. Oh yes. I'm trying to understand why that. Now it's working. So let me, I'm gonna try it.
Okay, next speaker session. So we've got some pretty fun ones. The next two speakers, we've got Eugene and Dan from Together and Featherless. They're going to talk about alternative transformer architecture. So what goes on outside of the transformer. Eugene is a member of our paper club every week, core member there. He wrote a pretty popular article about hardware scaling and how it's VC subsidized. Hot take, he's launched like one of the best 34B models. They're dropping it today. So their company has just trained some of the best models. Dan is with Together, same situation, super smart people. They've also shipped a lot of this stuff. So we have a little bit of a overview of state space models, overview of what's going on outside of transformers. And then they're just going to kind of go back and forth, share their hot takes, do a bit of a Q&A. So give it up for them.
The one that says test only.
Yep.
Like right on the
There we go.
There we go.
All right, cool. Yeah, so thanks so much for having us. So this is going to be a little bit of a two-part presentation. My name is Dan. I'm at Together AI, and I'll be joining UCSD as faculty in about a year. And Eugene, you want to introduce yourself?
I'm Eugene. I lead the RWTV team, and I'm CEO and co-founder of Featherless, and we both work on this new post-transformer architecture space.
Yeah. So today we're really excited to talk to you a little bit about that. So first, I'm going to give a broad overview of kind of the last few years of progress in non-post transformer architectures, and then afterwards, Eugene will tell us a little bit about the latest and the greatest and the latest frontier models in this space. So the story starts with scaling. So this is probably a figure or something like this that you've seen very recently. Over the last 5 to 6 years, we've seen models really scale up in parameter size, and that's brought with it a bunch of new capabilities like the ability to talk to you and tell you sometimes how to use your Colab and your AWS screens. But another place where we've seen scaling, especially recently, is scaling in context length. So this can mean just having more text inputs for your models, but it can also mean things like taking a lot of visual token inputs, image inputs to your models, or generating lots of outputs. And one thing that's been really exciting over the last few months or so is that we're seeing scaling not only during training time, but also during test time. So this is one of this is the iconic image from the OpenAI O1 release. Not only are we starting to scale train time compute, but we're also starting to scale test time compute. Now, if you're familiar with our attention and our transformer architectures today, this graph on the right might look a little bit scary. And one of the reasons
is that the implications are a little bit interesting. So what does it mean if we want to continue having smarter and smarter models? Do we just need to start building bigger data centers, spending more flops? Is this this little Dolly 3, we need more flops guy, is this going to be the future of all of AI? Or is there a better way, another path forward? Maybe we can get the same capabilities that we've gotten used to, but for a lot less compute, a lot less flops. And one of the things that we're going to talk about today is specifically looking at that core attention operator in some of these models. And the reason is that, this is just some basic scaling curves, but attention has compute that scales quadratically in the context length. So that means that if you're doing something like test time compute and you want to spend a bunch of tokens thinking about what comes next, the longer that goes, the more tokens you spend on that compute grows quadratically in that. One of the questions that we're interested in is, can we take that basic sequence model, the basic sequence primitive at the bottom, and get it to scale better? Can we scale in, let's say, n to the 3/2 or n log n? And so in the first part of the talk, so we just went over the introduction. What I'm going to do over the next few slides is just talk about some of the key advances and ideas that have shown over the past few years, since maybe early 2020 to now, that shown promise that this might actually be possible, that you can actually get potentially the same quality that we want while scaling better. So to do that, and basically the story that we're going to look is we're going to start to see how, so this is a basic graph of just the past couple of years of progress of perplexity, where that blue line, that dotted blue line is attention. It's your basic transformer, full dense attention. And then the dots coming down are some of the methods that you'll see in this presentation today. We're going to turn the clock back all the way to 2020. So this question of, can we make attention subquadratic? Basically, as soon as we said attention is all you need, people started asking this question. So we have this quadratic attention operator. Can we do better? I'll briefly talk about why attention is quadratic. And the basic thing that happens, if you're not familiar, is that you have these inputs, these keys and queries. And what you do in this attention matrix, this S matrix over here, is that you're comparing every token in your input to every other token. So when I try to do something like upload a whole book to Gemini, what happens beyond or maybe not Gemini, because we don't necessarily know what architecture it is, but let's say we upload it to Llama, what happens behind the scenes is that it's going to take every single word in that book and compare it to every other word. And this has been it's led to some pretty impressive things, but it's kind of a brute forcing of the way that you would try to interpret something. What attention does in particular is and then what attention, sorry, don't want to, okay, no laser pointer. What attention does afterwards is that instead of always operating in this quadratic thing, it takes a row-wise softmax over this matrix and then multiplies it by this values matrix. So one of the key points to notice is that the output size is always going to be the same as the inputs, at least in standard self-attention. So one of the first things that folks tried to do around 2020 is this thing called linear attention, which is just noticing that if we take out this softmax from here, if we take out this nonlinearity in the middle of the attention operation, and then if you compute the keys and the values operation first, you actually never hit this quadratic bottleneck. So that's potentially a way to get a lot more computationally efficient. And there are various ways to do this by basically using feature maps or try to approximate this overall attention computation. But some of this work sort of started to hit a wall in 2020. And the basic challenges were two. So one was quality. Back then, it was kind of hard to get good quality with these linear attention operators. The other one was actually hardware efficiency. So this feature map that's just shown by Simplify here actually ends up being quite computationally expensive if you just implement it naively. So you started having these operators that not only were you sure, you're not really sure if they have the same quality, but also they're actually just wall clock slower. So you kind of end up getting the worst of both worlds. So this was the sage. So that kind of sets the stage for 4 years ago. Keep this in mind because linear attention is actually going to come back in a few years once we have a better understanding. But one of the works that started kicking off this mini revolution in post-transformer architectures was this idea called state space model. So here the seminal work is one by Robert in 2022. And this piece of work really brought together a few ideas from some long-running research lines of work. The first one was, and this is really one of the keys to closing the gap in quality, was just using things that if you talk to an electrical engineer off the street, they might know off the back of their hand, but taking some of those properties with how we model dynamical systems in signal processing, and then using those ideas to model the inputs, the text tokens in, for example, a transformer like next token prediction architecture. So some of those early state space model papers were looking at this relatively simple recurrent update model that comes from maybe chapter 1 of a signal processing class, but then using some principled theory about how you should do that recurrent update in order to really get the most that you can out of your hidden state, out of your sequence. So that was one key idea for quality. And when this was eventually realized, you started to see a bunch of benchmarks that were pretty sticky for a few years. Things like long range arena, some long sequence evaluation benchmarks. There was stuff in time series analysis. You started to see the quality tick up in meaningful ways. But the other key thing that was so influential about these state space models is that they also had a key idea about how you can compute these things efficiently. So if you go back to your machine learning 101 class where you learned about RNNs, one thing that you may have learned is that they don't parallelize as well as detention, because if you just run them naively, you have to do this kind of sequential update to process new tokens, whereas in attention, you can process all the tokens in parallel at one time. One of the key insights behind the S4 paper was that these recurrent models, you could take them and you could also formulate them as a convolution. And in particular with the convolution, you could, instead of using a PyTorch conv1d operation, you can compute that with the FFT. And that would give you n log n compute in the sequence length n with a operator that was relatively well optimized for modern hardware. So those are really, I'd say, the two key ideas in 2022 that started allowing these breakthroughs to happen in these non-transformer architectures. So these ideas about how to principally model, how to model the recurrent updates of a sequence in a principled way, and also these key ideas and how you can compute it efficiently by turning it into a convolution and then scaling it up with the FFT. Along those same lines, so afterwards, we started putting out some work on specialized kernels. So just like we have flash attention for transformers, we also have works like flash FFT conv. And if you look at these lines of work, oftentimes whenever you see a new architecture, you see a new primitive, one of the table stakes now is, do you have an efficient kernel so that you can actually get wall clock speed up? So by 2022, 2023, we were starting to have these models that had promising quality primitives, and also promising wall clocks. So you could actually see regimes where they were better than transformers in meaningful ways. That being said, there was still sometimes a quality gap, particularly for language modeling. And because language is so core to what we do in sequence modeling these days, the next key idea that I'm going to talk about is this idea of selection mechanisms. And this is basically an idea of, so you have this recurrent state that you're keeping around that just summarizes everything that came before. And to get a good sequence model, one of the things that you really need to be able to do is have the model learn what's the best way to pick out pieces from that recurrent state. So one of the major ideas here in a line of work called H3, Hungry Hippos, and also these hyena models, where one way you can do this is by just adding some simple element-wise gates. So versions of these ideas have been around for decades. If you squint at the LSTM paper, you can probably find this gating mechanism. But turns out you can take those old ideas, add them into these new state space models, and then you can see quality start to pick up. If you've heard of the Mamba model, this also takes this selection to the next level by actually making some changes in that fundamental recurrent state space. So it's not only just this gating that happens around the SSM layer, but also you can actually make the ABCD matrices of your state space model, you can make them data dependent, which will allow you to even better select out different pieces from your hidden state depending on what you're seeing. I'll also point out, if you look at the bottom right of this figure, there's this little triangle with a GPU SRAM, GPU HBM, and this is just continuing that trend of when you have a new architecture, you also release it with a kernel to show that it is hardware efficient, and that it can be hardware efficient on modern hardware. One of the next cool things that happened is once we had this understanding of these are the basic pieces, these are the basic principles behind some of the sequence models, linear attention actually started to come back. So in earlier this year, there's a model called Based from Simran Arora and some other folks that combined a more principled version of linear attention that basically the 2-second summaries that it used a Taylor approximation of the softmax attention, combined that with a simple sliding window attention, and was starting to be able to expand the Pareto frontier of how much data can you recall from your sequence versus how small is your recurrent state size. So those orange dots are at the top there are just showing smaller sequences that can recall more memory. And the last major idea I think that has been influential in this line of work and is very relatively late breaking just a few months ago is just the basic idea that when you have these models that are fundamentally more efficient in the sequence length, you maybe don't want to prompt them or use them in exactly the same way. So this was a really cool paper called Just Read Twice, also from Simran, that basically said, hey, all these efficient models can process tokens so much more efficiently than transformers that they can sometimes have unfair advantages compared to a simple transformer token. Simple transformer model. So take, for example, the standard use case of you have some long document, you're going to pass it in as input, and then you're going to ask some question about it. One problem you might imagine for a recurrent model where you have a fixed state size is, let's say that your article is very long and you're trying to ask about some really niche thing. You can imagine it might be hard for the model to know ahead of time what information to put into the hidden state. But these models are so much more efficient that you can do something really stupid, like you can just put the document, write down the document, write down the question, write down the document again, and then write down the question again. And then this time, the second time that you go over that document, you know exactly what to look for. And the cool thing about this is, so this results in better quality, especially on these recall intensive tasks. But the other interesting thing is it really takes advantage of the more efficient architectures that we're having here. So one of the other, I think, influential ideas in this line of work is if you change the fundamental compute capabilities of your model and the way that it scales, you can actually start to query it at test time differently. And this actually, of course, goes back to those slides on test time compute. So while everybody's looking at, say, test time compute for big transformer models, I think potentially a really interesting research question is how can you take those and how does it change with this new next generation of models? So I'll just briefly summarize what some of those key ideas were and then show you briefly kind of what the state of the art is today. So the 4 key ideas are, instead of just doing a simple linear attention approximation, instead take ideas that we know from other fields like signal processing, do a more principled approach to your modeling of the sequence. Another key idea throughout all these lines of work is you really want hardware and kernel support from day one. So even if your model is theoretically more efficient, if somebody goes and runs it and it's 2 times slower, one of the things that we've learned is that if you're in that situation, it's just going to be dead on arrival. So you want to be designing your architectures with the hardware in mind. One of the key machine learning ideas that has been important for the quality is just making sure that you encode different ways that you can select from your hidden state and really focus on that as a key decider of quality. And finally, I think one of the emerging new things for this line of work and something that's quite interesting is what are the right test time paradigms for these models? How do they change relative to what you might do for a standard transformer? I'll briefly end this section. So I've labeled this slide where we are yesterday, because Eugene is going to talk about some new models that he released literally this morning. But as of yesterday, some of the really cool results out of these efficient alternative models were, so AI2 trained this hybrid MOE called Jamba that is currently the state of the art for these non-transformer architectures. There's this NVIDIA and MIT put out this new diffusion model called Sana recently, that one of their key observations is that you can take a standard transformer diffusion model, replace the layers with linear attention, and then that lets you scale to much larger images, much larger sequences more efficiently. And one thing that I don't think anybody would have called when a few years ago is that one of those gated SSM gated state space models ended up on the cover of Science because a great group of folks went and trained some DNA models. So that's Michael Pauly, Eric Yuen from Stanford and the Arc Institute. So we're really at an exciting time in 2024 where these non-transformer, post-transformer architectures are showing promise across a wide range of modalities, of applications, and of tasks. And with that, I'll pass it on to Eugene, who can tell you a little bit about the latest and greatest with RWKV.
Yeah, so does this work? Yeah.
You're talking to here.
Oh, I'm talking to here. Okay. So yeah, two streams. Yeah. So I think one common questions that we tend to get asked, right, is what's the difference between RWKV and state space? So I think one of the key things to really understand, right, the difference between the two groups, right, is that we are actually more like an open source rando internet meets academia kind of situation. Like most of us never wrote any paper, but we basically look at RNNs and linear attention when attention is all you need came out, and then we decided to like, hey, there is a quadratic scaling problem. Why don't we try fixing that instead? So we end up developing our own branch, but we end up sharing ideas back and forth. So and we do all this actively in Discord, GitHub, etc. This was so bad for a few years, right? That basically the average group's H index was so close to 0, right? Illutor AI actually came in and helped us write our first paper. Great, now our H index is now 3 apparently. So but the thing is like a lot of these experiments led to results, and essentially we took the same ideas from linear attention and we built on it. So to take a step back into like how does RWKV handle its own attention mechanic and achieve the same goals of like O and compute respectively, and in focus of our overall goal to make AI accessible to everyone regardless of language, nation, or compute. That's our open source goal. We actually train our models primarily on over 100 language, which is another topic altogether. And our goal is to train to even 200 languages to cover all languages in the world. But at the same time, we work on this architecture to lower the compute cost so that people can run it on Raspberry Pis and on anything. So how did RWKV break the dependency of LSTM token flow? Because I think to understand our architecture, right, it's probably easier to understand it from the RNN lens, because that's where we built on. Well, state space kind of like try to start anew and took lessons from there instead. So there's a little bit of divergence there, and aka this is our version of linear attention. So to take a step back, all foundation models, be it transformers or non-transformers, at a very high level, right, comes in a token, text that turns into embeddings and goes through a lot of layers, generate a lot of internal states, whether QKV cache or RNN states or RWKV states, and outputs an embedding, layer norm, and something. And we just take more layers and more embeddings, and somehow that magically works. So if you remember your ancient RNN lessons, which we call blessed learning these days, the general idea is that you have the embedding information flowing all the way up, and you take that information and you flow it back down, and then you process it as part of your LSTM layers. So this is how it generally works. Kapati is quoted saying that RNNs are actually unreasonably effective. The problem is this is not scalable. To start doing work on the second token, you need to wait for the first token, and then you need to, and likewise for the third token and fourth token, yada yada. That is CPU land, not GPU land. So you can have a H100 and you can't even use 1% of it. So that's kind of why RNNs didn't really take off in the direction that when we wanted like billions of parameter when it comes training. So what did RWKV version 0 do? We just did the dumbest, lamest thing. Sorry, this is the bottleneck for RNN. We did the dumb thing of removing that line. And it kind of worked. It trained, it sucked, but it kind of worked. Then we were like, hey, then no one cared because the loss was crap. But how do we improve that? And that's essentially where we move forward. Because if you see this kind of flow, right, you can actually get you can get your GPU saturated quickly, where it essentially cascades respectively. So I'm just waiting for this to loop again. So it's like once you get your first layer, your token to be computed finish, you start to cascade your compute all the way until you're, hey, I'm using 100% of the GPU. So we worked on it and we started going along the principle of that as long as we keep this general architecture where we can cascade and be highly efficient with our architecture, nothing is sacred in our architecture. And we have done some crazy ideas. In fact, you ask us, if you ask me to explain some things in the paper, right? Officially in the paper, I'll say we had this idea and we wrote it this way. The reality is someone came with the code, we tested it, it worked, and then we rationalized it later. So the general idea behind RWKV is that we generally have two major blocks that we do. We call it time mix and channel mix. And time mix generally handles long-term memory state, where essentially where we apply the matrix multiplication and CLU activation functions into processing an input embedding and an output embedding. I'm oversimplifying it because this calculation change every version, and we have like version 7 right now. Channel mix is similar to base in the sense that where it does shorter term attention, where it just look at the sister token or the token before it, because there's a shift in the token shift matrix. I don't really want to go too much into the papers itself because like we do have 3 papers on this. Basically RWKV, RNN for the transformer, ERA, Eagle and Finch RWKV matrix value state. This is the updated version 5, version 6. And Goldfinch is our hybrid model, respectively. We are writing the paper already for V7, and which is for RWK V7, codename Goose. All architectures are codenamed by a bird. And I'm going to cover as well QRWKV and Llama RWK and RWK MOE. So where did that lead to? Okay, because we were all GPU poor. And to be clear, like most of this research is done like only on a handful H100s, which I had one Google researcher told me that was like his experiment budget for a single researcher. So our entire organization has less compute than a single researcher in Google. We one of the things that we explored into was to how do we convert transformer models instead? Because someone already paid that $1 million onto training, so why don't we take advantage of those weights? And I believe Together AI work on the lolcats for the number side of things, and we took some ideas from there as well, and we essentially did that for RWKV, and that led to QRWKV6, which we just dropped today, a 32B instruct preview model, where we took the Quen 32B instruct model, freeze the feed forward layer, remove the QKV attention layer, and replace it with RWKV linear layers. So to be clear, this means we do not have the RWKV channel mix layer. We only have the time mix layer. But once we do that, we train the RWKV layer. Important is that the feed forward layer needs to be frozen, so the new attention can be learned. And then we unfreeze the feed forward layer and train all the layers together with a custom learning rate schedule so that they can learn how to work together. The end result, surprisingly, and to be honest, to the frustration of the RWKV MOE team, which ended up releasing the model on the same day, was that with just a few hours of training on 2 nodes, we managed to get it to be on par kind of with the original Quen 32B model. So in fact, when the first ran, right, that completely confused us was like, and I was telling Daniel Goldstein, Smirky, who kind of leads most of our research coordination, when you pitched me this idea, you told me at best you'll get the same level of performance. You didn't tell me the challenge and peak score and peak grad score will shoot up. I don't know what's happening there, but it did. MMLU score dropping, that was expected, because if you think about it, when we were training all the layers, right, we were essentially like Frankensteining this thing, and we did brain damage to the feed-forward network layer 2 with the new RWKV layers. But 76%, hey, some of it is retained, and we can probably further train this. We didn't even spend more than 3 days training this, so there's a lot more that can be done, hence the preview. But this brings up a big question, because we are already now in the process of converting the 70B. This is actually extremely compute efficient to test our attention mechanic. It's like it becomes a shortcut. We are already planning to do our version 7 and our hybrid architecture for it, because we don't need to train from scratch, and we get a really good model out of it. And the other thing is that is uncomfortable to say is that because we are doing right now the 70B, is that if this scales correctly to 128K context length, I'm not even talking about a million, 128, majority of enterprise workload today is just on 70B at under 32K context length. That means if this works and the benchmark matches it, it means we can replace the vast majority of current AI workload, unless you want super long context. And then, sorry, can someone give us more GPUs? Because we do need the VRAM for super long context, sadly. So yeah, that's what we are working on, and essentially we are excited about this to just push it further. And this conversion process, to be clear, I don't think it's going to be exclusive to RWKV. But it probably will work for Mamba as well. I don't see why not. And we'll probably see more ideas or more experiments or more hybrids or like one of the weirdest thing that I wanted to say out, right? And I confirmed this with the Black Mamba team and the Jamba team, which because we did the Goldfinch hybrid model, is that none of us understand why a hybrid with a state-based model, be it RWA state space and transformer, performs better than the baseline of both. It's like when you train one, you expect, and then you replace, you expect the same results. That's our pitch. That's our claim. But somehow when we jam both together, it outperforms both. And that's like one area of aberration that we only have 4 experiments across 4 teams, that a lot more needs to be done. But these are things that excite me, essentially, because that is what is potentially we can move ahead for. Which brings us to what comes next.
So this part is kind of just where we'll talk a little bit about stuff that we're excited about. Maybe have some wild speculation on what's coming next, and of course, this is also the part that will be more open to questions. So a couple of things that I'm excited about is continued hardware model co-design for these models. So one of the things that we've put out recently is this library called Thunder Kittens. It's a CUDA library. And one of the things that we found frustrating is every time that we built one of these new architectures, and I'm sure you had the exact same experience, we'd have to go and spend 2 months in CUDA land, like writing these new efficient things. And if we decided to change one thing in PyTorch, like one line of PyTorch code is like a week of CUDA code at least. So one of our goals with a library like Thunder Kittens, so we just broke down what are the key principles, what are the key hardware things, what are the key compute pieces that you get from the hardware. So for example, on H100, everything is really revolves around a warp group matrix multiply operation. So you really want your operation to be able to split into relatively small matrix multiply operations. So like multiplying 2 64 by 64 matrices, for example. And so if you know that ahead of time when you're designing your model, that probably gives you some information about how you set the state sizes, how you set the update function. So with Thunder Kittens, we basically built a whole library just around this basic idea that all your basic compute primitives should not be a float, but it should be a matrix, and everything should just be matrix compute. And we've been using that to try to both re-implement some existing architectures and also start to design some new ones that are really designed with this core, with a tensor core primitive in mind. Another thing that at least I'm excited about is we, over the last 4 or 5 years, we've really been looking at language models as the next thing. But if you've been paying attention to Twitter, there's been a bunch of new next generation models that are coming out. So there are video generation models that can run real-time that are supported by your mouse and your keyboard. I'm told if you play with them, they only have a few seconds of memory. Can we take that model? Can we give it a very long context length so that you could actually maybe generate an entire game state at a time? What does that look like for the model? You're certainly not going to do a giant quadratic attention computation to try to run that. Maybe use some of these new models or some of these new video generation models that came out. So Sora came out, I don't know, 2 days ago now, but with super long queue times and super long generation times. So that's probably a quadratic attention operation at the bottom of it. What if we could remove that and get the same quality but a lot faster generation time? Or some of the demos that we saw from Paige earlier today, if I have a super long conversation with my Gemini bot, what if I wanted to remember everything that it's seen in the last week? I mean, maybe you don't for personal reasons, but what if I did, what does that mean for the architecture? And I think, that's certainly something I'm pretty excited about. I'm sure you're excited about it too. I think we were supposed to have some hot takes, but I honestly don't remember what our hot takes were.
Yeah, including the next slide.
Hot takes.
Hot
Yes,
takes.
these are our hot takes.
So I think the big one on Twitter that we saw that we shared was the question is like, is RAG relevant in the case of like the future of like state-based models?
Is what relevant?
RAG.
Right?
RAG.
RAG.
Yeah,
Oh,
sorry.
sorry. I was like
Sorry,
right
sorry.
or left. RAG. Okay, we are out live, so maybe I'll let's see. I haven't played too much with RAG. But when I have, I'll say I found it was a little bit challenging to do research on it. Because we had this experience over and over again where you could have an embedding model of any quality. So you could have a really, really bad embedding model, or you could have a really, really good one by any measure of good. And for the final RAG application, it kind of didn't matter. That's what I'll say about RAG while being recorded. I know it doesn't actually answer the question, but
Yeah, so I think a lot of folks are like extremely excited of the idea of be it RWKV or state space potentially having infinite context. But I think the reality is that when we say infinite context, we just mean a different kind of infinite context, or as it's previously covered, you need to test the model differently. So think of it more along the lines of the human. Like, I don't remember what I eat for breakfast yesterday. Yeah, that's the statement that I'll say. And we humans are not quadratic transformers. If let's say we increase our brain size for every second we live, we will have exploded by the time we are 5 years old or something like that. And I think basically fundamentally for us, right, be it regardless of whether RWKV, state space, XLSTM, etc., our general idea is that instead of that expanding state, that increase in computational cost, what if you have a fixed state size? And information theory dictates that fixed state size will have a limit. Just how big of a limit is a question. Like RWKV is running at 40 megabytes for its state. Its future version might run into 400 megabytes. That is like millions of tokens if you're talking about mathematically the maximum possibility. It's just that I guess we are all more inefficient about it, so maybe you would hit 100,000. And that's kind of like the work we're doing, trying to like push it and maximize it. And that's where the models will start differing, because it will choose to forget things, it will choose to remember things. And that's why I think that there might be some element of RAG, but it may not be the same RAG. Maybe the model learn things, and it's like, I can't remember that article. Let me do a database search, just like us humans. When we can't remember the article in the company, we do a search on Notion.
Yeah. I think something that would be really interesting is if you could have facts that are, so right now, the one intuition about language models is that all those parameters are around just to store random facts about the world. And this intuition comes from the observation that if you take a really small language model, it can do things like talk to you, or it kind of has like the style of conversation. It can learn that. But where it will usually fall over compared to a much larger one is it'll just be a lot less factual about things that it knows or that it can do. but that points to all those weights that we're spending, all that SGD that we're spending to train these models are just being used to store facts. And we have things like databases that are pretty good at storing facts. So I think one thing that would be really interesting is if we could actually have some sort of outside data store that a language model can look at, that maybe is has some sort of gradient descent in it, but would be quite interesting. And then maybe you could edit it, delete facts, change who's president, so that it doesn't get lost.
Can we open up Q&A and hot takes to
Sure.
the audience? I have hot take Q&A. Do these scale? When 405B state space model RAG exists, no one does long context. Who's throwing in 2 million token questions? Hot takes.
The who's throwing in 2 million token question, I think is a really good question. So I was going to offer that as a hot take. I mean, my hot take was going to be that long context doesn't matter. I know I just gave a whole talk about it, but what's the point of doing research if you can't, play both sides? But I think I think for both of us, the reason that we first got into this was just from the first principled questions of there's this quadratic thing. Clearly, intelligence doesn't need to be quadratic. What is going on? Can we understand it better? Since then, it's kind of turned into a race, which has been exciting to watch, like how much context you can take in. But I think it's right. Nobody is actually putting in a 2 million context prompt into these models. If they are, maybe we can go design a better model to do that particular thing. Yeah, what do you think about that? So you've also been working on this. Do you think long context matters?
So I'm going to burn a bit. How many of you remember the news of Google Gemini supporting 3 million context length? Raise your hand. Yeah.
2 million.
Oh, it's 2 million. Yeah. How many of you actually tried that?
I
See?
use it a lot.
You work for Minds TV.
I use it a lot. I throw his podcast in there.
But there is, you can use up to 2 million tokens, free tier, I think up to like 4 requests per minute.
Yeah, like 1 hour videos? No, nothing. It doesn't.
Yeah.
Okay, so for some people that is used, and I think that's might be like this is where my opinion starts to differ, because like I think the big labs may have a bigger role in this, because like even for RWKV, even when we train long context, the reason why I say VRAM is a problem is that because when we need to backprop against the states, we actually need to maintain the state in between the tokens by the token length. So that means we need to actually roll out the whole 1 million context if we are actually training 1 million, which is the same for transformers actually, but it just means we don't magically reuse the VRAM consumption in the training time space. So that is the one of the VRAM bottlenecks, and I'm neither OpenAI nor Google, so donate GPUs if you have too much of them. but then putting it back to another paradigm, right, is that I think O1 style reasoning might be actually pushing that direction downwards. In my opinion, this is my partial hot take, is that if let's say you have a super big 400B model, and let's say you have a 70B model that may take double the tokens, but gets the same result. Strictly speaking, a 70B, and this is even for transformer or non-transformer, right? Will take less resources than that 400B model, even if it did double the amount of thinking. And if that's the case, and we're still all trying to figure this out, maybe the direction for us is really getting the sub 200B to be as fast as efficient as possible with a very efficient architecture that some folks happen to be working on to just reason it out over larger and larger context length. Yeah.
Wait, more hot take. Why not throw GPU at problem? Cerebrus, Grok, fast inference.
I will accept those GPUs. Please send it over.
I'm on Twitter, recently on Blue Sky. I'm Real Dan Fu, so you can follow there.
Same thing. Twitter, Blue Sky, I guess, GitHub, Discord, Pico Creator, PICO, creator.
Oh, can y'all hear me? Yeah. One thing I'm super interested in is models that can watch forever. Obviously, you cannot train something on infinite context length. How are y'all thinking about that, where you run on a much longer context length than is possible to train on?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I think when I think you guys probably had tweets along these lines too. When we first started doing these things, because these are all recurrent models, in theory you could just run it forever. You could just run it forever, and at the very least it won't like error out on you or crash. There's another question of whether it can actually use what it's seen in that infinite context. And I think so one place where probably the research and architectures ran faster than other research is actually the benchmarks for long context. So you turn it on forever, you want to do everything or watch everything. What is it that you actually wanted to do? Can we actually build some benchmarks for that, then measure what's happening, and then ask the question, can the models do it? Is there something else that they need? Yeah, I think that if I were to turn back the clock to 2022, that's probably one of the things I would have done differently, which would have been actually get some long context benchmarks out at the same time as we started pushing context length in all these models.
I will also say the use case. So like, I think we both agree that there's no infinite memory, and the model needs to be able to learn and decide. I think what we have observed I think this also with the state space model is that one of the key advantage of this alternate attention mechanic that is not based on token position is that the model don't suddenly become crazy when you go past the 8K training context length or a million context length. It's actually still stable. It still is able to run. It's still be able to rationalize. It just starts forgetting things. But some of these things are still there in latent memory. Some of these things are still somewhat there. That's the whole point of why reading twice works. Things like that. And one of the biggest push in this direction is that I think both state space and RWKV have separate papers by other researchers where they use this architecture for time series data, weather modeling. So you're not asking what was the weather 5 days ago. You're asking what's the weather tomorrow based on the infinite length that as long as this Earth and the computer will keep running. And they found that it is like better than existing like be it transformer or existing architecture in modeling this weather data controlled for the param size and stuff. I'm quite sure there are people with larger models. So there are things that in this case, right, there is future applications if your question is just what's next and not what's 10 years ago.
Thanks so much for having us. Oh, that's a video of us. I was a little bit creepy.
It's going to come on YouTube.
All right. Thank you, Eugene and Dan. So we've talked about efficiency in large scale model. We've talked about, grassroots type of model that comes from, 2 GPUs. No, there was more than that. It's not complete to then not talk about the on-device type of size of model. For that, synthetic data is also very relevant. And joining us to talk about it will be Loubna Ben Alal. She is a research engineer at Hugging Face, and she's worked on pre-training data sets like Cosmopedia, which is going to be showcased in our event pamphlet towards the end of the day. If you stay long enough, you will get one of them. It's really artfully done, and Cosmopedia is featured on there. It's Loubna's work, and she's also the lead on training small language models, small LM and small LM2 at Hugging Face. The TLDR on those models are they have very, very high performance without the high cost associated with large models. So Loubna's going to talk about how she did that as well as the synthetic data's role in that. Welcome.
Thanks for the introduction. Let me see if you can see my screen. Okay, perfect. This one is here. Yeah. Okay, cool. We can get started. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for the invitation. So I'm going to be talking about synthetic data in 2024, and then I'm going to be talking about small on-device models. So I think the most interesting thing about synthetic data this year is that like now we have it everywhere in the large language models pipeline. I think initially synthetic data was mainly used just for post-training because naturally that's the part where we needed human annotators to show the models how they should answer instructions, how should they should be helpful and not toxic. And when we had LLMs that were really performant, we replaced not human annotators just with synthetic data. And then after that, we realized that we don't really have good benchmarks to measure if models follow instructions well, if they are creative enough, or if they are chatty enough. So we also started using LLMs as judges. And I think this year and towards the end of last year, we also went to the pre-training parts and we started generating synthetic data for pre-training to kind of replace some parts of the web. And the motivation behind that is that you have a lot of control over synthetic data. You can control your prompt and basically also the kind of data that you generate. So instead of just trying to filter the web, you could try to get the LLM to generate what you think the best web pages could look like and then train your models on that. So this is how we went from not having synthetic data at all in the LLM pipeline to having it everywhere. And so the cool thing is like today you can train an LLM with like an entirely synthetic pipeline. For example, you can use our Cosmopedia datasets and you can train a 1B model on like 150 billion tokens that are 100% synthetic and those are also of good quality. And then you can instruction tune the model on a synthetic SFT dataset. You can also do DPO on a synthetic dataset. And then to evaluate if the model is good, you can use a benchmark that uses LLMs as a judge, for example, MT Bench or Alpaca Eval. So I think this is like really mind-blowing because like just a few years ago, we wouldn't think this is possible. And I think there's a lot of concerns about model collapse, and I'm going to talk about that later. But we'll see that like if we use synthetic data properly and we curate it carefully, that shouldn't happen. And the reason synthetic data is very popular right now is that we have really strong models, both open and closed. It is really cheap and fast to use compared to human annotations, which cost a lot and take a lot of time. And also for open models, right now we have some really good inference frameworks. So if you have enough GPUs, it's really easy to spawn these GPUs and generate like a lot of synthetic data. Some examples are VLM, TGI, and TensorRT. Now let's talk about the elephant in the room, model collapse. Is this the end? If you look at the media and all of like, for example, some papers in Nature, it's really scary because there's a lot of synthetic data out there in the web and naturally we train on the web. So we're going to be training a lot of synthetic data. And if model collapse is going to happen, we should really try to take that seriously. And the other issue is that, as I said, a lot of people think the web is polluted because there's a lot of synthetic data. And for example, when we were building fine web datasets here, Guilherme and Hinek were interested in like how much synthetic data is there in the web. So there isn't really a method to properly measure the amount of synthetic data or to say if a web page is synthetic or not. But one thing we can do is to try to look for like proxy words, for example, expressions like as a large language model or words like delve that we know are actually generated by ChatGPT. We could try to measure the amount of these words in our datasets and compare them to the previous years. For example, here we measured like these words ratio in different dumps of Common Crawl. And we can see that like the ratio really increased after ChatGPT's release. So if we were to say that synthetic data amount didn't change, you would expect this ratio to stay constant, which is not the case. So there's a lot of synthetic data probably on the web, but does this really make models worse? So what we did is we trained different models on these different dumps, and we then computed their performance on popular like NLP benchmarks, and then we computed the aggregated score. And surprisingly, you can see that the latest dumps are actually even better than the dumps that are before. So if there's some synthetic data there, at least it did not make the models worse. Yeah, which is really encouraging. So personally, I wouldn't say the web is polluted with synthetic data. Maybe it's even making it more rich. And the issue with like model collapse is that, for example, those studies, they were done at like a small scale, and you would ask the model to complete, for example, a Wikipedia paragraph, and then you would train it on these new generations, and you would do that iteratively. I think if you do that approach, it's normal to observe this kind of behavior because the quality is going to be worse because the model is already small. And then if you train it just on its generations, you shouldn't expect it to become better. But what we're really doing here is that we take a model that is very large and we try to distill its knowledge into a model that is smaller. And in this way, you can expect to get like better performance for your small model. And using synthetic data for pre-training has become really popular after the textbooks are all you need papers, where Microsoft basically trained a series of small models on textbooks that were using a large LLM. And then they found that these models were actually better than models that are much larger. So this was really interesting. It was like first of its time, but it was also met with a lot of skepticism, which is a good thing in research. It pushes you to question things because the dataset that they trained on was not public. So people were not really sure if these models are really good or maybe there's just some data contamination. So it was really hard to check if you just have the weights of the models. And at Hugging Face, because we like open source, we try to reproduce what they did. So this is our Cosmopedia dataset. We basically tried to follow a similar approach to what they documented in the paper, and we created a synthetic dataset of textbooks and blog posts and stories that had almost 30 billion tokens. And we trained some models on that. And we found that like the key ingredient to getting a good dataset that is synthetic is trying as much as possible to keep it diverse. Because if you just throw the same prompts as your model, like generate like a textbook about linear algebra, and even if you change the temperature, the textbooks are going to look alike. So there's no way you could scale to like millions of samples. And the way you do that is by creating prompts that have some seeds that make them diverse. In our case, the prompt, we would ask the model to generate textbook, but make it related to an extract from a web page. And also we try to frame it to stay within topic. For example, here, we put like an extract about cardiovascular bioimaging, and then we ask the model to generate a textbook related to medicine that is also related to this web page. And this is a really nice approach because there's so many web pages out there. So you can be sure that your generation is not going to be diverse when you change the seed example. One thing that's challenging with this is that you want the seed samples to be related to your topics. So we use like a search tool to try to go all of FineWeb dataset and find the pages that are related to the topics we're interested in. And then we also do a lot of experiments with the type of generations we want the model to generate. For example, we ask it for textbooks for middle school students or textbook for college. And we found that like some generation styles help on some specific benchmarks, while others help on other benchmarks. For example, college textbooks are really good for MMLU, while middle school textbooks are good for benchmarks like OpenBookQA and Pico. This is like a sample from like our search tool. For example, you have a top category, which is a topic, and then you have some subtopics, and then you have the topic hits, which are basically the web pages in FineWeb that belong to these topics. And here you can see the comparison between Cosmopedia. We had two versions, V1 and V2 in blue and red. And you can see the comparison to FineWeb. And as you can see throughout the training on Cosmopedia was consistently better. So we managed to get a dataset that was actually good to train these models on. It's of course so much smaller than FineWeb. It's only 30 billion tokens, but that's the scale that Microsoft datasets was. So we kind of managed to reproduce a bit what they did. And the dataset is public, so everyone can go there, check if everything is all right. This recent paper from NVIDIA, Nemotron CC, they took things a bit further and they generated not a few billion tokens, but 1.9 trillion tokens, which is huge. And we can see later how they did that. It's more of like rephrasing the web. So we can see today that there's like some really huge synthetic data sets out there and they're public. So like you can try to filter them even further if you want to get like more high quality corpses. So for this rephrasing the web, this approach was suggested in this paper by Pratyush, where basically in this paper, they take some samples from C4 datasets, and then they use an LLM to rewrite these samples into a better format. For example, they ask an LLM to rewrite the sample into a Wikipedia passage or into a Q&A page. And the interesting thing in this approach is that you can use a model that is small because rewriting doesn't require knowledge. It's just rewriting a page into a different style. So the model doesn't need to have like knowledge that is like extensive of what is rewriting compared to just asking a model to generate a new textbook and not giving it like ground truth. So here they rewrite some samples from C4 into Q&A, into Wikipedia, and they find that doing this works better than training just on C4. And so what they did in Nemotron CC is a similar approach. They rewrite some pages from Common Crawl for two reasons. One is to like improve pages that are low quality. So they rewrite them into, for example, a Wikipedia page so they look better. And another reason is to create more diverse datasets. So they have a dataset that they already heavily filtered, and then they take these pages that are already high quality and they ask the model to rewrite them in question and answer format into like open-ended questions or like multi-choice questions. So this way they can reuse the same page multiple times without fearing like having multiple duplicates, because it's the same information, but it's going to be rewritten differently. So I think that's also a really interesting approach for like generating synthetic data just by rephrasing the pages that you already have. There's also this approach called prox, where they try to start from a web page and then they generate a program which finds how to rewrite that page to make it better and less noisy. For example, here you can see that there's some leftover metadata in the web page, and you don't necessarily want to keep that for training your model. So they train a model that can generate programs that can like normalize and remove lines that are extra. So I think this approach is also interesting, but it's maybe less scalable than the approaches that I presented before. So that was it for like rephrasing and generating new textbooks. Another approach that I think is really good and becoming really popular for using synthetic data for pre-training is basically building better classifiers for filtering the web. For example, here we released the dataset called FineWeb.edu, and the way we built it is by taking Llama 3 and asking it to rate the educational content of web pages from 0 to 5. So for example, if a page is like a really good textbook that could be useful in a school setting, it would get a really high score. And if a page is just like an advertisement or promotional material, it would get a lower score. And then after that, we take these synthetic annotations and we train a classifier on them. It's a classifier like a BERT model. And then we run this classifier on all of FineWeb, which is a 15 trillion tokens dataset. And then we only keep the pages that have like a score that's higher than 3. So for example, in our case, we went from 15 trillion tokens to just 1.5 trillion tokens that are really highly educational. And as you can see here, FineWeb.edu outperforms all the other public web datasets by a large margin on a couple of benchmarks. Here I show the aggregated score. And you can see that this approach is really effective for filtering web datasets to get like better corpuses for training your LLMs. Others also try to do this approach. There's, for example, the DCLM datasets, where they also train the classifier, but not to detect educational content. Instead, they trained it on OpenHermes dataset, which is a dataset for instruction tuning, and also the explain like IM5 subreddits. And then they also get really high quality dataset, which is like very information dense and can help you train some really good LLMs. And then Nemotron Common Crawl, they also did this approach, but instead of using one classifier, they used an ensemble of classifiers. So they used, for example, the DCLM classifier and also classifiers like the ones we used in FineWeb Educational. And then they combine these scores with an ensemble method to only retain the best high quality pages. And they get a dataset that works even better than the ones we developed. So that was it for like synthetic data for pre-training. Now we can go back to post-training. I think there's a lot of interesting post-training data sets out there. One that was released recently is Agent Instruct by Microsoft, where they basically try to target some specific skills and improve the performance of models on them. For example, here you can see code, brain teasers, open domain QA, and they managed to get a data set that outperforms, that when fine-tuning Mistral 7B on it, it outperforms the original Instruct model that was released by Mistral. And as I said, to get good synthetic data, you really have to have a framework to make sure that your data is diverse. So for example, for them, they always see the generations on either source code or raw text documents, and then they rewrite them to make sure they're easier to generate instructions from, and then they use that for their instruction data generation. There's also the tool 3 SFT mixture, which was released recently by Allen AI. It's also really good quality and it covers a wide range of tasks. And the way they make sure that this dataset is diverse is by using personas from the Persona Hub datasets, which is basically a dataset of I think over 1 million personas. And for example, in the tool mixture to generate a new code snippet, they would give the model persona, for example, a machine learning researcher interested in neural networks, and then ask it to generate a coding problem. This way you make sure that your dataset is really diverse, and then you can further filter the datasets, for example, using the reward models. We also released a dataset called Small Talk, and we also tried to cover the wide range of tasks. And as you can see here, for example, when fine-tuning Mistral 7B on the dataset, we also outperformed the original Mistral Instruct on a number of benchmarks, notably on mathematics and instruction following with IF-eval. Another paper that's really interesting I wanted to mention is this one called Multilingual Data Arbitrage by Cohere. And basically, they want to generate a dataset for post-training that is multilingual. And they have a really interesting problem. It's the fact that there isn't one model that's really good at all the languages they wanted. So what they do is that they use not just one teacher model, but multiple teachers. And then they have a router, which basically sends the prompts they have to all these models. And then they get the completions, and they have a reward model that rates all these generations and only keeps the best one. And this is arbitrage in finance. So I think what's interesting in this, it shows that synthetic data, it doesn't have to come from a single model. And because we have so many good models now, you could pull these models together and get a data set that's of a really high quality and that's diverse and that covers all your needs. I was supposed to post a meme there, but lack of time. Yeah, so that was it for synthetic data. Now we can go to see what's happening in the small models field in 2024. I don't know if you know, but now we have some really good small models. For example, Llama 3.2 1B, it matches Llama 2.13B that was released last year on the LMSys Arena, which is basically the default go-to leaderboard for evaluating models using human evaluation. And as you can see here, the scores of the models are really close. So I think we've made a huge leap forward in terms of small models. Of course, that's just one data point, but there's more. For example, if you look at this chart from the Qwen 2.5 blog post, it shows that today we have some really good models that are only 3 billion parameters and 4 billion that score really high on MMLU, which is a really popular benchmark for evaluating models. And you can see here that the blue dots have more than 65 on MMLU, and the gray ones have less. And for example, Llama 33B had less. So now we have a 3B model that outperforms a 33B model that was released earlier on MMLU benchmark. So I think now people are starting to realize that we shouldn't just scale models, but we should try to make them more efficient. I don't know if you knew, but you can also chat with a 3B plus model on your iPhone. For example, here, this is an app called Pocket Pal, where you can go and select a model from Hugging Face. It has a large choice. For example, here, we loaded Phi 3.5, which is 3.8 billion parameters on this iPhone, and we can chat with it. And you can see that even the latency is also acceptable. For example, here, I asked it to give me a joke about NeurIPS. So let's see what it has to say. Okay, why did the neural network attend NeurIPS? Because it heard there would be a lot of layers and fun, and it wanted to train its sense of humor. So not very funny, but at least it can run on device. Yeah, so I think now we have good small models, but we also have like good frameworks and tools to use these small models. So I think we're really close to having like really on edge and on device models that are really good. And I think for a while we've had this narrative that just training larger models is better. And of course, this is supported by science scaling laws. As you can see here, for example, when we scale the model size, the loss is lower, and obviously you get a better model. But, and we can see this, for example, in the GPT family of models, how we went from just 100 million parameters to more than 1 trillion parameters. And of course, we all observed the performance improvement when using the latest model. But one thing that we shouldn't forget is that when we scale the model, we also scale the inference costs and time. And so the largest models are going to cost so much more. So I think now, instead of just building larger models, we should be focusing on building more efficient models. It's no longer a race for the largest models, since these models are really expensive to run and they require like really good infrastructure to do that. And they cannot run on, for example, consumer hardware. And when you try to build more efficient models that match larger models, that's when you can really unlock some really interesting on-device use cases. And I think a trend that we're noticing now is the trend of training smaller models longer. For example, if you compare how long Llama was trained compared to Llama 3, there is a huge increase in the pre-training length. Llama was trained on 1 trillion tokens, but Llama 3 8B was trained on 15 trillion tokens. So Meta managed to get a model that's the same size, but it performs so much better by choosing to spend the sacrifice during training. Because as we know, training is a one-time cost, but inference is something that's ongoing. If we want to see what are like the small models reads in 2024, I think this mobile LLM paper by Meta is interesting. They try to study different models that are like have the less than 1 billion parameters and find which architecture makes most sense for these models. For example, they find that depth is more important than width. So it's more important to have models that have like more layers than just making them more wide. They also find that GQA helps, that tying the embedding helps. So I think it's a nice study overall for models that are just few 100 million parameters. There's also the Apple Intelligence tech report, which is interesting. So for Apple Intelligence, they had two models, one that was like on server and another model that was on device. It had 3 billion parameters. And I think the interesting part is that they trained this model using pruning and then distillation. And for example, they have this table where they show that like using pruning and distillation works much better than training from scratch. And they also have some interesting insights about like how they specialize their models on specific tasks, like for example, summarization and rewriting. There's also this paper by NVIDIA that was released recently. I think you've already had a talk about like hybrid models that was already interesting. And this model, they used like a hybrid architecture between state space models and transformers. And they managed to train a 1B model that's really performant without needing to train it on a lot of tokens. And regarding our work, we just recently released smol M2. So it's a series of 3 models, which are the best in class in each model size. For example, our 1.7B model outperforms Llama 1B and also Coin 2.5. And how we managed to train this model is that we spent a lot of time trying to curate the pre-training dataset. We did a lot of ablations trying to find which datasets are good and also how to mix them. We also created some new math and code datasets that we're releasing soon. But we basically really spent a lot of time trying to find what's the best mixture that we can train these models on. And then we spent some time trying to we also trained these models for very long. For example, smol M1 was trained only on 1 trillion tokens, but this model is trained on 11 trillion tokens. And we saw that the performance kept improving. The models didn't really plateau mid-training, which I think is really interesting. It shows that you can train such small models for very long and keep getting performance gains. What's interesting about smol M2 is that it's fully open. We also released the pre-training code base, the fine-tuning code, and datasets, and also evaluation in this repository. Also, there's like really interesting small models for text, but also for vision. For example, here you can see small VLM, which is a 2B model that's really efficient. It doesn't consume a lot of RAM, and it also has a good performance. There's also Moondrram 0.5B, which was released recently. It's like the smallest vision language model. And as you can see, there isn't like a big trade-off compared to Moondrram 2B. So now I showed you that we have some really good small models. We also have the tools to use them, but why should you consider using small models and when? I think like small models are really interesting because of the on-device feature. Because these models are small and they can run fast, you can basically run them on your laptop, but also on your mobile phone. And this means that your data set stays locally. You don't have to send your queries to third parties. And this really enhances privacy. That was, for example, one of the big selling points for Apple Intelligence. Also, right now, we really have so many frameworks to do on-device inference. For example, there's MLX, MLC, Llama CPP, Transformers JS. So we have a lot of options, and each of them have like great features. So you have so many options for doing that. Small models are also really powerful if you choose to specialize them. For example, here there's a startup called NewMind, which took small LM and then they fine-tuned it on text extraction datasets. And they managed to get a model that's not very far from models that are much larger. So I think text extraction is like one use case where small models can be really performant, and it makes sense to use them instead of just using larger models. You can also chat with these models in browser. For example, here you can go there, you can load the model, you can even turn off your internet and just start chatting with the model locally. Speaking of text extraction, if you don't want to fine tune the models, there's really good method of structure generation where you can basically force the models to follow a JSON schema that you defined. For example, here we try to force the model to follow a schema for extracting key information from GitHub issues. So you can input free text, which is a complaint about a GitHub repository, something not working. And then you can run it there and the model can extract anything that is relevant for your GitHub issue creation. For example, the priority, for example, here priority is high, the type of the issue, bug, and then a title and the estimation of how long this will take to fix. And you can just like do this in the browser. You can transform your text into a GitHub issue that's properly formatted. So what's next for synthetic data and small models? I think that domain-specific synthetic data is gonna be, it's already important, it's gonna be even more important. For example, generating synthetic data for math. I think this really would help improve the reasoning of a lot of models. And a lot of people are doing it. For example, Quinn 2.5 math, everyone's trying to reproduce a one. And so I think for synthetic data, trying to specialize it on some domains is gonna be really important. And then for small models, I think specializing them through fine-tuning is also gonna be really important because I think a lot of companies are just trying to use these large models because they are better. But on some tasks, I think you can already get decent performance with small models. So you don't need to pay like a cost that's much larger just to make your model better at your task by a few percent. And this is not just for text. I think it also applies for other modalities like vision and audio. And I think you should also watch out for on-device frameworks and applications. For example, like the app I showed, Pokespal or Llama, all these frameworks are becoming really popular. And I'm pretty sure that we're gonna get like more of them in 2025. And users really like that. Maybe for other, I should also say a hot take. I think that like in AI, we just started like with fine tuning, for example, trying to make BERT work on some specific use cases and really struggling to do that. And then we had some models that are much larger. So we just switched to like prompt engineering to get the models to solve our tasks. And I think we're going back to fine tuning where we realize these models are really costly. It's better to use just a small model. We'll try to specialize it. So I think it's a little bit of a cycle and we're going to start to see like more fine tuning and less of just like prompt engineering the models. So that was my talk. Thank you for following. And if you have any questions, we can take them now.
Opening to question, hot takes. Go for it.
Yeah, no, only talks about text because that's what I work on. But I think also like for the other modalities, it makes a lot of sense, and a lot of people are already using it. For example, Qt AI, like for use building their multi-model, they generate like synthetic audio data. I think that's also the case for vision. But I think the same applies. Like if you want to avoid model collapse, you should make sure to like make your data diverse and also filter it. So I think everything that I said also applies for the other modalities.
Can I jump in with a question? Talk about modalities. There are more like physical worlds modalities, so the bio modality or the action modality. Synthetic data there is quite hard to do, like, or at least do well. For example, the synthetic data for molecular structure or genomic sequences, that's really hard, but those are the areas, or to your point earlier, specialized synthetic data is very needed, and they are very data poor right now as modalities. What are your take on that?
Yeah, I think like for you to get good synthetic data, you need to have a model that's already good at the tasks you want to generate synthetic data from. So for example, for these use cases, the issue is that like we don't have like models that you could leverage for generating synthetic data from. So maybe if we solve that issue of having models just like by training on data that's not synthetic first, I think we're probably going to get there somewhere. Then synthetic data is going to be a natural follow-up.
Any other question maybe on device models? Apple Intelligence, I think, just got a shipment not today from OpenAI. So there's that. All right. Well, thank you, Loubna.
Thank you.
Elaborate a little bit. Okay, so now we have time for a little bit of a break. We were supposed to get these pamphlets at the start, but now we have to schedule halfway through the day. So really thanks to TOF 1943 and the Singapore friends that helped us print this. It's super nice. It's like a little take-home thing. That at the back has visualizations of all the papers, the top one of each segment of that we had to pick because we only got space for one. And so yeah, we have Loubna's small LM in here, I think. Yeah, that's her paper right there. So really cute. Thanks to TOF and the Singapore crew for doing this. We'll be back at 3 p.m. All right. Bit of a break.
2, 2. One, two.
Thank goodness on that one. Yes, let's mute the Zoom for now.
But we are back with one more session followed by another, and then there will be a big debate happening in the middle of the pit. All right, next we have agents in all the talks. It's going to be a miss if we don't cover that. To talk to us about that is Graham Newbeek. Did I say it right? Newbeek. He's a CS professor at CMU and a co-founder of All Hands. His LLM class is the most popular advanced LLM class at CMU. So he's a bit of a celebrity at CMU, as well as at All Hands, which has created open source solutions that has surpassed closed source models in some really impressive benchmarks. All Hands have Open Hands projects, which create a lot of these open source solutions. And Graham is known for his research and commentary on agent frameworks. More recently, he published his take on Don't Sleep on Single Agent. So that's a little preview. Thank you, Graham.
Okay, hi everyone. So I was given the task of talking about agents in 2024, and this is an impossible task because there are so many agents in 2024. So this is going to be strongly covered by like my personal experience and what I think is interesting and important, but I think it's an important topic. So let's go ahead. So the first thing I'd like to think about is, let's say I gave you, a highly competent human some tools. Let's say I give you a web browser and a terminal or a file system and the ability to edit text or code. What could you do with that? Everything, yeah, probably a lot of things. This is like 99% of my, daily life, I guess, when I'm working. So I think this is a pretty powerful tool set. And what I am trying to do, and what I think some other people are trying to do, is come up with agents that are able to, manipulate these things: web browsing, coding, running code, in successful ways. So there was a little bit about my profile. I'm a professor at CMU, chief scientist at All Hands AI, building open source coding agents. I'm maintainer of Open Hands, which is an open source coding agent framework. And I'm also a software developer. And I like doing lots of coding and shipping new features and stuff like this. So building agents that help me to do this, is kind of an interesting thing very close to me. So the first thing I'd like to do is I'd like to try some things that I haven't actually tried before. If anybody has, tried to give a live demo, this is very, very scary whenever you do it, and it might not work. So it might not work this time either. But I want to show you like 3 things that I typically do with coding agents in my everyday work. I use coding agents maybe 5 to 10 times a day to help me solve my own problems. And so this is a first one. This is a data science task, which says, I want to create scatter plots that show the increase of the SWE bench score over time. And so I wrote a kind of concrete prompt about this. Agents work better with like somewhat concrete prompts. And I'm going to throw this into Open Hands and let it work. And I'll go back to that in a second. Another thing that I do is I create new software. And I've been using a service, a particular service, I won't name it, for sending emails, and I'm not very happy with it. So I want to switch over to this new service called resend.com, which makes it easier to send emails. And so I'm going to ask it to read the docs for the resend.com API and come up with a script that allows me to send emails. The input to the script should be a CSV file, and the subject and body should be provided in Jinja 2 templates. So I'll start another agent and try to get it to do that for me. And let's go with the last one. The last one I do is improving existing software. And in order, once you write software, you usually don't throw it away. You go in and like actually improve it iteratively. This software that I have is something I created without writing any code. It's basically software to monitor how much our agents are contributing to the OpenHands repository. And let me make that a little bit bigger. On the left side, I have the number of issues where it like sent a pull request. I have the number of issues where it like sent a pull request, whether it was merged in purple, closed in red, or is still open in green. And so these are it's helping us monitor. But one thing it doesn't tell me is the total number. And I kind of want that feature added to this software. So I'm going to try to add that too. So I'll take this. I'll take this prompt. And here, I want to open up specifically that GitHub repo. So I'll open up that repo and paste in the prompt asking it. I asked it to make a pie chart for each of these and give me the total over the entire time period that I'm monitoring. So we'll do that. And so now I have, let's see, I have some agents. Oh, this one already finished. Let's see. So this one already finished. You can see it finished analyzing the SweBench repository. It wrote a demonstration of, yeah, I'm trying to do that now, actually. It wrote a demonstration of how much each of the systems have improved over time. And I asked it to label the top 3 for each of the data sets. And so it labeled OpenHands as being the best one for SweBench normal. For SweBench verified, it has like the Amazon Q agent in OpenHands. For the SweBench Lite, it has 3 here, 3 over here. So you can see like, that's pretty useful, right? If you're a researcher, you do data analysis all the time. I did it while I was talking to all of you and making a presentation. So that's pretty nice. I doubt the other 2 are finished yet. That would be impressive if yeah, so I think they're still working. So maybe we'll get back to them at the end of the presentation. But so these are the kinds of things that I do every day with coding agents now. And it's or software development agents. It's pretty impressive. The next thing I'd like to talk about a little bit is things I worry about when designing agents. So we're designing agents to, do a very difficult task of like navigating websites, writing code, other things like this. And within 2024, there's been like a huge improvement in the methodology that we use to do this. But there's a bunch of things we think about. There's a bunch of interesting papers, and I'd like to introduce a few of them. So the first thing I worry about is the agent-computer interface. Like, how do we get an agent to interact with computers? And how do we provide agents with the tools to do the job? And within OpenHands, we are doing the thing on the right, but there's also a lot of agents that do the thing on the left. So the thing on the left is you give like agents kind of granular tools. You give them tools like, or let's say your instruction is, I want to determine the most cost-effective country to purchase the smartphone model Kodak 1. The countries to consider are the USA, Japan, Germany, and India. And you have a bunch of available APIs. And so what you do for some agents is you provide them all of these tools, APIs as tools that they can call. And so in this particular case, in order to solve this problem, you'd have to make about like 30 tool calls, right? You'd have to call lookup rates for Germany. You'd have to look it up for the US, Japan, and India. That's 4 tool calls. And then you'd go through and do all of these things separately. And the method that we adopt in OpenHands instead is we provide these tools, but we provide them by just giving a coding agent the ability to call arbitrary Python code. And in the arbitrary Python code, it can call these tools. We expose these tools as APIs that the model can call. And what that allows us to do is instead of writing 20 tool calls, making 20 LLM calls, you write a program that runs all of these all at once, and it gets the result. And of course, it can execute that program. It can, make a mistake. It can get errors back and fix things. But that makes our job a lot easier. And this has been really like instrumental to our success, I think. Another part of this is what tools does the agent need? And I think this depends on your use case. We're kind of extreme. And we're only giving the agent 5 tools, or maybe 6 tools. And what are they? The first one is program execution. So it can execute bash programs, and it can execute Jupyter notebooks. It can execute cells in Jupyter notebooks. So those are 2 tools. Another one is a file editing tool. And the file editing tool allows you to browse parts of files and kind of read them, overwrite them, other stuff like this. And then we have another global search and replace tool. So it's actually 2 tools for file editing. And then a final one is web browsing. Web browsing, I'm kind of cheating when I call it only 1 tool. You actually have like scroll and text input and click and other stuff like that. But these are basically the only things we allow the agent to do. Then the question is, like, what if we want it to allow it to do something else? And the answer is, well, human programmers already have a bunch of things that they use. They have the requests PyPy library. They have the PDF to text PyPy library. They have like all these other libraries in the Python ecosystem that they can use. And so if we provide a coding agent with all these libraries, it can do things like data visualization and other stuff that I just showed you. So it can also get clone repositories and other things like this. The agents are super good at using the GitHub API also, so they can do, things on GitHub, like finding all of the, comments on your issues or checking GitHub actions and stuff. The second thing I think about is the human agent interface. So this is like, how do we get humans to interact with agents? I already showed you one variety of our human agent interface. It's basically a chat window where you can browse through the agent's results and things like this. This is very, very difficult. I don't think anybody has a good answer to this, and I don't think we have a good answer to this, but the guiding principles that I'm trying to follow are we want to present enough info to the user. So we want to present them with, what the agent is doing in the form of a kind of English description. So you can see here, every time it takes an action, it says, like, I will help you create a script for sending emails. When it runs a bash command, sorry, that's a little small. When it runs a bash command, it will say ran a bash command. It won't actually show you the whole bash command or the whole Jupyter notebook because it can be really large, but you can open it up and see if you want to by clicking on this. So like, if you want to explore more, you can click over to the Jupyter notebook and see what's displayed in the Jupyter notebook, and you get like lots and lots of information. So that's one thing. Another thing is go where the user is. So like if the user's already interacting in a particular setting, then I'd like to, integrate into that setting, but only to a point. So at OpenHands, we have a chat UI for interaction. We have a GitHub plugin for tagging and resolving issues. So basically what you do is you do @OpenHands agent, and the OpenHands agent will like see that comment and be able to go in and fix things. So if you say @OpenHands agent, tests are failing on this PR, please fix the tests. It will go in and fix the tests for you and stuff like this. Another thing we have is a remote runtime for launching headless jobs. So if you want to launch like a fleet of agents to solve, 5 different problems at once, you can also do that through an API. So we have these interfaces. And this probably depends on the use case. So like depending, if you're a coding agent, you want to do things one way. If you're a like insurance auditing agent, you'll want to do things other ways, obviously. Another thing I think about a lot is choosing a language model. And for agentic LMs, we have to have a bunch of things work really well. The first thing is really, really good instruction following ability. And if you have really good instruction following ability, it opens up like a ton of possible applications for you. Tool use and coding abilities. So if you provide tools, it needs to be able to use them well. environment understanding. So it needs, like if you're building a web agent, it needs to be able to understand web pages either through vision or through text. And error awareness and recovery ability. So if it makes a mistake, it needs to be able to, figure out why it made a mistake, come up with alternative strategies and other things like this. Under the hood, in all of the demos that I did now, Claude, we're using Claude. Claude has all of these abilities. Very good, not perfect, but very good. Most others don't have these abilities quite as much. So like GPT-4o doesn't have very good error recovery ability. And so because of this, it will go into loops and do the same thing over and over and over again, whereas Claude does not do this. Claude, if you use the agents enough, you get used to their kind of like personality, and Claude says, let me try a different approach a lot. So, obviously it's been trained in some way to, elicit this ability. We did an evaluation. This is old, and we need to update this basically, but we evaluated Claude, GPT-4o, O1 Mini, Llama 405B, DeepSeek 2.5 on being a good code agent within our framework. And Claude was kind of head and shoulders above the rest. GPT-4o was kind of okay. The best open source model was Llama 3.1 405B. This needs to be updated because this is like a few months old by now, and things are moving really, really fast. But I still am under the impression that Claude is the best. The other closed models are, not quite as good, and then the open models are a little bit behind that. Grok, we haven't tried Grok at all, actually. So it's a good question. If you want to try it, I'd be happy to help. Yeah. Cool. Another thing is planning. And so there's a few considerations for planning. The first one is whether you have a curated plan or you have it generated on the fly. And so for solving GitHub issues, you can kind of have an overall plan. Like the plan is first reproduce, if there's an issue, first write tests to reproduce the issue or to demonstrate the issue. After that, run the tests and make sure they fail. Then go in and fix the tests, run the tests again to make sure they pass, and then you're done. So that's like a pretty good workflow for like solving coding issues. And you could curate that ahead of time. Another option is to let the language model basically generate its own plan. And both of these are perfectly valid. Another one is explicit structure versus implicit structure. So let's say you generate a plan. If you have explicit structure, you could like write a multi-agent system, and the multi-agent system would have your reproducer agent, and then it would have your test writer agent and your bug fixer agent and lots of different agents, and you would explicitly write this all out in code and then use it that way. On the other hand, you could just provide a prompt that says, please do all of these things in order. So in OpenHands, we do very light planning. We have a single prompt. We don't have any multi-agent systems, but we do provide like instructions about like what to do first, what to do next, and other things like this. I'm not against doing it the other way, but I laid out some kind of justification for this in this blog called Don't Sleep on Single Agent Systems. And the basic idea behind this is if you have a really, really good instruction following agent, it will follow the instructions as long as things are working according to your plan. But let's say you need to deviate from your plan, you still have the flexibility to do this. And if you do explicit structure through a multi-agent system, it becomes a lot harder to do that. Like you get stuck when things deviate from your plan. There's also some other examples, and I wanted to introduce a few papers. So one paper I liked recently is this paper called COACT, where you generate plans and then go in and fix them. And so the basic idea is like if you need to deviate from your plan, you can figure out that your plan was not working and go back and deviate from it. Another thing I think about a lot is specifying common workflows. So we're trying to tackle software development, and I already showed like 3 use cases where we do software development. And when we do software development, we do a ton of different things, but we do them over and over and over again. So just to give an example, we fix GitHub actions when GitHub actions are failing, and we do that over and over and over again. That's not the number one thing that software engineers do, but it's a high up on the list. So how can we get a list of all of like the workflows that people are working on? And there's a few research works that people have done in this direction. One example is manual prompting. So there's this nice paper called STEP that got state of the art on the Web Arena web navigation benchmark, where they came up with a bunch of manual workflows for solving different web navigation tasks. And we also have a paper recently called Agent Workflow Memory, where the basic idea behind this is we want to create self-improving agents that learn from their past successes. And the way it works is we have a memory that has an example of lots of the previous workflows that people have used. And every time the agent finishes a task and it self-judges that it did a good job at that task, you take that task, you break it down into individual workflows included in that, and then you put it back in the prompt for the agent to work next time. And this, we demonstrated that this leads to a 22.5% increase on Web Arena after 40 examples. So that's a pretty, huge increase by kind of self-learning and self-improvement. Another thing is exploration. Oops. And one thing I think about is like, how can agents learn more about their environment before acting? And I work on coding and web agents, and there's a few good examples of this in both areas. Within coding, I view this as like repository understanding the code base that you're dealing with. And there's an example of this, or a couple examples of this. One example being agentless, where they basically create a map of the repo, and based on the map of the repo, they feed that into the agent, so the agent can then navigate the repo and better know where things are. And for web agents, there's an example of a paper called Bagel, and basically what they do is they have the agent just do random tasks on a website, explore the website, better understand the structure of the website, and then after that, they feed that in as part of the prompt. Part 7 is search. Right now in OpenHands, we just let the agent go on a linear search path. So it's just solving the problem once. We're using a good agent that can kind of like recover from errors and try alternative things when things are not working properly, but still we only have a linear search path. But there's also some nice work in 2024 that is about exploring multiple paths. So one example of this is there's a paper called Tree Search for Language Agents, and they basically expand multiple paths, check whether the paths are going well, and if they aren't going well, you rewind back. And on the web, this is kind of tricky because, like, how do you rewind when you accidentally ordered something you don't want on Amazon? It's kind of, not the easiest thing to do. For code, it's a little bit easier because you can just revert any changes that you made. But I think that's an interesting topic too. And then finally, evaluation. So within our development for evaluation, we want to do a number of things. The first one is fast sanity checks. And in order to do this, we want things we can run really fast, really cheaply. So for web, we have something called Mini World of Bits, which is basically these trivial kind of web navigation things. We have something called the Aider code editing benchmark, where it's just about editing individual files that we use. But we also want highly realistic evaluation. So for the web, we have something called Web Arena that we created at CMU. This is web navigation on real open source websites. So it's open source websites that are actually used to serve shops or like bulletin boards or other things like this. And for code, we use Swebench, which I think a lot of people may have heard of. It's basically a coding benchmark that comes from real-world pull requests on GitHub. So if you can solve those, you can also probably solve other real-world pull requests. I would say we still don't have benchmarks for the full versatility of agents. So for example, we don't have benchmarks that test whether agents can code and do web navigation. But we're working on that and hoping to release something in the next week or two. So If that sounds interesting to you, come talk to me and I will tell you more about it. Cool. So I don't like making predictions, but I was told that I should be somewhat controversial, I guess. So I will I will try to do it anyway, although maybe none of these will be very controversial. The first thing is agent-oriented LLMs, like large language models for agents. My prediction is every large LM trainer will be focusing on training models as agents. So every large language model will be a better agent model by mid-2025. Competition will increase, prices will go down, smaller models will become competitive as agents. So right now, actually, agents are somewhat expensive to run in some cases, but I expect that that won't last 6 months. I bet we'll have much better agent models in 6 months. Another thing is instruction following abilities, specifically in agentic contexts, will increase. And what that means is we'll have to do less manual engineering of agentic workflows and be able to do more by just prompting agents in more complex ways. Claude is already really good at this. It's not perfect, but it's already really, really good. And I expect the other models will catch up to Claude pretty soon. Error correction ability will increase, less getting stuck in loops. Again, this is something that Claude's already pretty good at, and I expect the others will follow. Agent benchmarks. Agent benchmarks will start saturating. So right now we have Web Arena and SweBench. I think Web Arena is already too easy. It's not super easy, but it's already a bit too easy because the tasks we do in there are ones that take like 2 minutes for a human, so not too hard. And kind of historically, in 2023, our benchmarks were too easy, so we built harder benchmarks, like Web Arena and SweBench were both built in 2023. In 2024, our agents were too bad, so we built agents, and now we're building better agents. In 2025, our benchmarks will be too easy, so we'll build better benchmarks, I'm guessing. So I would expect to see much more challenging agent benchmarks come out, and we're already seeing some of them. In 2026, I don't know. I didn't write AGI, but we'll see. Then the human agent computer interface. I think one thing that we'll want to think about is what do we do at 75% success rate at things that we like actually care about? Right now we have 53% or 55% on SweBench verified, which is real world GitHub PRs. My impression is that the actual ability of models is maybe closer to 30 to 40%. So 30 to 40% of the things that I want an agent to solve on my own repos, it just solves without any human intervention. 80 to 90% it can solve without me opening an IDE, but I need to give it feedback. So how do we make that interaction smooth so that humans can audit the work of agents that are really, really good, but not perfect, is going to be a big challenge. How can we expose the power of programming agents to other industries? So like, as programmers, I think not all of us are using agents every day in our programming, although we probably will be in months or maybe a year. But I think it will come very naturally to us as programmers because we know code, we know, like how to architect software and stuff like that. So I think the question is, how do we put this in the hands of like a lawyer or a chemist or somebody else and have them also be able to, interact with it as naturally as we can? Another interesting thing is how can we redesign our existing systems for agents? So we had a paper on API-based web agents, and basically what we showed is if you take a web agent and the agent interacts not with a website, but with APIs, the accuracy goes way up just because APIs are way easier to interact with. And in fact, like when I ask our agent is able to browse websites, but whenever I want it to interact with GitHub, I tell it, do not browse the GitHub website, use the GitHub API because it's way more successful at doing that. So maybe, every website is going to need to have an API because we're going to be having agents interact with them. About progress, I think progress will get faster. It's already fast. A lot of people are already overwhelmed, but I think it will continue. The reason why is agents are building agents, and better agents will build better agents faster. So I expect that, if you haven't interacted with a coding agent yet, it's pretty magical, like the stuff that it can do. Yeah. And I have a call to action. I'm honestly, I've been working on, natural language processing and language models for 15 years now. And even for me, it's pretty impressive what AI agents powered by strong language models can do. On the other hand, I believe that we should really make these powerful tools accessible. And what I mean by this is I don't think we should have these be opaque or limited to only a certain set of people. I feel like they should be affordable. They shouldn't be increasing the difference in the amount of power that people have. If anything, I'd really like them to kind of make it possible for people who weren't able to do things before to be able to do them well. Open source is one way to do that. That's why I'm working on open source. There are other ways to do that, make things cheap, make things, so you can serve them to people who aren't able to afford them easily. Like Duolingo is one example where they get all the people in the US to pay them $20 a month so that they can give all the people in South America free, language education so they can learn English and become, and become more attractive on the job market, for instance. And so I think we can all think of ways that we can do that sort of thing. And if that resonates with you, please contribute. Of course, I'd be happy if you contribute to Open Hands and use it. But another way you can do that is just use open source solutions, contribute to them, research with them, and train strong open source models. So I see, some people in the room who are already training models. It'd be great if you could train models for coding agents and make them cheap. And yeah, yeah, please. I was thinking about you, so, among others. Cool. Yeah, that's all I have. Thanks.
Slightly controversial take is probably the nicest way to say hot takes. Any hot takes, questions, actual hot takes?
Oh, I can also show the other agents that we're working if anybody's interested. But yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. So they're kind of paired maybe. The first thing is that you said that you're estimating that your agent is successfully resolving something like 30 to 40% of your issues, but that's below what you saw in Sweetbench. So I guess I'm wondering where that discrepancy is coming from. And then I guess my other second question, which is maybe broader in scope, is that if you think of an agent as a junior developer, and I say go do something, then I expect maybe tomorrow to get a Slack message being like, hey, I ran into this issue. How can I resolve it? And like you said, your agent is successfully solving 90% of issues where you give it direct feedback. So are you thinking about how to get the agent to reach out to for planning when it's stuck or something like that? Or identify when it runs into a hole like that?
Yeah, so great. These are great questions.
Oh, sorry. The third question, which was so this is the first two,
Okay.
is, and if so, are you going to add a benchmark for that second question?
Okay, great. Yeah, great questions. Okay, so the first question was, why do I think it's resolving less than 50% of the issues on Sweetbench? So first, Sweetbench is on popular open source repos, and all of these popular open source repos were included in the training data for all of the language models. And so the language models already know these repos. In some cases, the language models already know the individual issues in Sweetbench. So basically, some of the training data has leaked. And so it definitely will overestimate with respect to that. I don't think it's horribly off. But I think, it's boosting the accuracy by a little bit. So maybe that's the biggest reason why. In terms of asking for help and whether we're benchmarking asking for help, yes. We are. So one thing we're working on now, which we're hoping to put out soon, is we basically made super vague sweep edge issues. Like I'm having a problem with the matrix multiply. Please help. Because these are like, if anybody's run a popular open source like framework, these are what half your issues are. Your like users show up and say like, my screen doesn't work. What's wrong or something? And so then you need to ask them questions and how to reproduce. So yeah, we're working on that. I think my impression is that agents are not very good at asking for help, even Claude. So like when they ask for help, they'll ask for help when they don't need it and then won't ask for help when they do need it. So this is definitely like an issue, I think.
Thanks for the great talk. I also have two questions. First one, can you talk a bit more about how the web agent interacts with websites? So is there a VLM that looks at the web page layout and then you parse the HTML and select which buttons to click on? And if so, do you think there's a future where there's like, so I work at Bing at Microsoft AI. Do you think there's a future where there's like the same web index, but there's an agent-friendly web index where all the processing is done offline, so that you don't need to spend time cleaning up the HTML and figuring out what to click online? And any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so great question. There's a lot of work on web agents. I didn't go into like all of the details, but I think there's three main ways that agents interact with websites. The first way is the simplest way and the newest way, but it doesn't work very well, which is you take a screenshot of the website and then you click on a particular pixel value on the website. And like models are not very good at that at the moment. Like they'll misclick. There was this thing about how like Claude computer use started like looking at pictures of Yellowstone National Park or something like this. I don't know if you heard about this anecdote, but like people were like, oh, it's so human, it's looking for vacation. And it was like, no, it probably just misclicked on the wrong pixels and accidentally clicked on an ad. So like this is the simplest way. The second simplest way is you take the HTML and you basically identify elements in the HTML. You don't use any vision whatsoever. And then you say, okay, I want to click on this element. I want to enter text in this element or something like that. But HTML is too huge. So it usually gets condensed down into something called an accessibility tree, which was made for screen readers for visually impaired people. And so that's another way. And then the third way is kind of a hybrid where you present the screenshot, but you also present like a textual summary of the output. And that's the one that I think will probably work best. What we're using is we're just using text at the moment, and that's just an implementation issue that we haven't implemented the visual stuff yet, but that's kind of like we're working on it now. Another thing that I should point out is we actually have two modalities for web browsing. Very recently, we implemented this. And the reason why is because if you want to interact with full websites, you will need to click on all of the elements or have the ability to click on all of the elements. But most of our work that we need websites for is just web browsing and like gathering information. So we have another modality where we convert all of it to Markdown because that's like way more concise and easier for the agent to deal with. And then can we create an index specifically for agents? Maybe a Markdown index or something like that would be, would make sense.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great question. We have a paper on fine-tuning for agent tasks here at NeurIPS. It's called Sinatra, and this was based on synthetic data. And the way we did it was, this was for web agents. And basically, we took existing websites and hallucinated actions that you could do on the websites. So we asked a language model, like, given this website, what would you do on this website? And we came up with like a fake trajectory for that. Then we also took WikiHow, which tells you how to do a lot of things. And some of those things are like, how do I set up an account on Amazon or something like that? So we took the like directions about how to do this and then we hallucinated Amazon. Basically, we came up with a website that's like a really, fake looking version of Amazon and then trained on this. And this helped a little bit. Other things you can do, like maybe the better way to do this would be to set up like an RL environment where you could do actual tasks on websites. But the problem is you can't do that on live websites very easily because the website owners will get mad at you and you'll get blocked and you'll have to solve CAPTCHAs, which is, you know, ethically dubious and stuff like that. So, so instead, you might want to do it on sandbox websites like the one in Web Arena, but then you get an agent that's really good at like solving Web Arena and not good at anything else. So I think this is a like actually major problem. How can we set up like realistic RL environments for web agents? And yeah, I don't think it's solved yet. For coding agents, it's maybe a little bit easier because you can get like repos and just download them from GitHub and then you can sandbox them easily and stuff. But there's still a lot of trickiness there. So yeah, it's a challenge, but that will 100% happen in 2025. It's not even a prediction. It's just a reality. So yeah. Yeah, so sorry, could you? Oh, how would I make a successor to Sweebench? So, I mean, a first thing is there's like live code bench, which live code bench is basically continuously updating to make sure it doesn't leak into language model training data. That's easy to do for Sweebench because it comes from real websites and those real websites are getting new issues all the time. So you could just do it on the same benchmarks that they have there. There's also like a pretty large number of things covering various coding tasks. So like, for example, Sweebench is mainly fixing issues, but there's also like documentation. There's generating tests that actually test the functionality that you want. And there was a paper by a student at CMU on generating tests and stuff like that. So I feel like Sweebench is one piece of the puzzle, but you could also have like 10 different other tasks, and then you could have like a composite benchmark where you test all of these abilities, not just that particular one. Lots of other things too, but yeah.
Question from across. Use your mic, it would help.
Yeah. Great talk. Thank you. My question is about your experience designing agent architectures. Specifically, how much did you have to separate concerns in terms of task-specific agents versus having one agent to do 3 or 5 things with a gigantic prompt with conditional paths and so on?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So we have a basic coding and browsing agent. And I won't say basic, like it's a good, it's a good agent, but it does coding and browsing. It has instructions about how to do coding and browsing. That is enough for most things, especially given a strong language model that has a lot of background knowledge about how to solve different types of tasks and how to use different APIs and stuff like that. We do have a mechanism for something called micro agents, and micro agents are basically something that gets added to the prompt when a trigger is triggered. Right now, it's very, very rudimentary. It's like if you detect the word GitHub anywhere, you get instructions about how to interact with GitHub, like use the API and don't browse. Also, another one that I just added is for NPM, the like JavaScript package manager. And NPM, when it runs and it hits a failure, it like hits in interactive terminals where it says, "Would you like to quit?" Enter yes. And if that does it, it like stalls our agent for the timeout until like 2 minutes. So like I added a new micro agent. Whenever it started using NPM, it would like get instructions about how to not use the interactive terminal and stuff like that. So that's our current solution. Honestly, I like it a lot. It's simple, it's easy to maintain, it works really well and stuff like that. But I think there is a world where you would want something more complex than that.
Got it. Thank you.
I got a question about MCP. I feel like this is the Anthropic Model Context Protocol. It seems like the most successful type of this like standardization of interactions between computers and agents. Are you guys adopting it? Is there any other competing standard? Anything flawed about it?
Yeah, I think the Anthropic MCP is like a way. It's essentially a collection of APIs that you can use to interact with different things on the internet. I think it's not a bad idea, but it's like there's a few things that bug me a little bit about it. It's like we already have an API for GitHub. So why do we need an MCP for GitHub, right? You know, like GitHub has an API. The GitHub API is evolving. We can look up the GitHub API documentation. So it seems like kind of duplicated a little bit. And also they have a setting where it's like you have to spin up a server to serve your GitHub stuff, and you have to spin up a server to serve your like, you know, other stuff. And so I think it makes sense if you really care about like separation of concerns and security and like other things like this. But right now we haven't seen that to have a lot more value than interacting directly with the tools that are already provided. And that kind of goes into my general philosophy, which is we're already developing things for programmers. You know, how is an agent different than from a programmer? And it is different, obviously, you know, like agents are different from programmers, but they're not that different at this point. So we can kind of interact with the interfaces we create for programmers. So, yeah. I might change my mind later though, so we'll see.
Yeah, hi, thanks. Very interesting talk. You were saying that the agents you have right now solve like maybe 30% of your issues out of the gate. I'm curious, of the things that it doesn't do, is there like a pattern that you observe of like, oh, like these are the sorts of things that it just seems to really struggle with, or is it just seemingly random?
It's definitely not random. It's like if you think it's more complex, then it's like just intuitively, it's more likely to fail. I've gotten a bit better at prompting also. So like just to give an example, it will sometimes fail to fix a GitHub workflow because it will not look at the GitHub workflow and understand what the GitHub workflow is doing before it solves the problem. So I think actually probably the biggest thing that it fails at is, or that our agent plus Claude fails at, is insufficient information gathering before trying to solve the task. And so if you provide instructions that it should do information gathering beforehand, it tends to do well. If you don't provide sufficient instructions, it will try to solve the task without like fully understanding the task first and then fail, and then you need to go back and give additional feedback. Another example, like I love this example. While I was developing the monitor website that I showed here, we had a really tricky bug where it was writing out a cache file to a different directory than it was reading the cache file from. And I had no idea what was going on. I thought the bug was in a different part of the code. But what I asked it to do was come up with 5 possible reasons why this could be failing in decreasing order of likelihood and examine all of them. And that worked. And it could just go in and like do that. So like, I think a certain level of like scaffolding about like how it should sufficiently gather all the information that's necessary in order to solve a task is like, if that's missing, then that's probably the biggest failure point at the moment.
Thanks. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just using this as a chance to ask you all my questions. You had a slide on here about like self-improving agents or something like that with memory. It's like a really throwaway slide for like a super powerful idea. It got me thinking about how I would do it. I have no idea how. So I just wanted you to chain a thought more on this.
Yeah, self-improving. So I think the biggest reason, like the simplest possible way to create a self-improving agent is to have a really, really strong language model that with infinite context. And it can just go back and look at like all of its past experiences and, learn from them. You might also want to remove the bad stuff just so it doesn't over-index on its like failed past experiences. But the problem is a really powerful language model is large. Infinite context is expensive. we don't have a good way to index into it because like RAG, at least in my experience, RAG from language to code doesn't work super well. So I think in the end, it's like, that's the way I would like to solve this problem. I'd like to have an infinite context and somehow be able to index into it appropriately. And I think that would mostly solve it. Another thing you can do is fine tuning. So I think like RAG is one way to get information into your model. Fine tuning is another way to get information into your models. So that might be another way of continuously improving. Like you identify when you did a good job and then just add all of the good examples into your model. Yeah.
Yeah. So you know how like Voyager tries to write code into a skill library and then reuses the skill library,
Yep.
right? So that it improves in the sense that it just builds up the skill library over time.
Yep.
One thing I was like thinking about, and there's this idea of from Devin, your arch nemesis, of playbooks. I don't know if you've seen them.
Yeah, I mean, we're calling them workflows, but they're similar.
Okay, yeah. So like basically like you should like once a workflow works, you can kind of like persist them as a skill library.
Yep.
Right. Like I feel like that that's like some in between. Like you said, you know, it's hard to do RAG between language and code, but I feel like that is RAG for like I've done this before. Last time I did it, this worked. So I'm just gonna shortcut all the stuff that that failed before.
Yeah, I totally I think it's possible. It's just, you know, not trivial at the same time. Yeah.
There's one down at the, sorry, go for it.
ATM and what the method is?
Oh yeah. So I'll explain the two curves. So basically the baseline is just an agent that does it from scratch every time. And this curve up here is agent workflow memory, where it's like adding the successful experiences back into the prompt. Why is this improving? The reason why is because just it failed on the first few examples, and for the average to catch up, it took a little bit of time. So it's not like this is actually improving it. You could just basically view the this one is constant, and then this one is like improving like this. Basically, you can see it's continuing to go up. Yeah.
How do you think we're going to solve the authentication problem for agents right now?
When you say authentication, you mean like credentials, like, yeah.
Yeah, because I've seen a few like startup solutions today, but it seems like it's limited to the amount of like websites or actual like authentication methods that it's
Yep.
capable of performing today.
Yeah, great question. So my preferred solution to this at the moment is GitHub like fine-grained authentication tokens. And GitHub fine-grained authentication tokens allow you to specify like on a very granular basis. On this repo, you have permission to do this. On this repo, you have permission to do this. You also can prevent people from pushing to the main branch unless they get approved. You can do all of these other things. And I think these were all developed for human developers, or like the branch protection rules were developed for human developers. The fine-grained authentication tokens were developed for GitHub apps. I think for GitHub, maybe just pushing this like a little bit more is the way to do this. For other things, they're totally not prepared to give that sort of fine-grained control. Like most APIs don't have something like a fine-grained authentication token. And that goes into my like comment that we're going to need to prepare the world for agents, I think. But I think like the GitHub authentication tokens are like a good template for how you could start doing that maybe. But yeah, I don't know. I don't have an answer. Yeah.
I'll let you know if I find one.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Cool. I'm gonna finish up. Let me just see. Okay, so this one did write a script. I'm not gonna actually read it for you. And then the other one, let's see. Yeah, so it sent a PR. Sorry, what is the PR URL? So I don't know if this sorry, that's taking way longer than it should. Okay. Cool. Yeah, so this one sent a PR. I'll tell you later if this actually like successfully. Oh no, it's deployed on Vercel, so I can actually show you. But let's let me try this real quick. Sorry, I know I don't have time. Yeah, there you go. I have pie charts now. So yeah. It's so fun. It's so fun to play with these things because you could just do that while I'm giving a, talk, things like that. So yeah, thanks.
Is this yours? Okay. We had 2 live demos today. That's awesome. Exactly. Right. And maybe get ready on Zoom while we happen. All right, it's getting dark. It's been cold. You've been here most of the day. We have one more session with Nathan Lambert on reasoning before the big debate that's going to happen. So Nathan, a lot of you must know him already. He's a researcher and post-training lead now at Allen Institute of Artificial Intelligence, also known as AI2. He joined AI2 with a mission to build open models, and he has been doing it. He's integral in turning AI2 into a publishing lab with OMO. He's going to talk to us about reasoning. It's his focus alongside post-training. He's a very, very busy man. He ran his own line of tutorials at Neurops, but we really wanted to slot him in because reasoning is the next frontier, and he's one of the very few recognized authority on reasoning models outside of the big labs. So, Nathan, take it away.
I appreciate the positivity and the specific details might be exceeding the reality. My computer locked while doing that. Oh, plugging this in might have made it crash. That's fun. My computer crashed when plugging in the HDMI code. Cord. Well, I just don't. I just see like everything restarting.
It worked? Yes. Probably gonna fix it. Sweet.
This test, yes.
Okay, I'm one step down, which I'm back into Zoom. I need to get my slides again. Okay, we're making progress. Do I need to share screen on Zoom as well? Okay. Yeah.
That's not HDMI.
That's what crashed my computer last time. So I can try it if we want to. Seems like where we might be at. Just continue closing all the things that auto opened.
Try it out.
Yeah. There we go. This looks better. Normally it doesn't default
To this, yeah.
really not letting me do this.
Also, normally never as an adapter only workload is too much.
I know this is some crazy stuff right now. Is it not? Mirror. Okay. Wow. That was a journey. We weren't even really messing up here. It was just maximally messed up. Okay, so back to this intro that I needed to refute. I wouldn't say my main research area is reasoning. I would say that I came from a reinforcement learning background into language models, and reasoning is now getting subverted into that as a method rather than an area. And a lot of this is probably transitioning these talks into more provocative forms to prime everyone for the debate that is why most people are here. And this is called the state of reasoning. This is by no means a comprehensive survey, and my auto restart programs in the background are flashing. I'm just going to ride through that embarrassment because we've done enough AV stuff. So to continue, I wanted to make sure that I was not off base to think about this because there's a lot of debates on reasoning, and I wanted to revisit a very basic definition. And this is a dictionary definition, which is the action of thinking about something in a logical, sensible way, which is actually sufficiently vague that I would agree with it. I think, as we'll see in a lot of this talk, is that I think people are going crazy about whether or not language models reason. We've seen this with AGI before, and now reasoning kind of seems like the same thing, which to me is pretty ridiculous because it's like reasoning is a very general skill, and I will provide more reasoning or support for the argument that these language models are doing some sort of reasoning when you give them problems. I think I don't need to share a ton of examples for what's just like ill-formed arguments for what language models are not doing, but it's tough that this is the case, and I think there are some very credible arguments that reasoning is a poor direction to pursue for language models because language models are not going to be as good at it as humans. But to say that they can't do reasoning, I don't see a lot of proof for, and I'll go through a few examples. And the question is like, why should language model reasoning be constrained to look like what humans do? I think language models are very different, and they are stochastic. The stochastic parents thing is true for many reasons, and we should embrace this and we should continue. And I think a big trend of the year is that we're seeing new types of language model reasoning that look less human, and that can be good for kind of separating the discourse for expecting a really narrow type of behaviors. I did an interview with Ross Taylor, who was a reasoning lead at Meta, which I thought was a very good education for me on this. And this is just a direct pull from the transcript. But essentially, it's saying is like, if you do chain of thought on a language model, what it is doing is it's essentially outputting its intermediate steps. If I were to ask you all a math problem right now, you can do most of them in your head, and you're doing some sort of intermediate storage of variables. And language models have no ability to do this. They are kind of per token computation devices where each token is outputted after doing this forward pass. And within that, there's no explicit structure to hold these intermediate states. So I think embracing chain of thought and these kind of intermediate values for the language models is extremely reasonable. And it's showing that they're doing something that actually gets to valuable outputs. So this is like one of the many ways that we can kind of lead towards O1 is that language models have randomness built into them. And a lot of what people see as failures in reasoning are kind of these language models following very static chains and making very specific mistakes along the way with really no ability to correct for that. This is really not something that we see in human reasoning. So if a human makes a mistake, they will normally catch it on the next step, but we need to handle language models differently. And why O1 is exciting is because it's a new type of language models that are going to maximize on this view of reasoning, which is that chain of thought in kind of a forward stream of tokens can actually do a lot to achieve better outcomes when you're doing a reasoning-like ability or reasoning-like action, which is just repeatedly outputting tokens to make progress on some sort of like intelligence-defined task. So it's just making forward progress by spending more compute, and the token stream is the equivalent of some intermediate state. what is O1 has been a large debate since its release. I'm not going to spend a lot of this talk on it, but the more I've spent on it is that you should take OpenAI at their face value, which they are doing very large scale RL on the verifiable outcomes is what I've added, especially in context of the RL API that they've released, which I'll talk about more. But most of the reasons to believe in more complicated things like process rewards models, self-play, Monte Carlo tree search are mostly based on previous literature and things that we would have expected advanced reasoning to look like for language models and not based on evidence that they have given us or the behavior, whether you're looking at evaluations or how actually like inference is done when serving the model. This takes us to replications, or I would probably call them relatives of O1 coming from the community. These are wonderful to see. We are exploring the boundaries for like what we can do with chain of thought in models. The two I've highlighted are from DeepSeek and Quen, and a lot of people in this room have probably seen them. And I think that these models are really substantially narrower than these full O1 models from OpenAI. So OpenAI is, if you use O1, you can do it for a lot more tasks. If you use, like I was using the DeepSeek model, and it's supposed to be for math or code, but they've tried to keep the model so narrow that even in that, if you ask a code question, sometimes it'll be like, I'm only supposed to work on math or code. And a lot of the success of O1 and the future models of this is going to be being able to handle more tasks and more domains. So Semi-Analysis wrote a post that I haven't read in full, but even if you look at the paywalled headings, you can kind of make some intelligent claims about what O1 is or is not. I think these are two of the things from the table of contents that you can see without paying. I'm due to pay at some point, but I have not. And incredible amounts of forward passes during training. I think you'll see this as I discuss RL fine-tuning more in a little bit, but when you're doing RL, there's two types of ways that you see data many times, and that'll relate in many or result in many forward passes. One is that when you're doing RL on a prompt, you can sample many completions to then grade them or use them in different ways to update your policy. So if I ask one math problem, I could look at 8 completions and choose the best one or do some contrastive thing between the best and the worst one. And that kind of gradation can help the RL policy actually learn. And the second time, because the loss function is more flexible than something like instruction tuning, you can go over the same prompts many more times than you would in instruction tuning or kind of pre-training. So this kind of means they're doing just a lot of this sampling from the model, which is very different than other types of training we've seen in the past at pre and post training. And then one of this one is great. Thanks for Dylan for showing everyone this, is that post-training flops exceed pre-training. I think this pretty much clearly says that they're using a ton of compute for this large scale RL. And at that point, it would probably mean something different, where this is like pre-training RL, and this is something that these early relative models are not going to be doing because no one has this infrastructure like OpenAI does. It'll take a while to do that, but people will make it. Okay, this takes us to reinforcement fine-tuning. I would say that this is a hard pivot in the talk where O1 is essentially pre-training scale RL, extremely big RL, and we don't know what all the details of the data are, to OpenAI then showing us this new beta API program that they're making, which is just a sprinkle of this. So what can you do with a tiny bit of their infrastructure? I think one of the fine-tuning leads responded to a tweet from Swix, and they were like, the tweet literally, there was like one of the tweets, there was a long tweet that gave a lot of details, but even the first tweet I hadn't seen, it had like 8 likes, and it was like, this API is using the same infrastructure that we use to train O1. And it was like, that alone is like a lot of detail. There's like on Twitter, this random thing. And then there's a really long details on other stuff of it. But it is just a new paradigm for fine tuning. And I have seen some of this work, and I'm pretty optimistic that it'll work for kind of really specific capabilities where answers matter rather than features in your style of text mattering. So again, kind of like I was hinting at with O1, this reinforcement fine-tuning does many passes over the data, which is why they can say you only need dozens of labeled samples to actually learn from it, which is like just very different than previous training regimes. So what happens is that the model gets the grader gives a bonus when the answer is right. and the model learns to reinforce behaviors that get right answers. And I'll move later in the talk, I'll highlight a research project that we did that was pretty much doing a very similar thing to target very specific evaluations on open models. And you do RL and you give a reward bonus when the answer is right, and that's all you do. And the kind of key innovation and the simplicity is that modern language models are a strong enough base where just a really gentle RL fine tuning can add these specific capabilities without degrading the model. I think a lot of fear for adding RL to these training regimes, especially on general instruct models like in ChatGPT, was just that they're going to destroy the rest of the performance, the base of chattiness that you care about. And it really seems like you can just do this out of the box if OpenAI is going to allow an API. They aren't going to let people train a model that then just gets worse on random other things. So what the data format looks like, the example I gave is way more complicated than I think you should. It's like you could start with like a grade school math problem and just say like the correct answer is the correct number. The genes are confusing, but essentially you have two components, a prompt and an answer, which is different than having like a prompt and completion that you would train on. Or if you're doing preference tuning, you would do a prompt and a chosen completion and a rejected completion. So it's a new type of data format. I suspect quickly we'll see things like Hugging Face having more of these. I will highlight like we have some of ours for our specific project that we did. We have examples for math. This on the screen is an example for precise instruction following, which is the idea that if you have a prompt, you can say something like, have every sentence start with the letter A. And you can verify that with Python really easily. This is something that we did in our project, and it's like the model gets better at this. It's just like you have constrained data, and the RL algorithm learns to change the model just a tiny bit and actually reach these answers. A confusing thing for people was these grader models. I think the place to come from these is evaluation. There's been a lot of work in evaluation to make answer extraction stable, especially with math, where an example that I used in the blog post I wrote today on this is like Llama 3.1 details their evals. For math, they use both SymPy, a Python process or Python package for extraction, and LLM as a judge to extract their answers for math. And what the graders are doing is essentially amping this up to a whole nother level where it's kind of a nested structure of configs for doing reward shaping on these verifiable outputs. For math, it can be really easy. It's like you have to handle these 5 formats that I came up with in a minute for how you could represent different numbers and tokens. But as you get to more complicated things and more complicated behaviors, it seems like OpenAI is insinuating that you're going to need more than just a yes/no loss function for your domains. And that seems fine. We already have a bunch of open models that are doing like judge models and Prometheus and other things that are designed specifically for LLM as a judge. And I see that continuing to just become part of this kind of open RL infrastructure. OpenAI had a bunch of screenshots. I'm not going to add a ton of commentary on these, but it looks pretty standard. They're going to track how performance changes over time and stuff like this. You'll be able to look at all the outputs. This is just them making pretty things. And then they have this like very generic RL plot. The most standard RL plot is a x-axis of time or trials and a y-axis of reward. Here, reward is like an accuracy or a success rate on a certain validation set, and X is actually supposed to be like how much training was done. And that's very similar to what we did in our project. I think this is kind of just another way you can put this with an RL feedback diagram. If you've seen RL where you have this agent interacting with the environment, you will squint at it and it'll be familiar. If you haven't, you'll probably be in for more of these things if RL keeps becoming popular, because RL is really formulated as trial and error learning. But if you're interested, we're happy to try to have people use our code, which does this for math and some instruction tuning already. And we want to try more complicated graders for things like code. So for code quality, a binary outcome doesn't really make sense, which is a good way to think about why you might need to do some reward shaping for how you would grade outputs from a various model. And to kind of compare the plot that OpenAI had, which is like performance improving over time, these are some experiments we ran on various evaluations. So the left column is some language model evaluation that we would use in an academic paper, and the right is all the various internal RL statistics where like GSMAK, math, and IFFval are all being trained on training sets. So we have the answer, we have the prompts, which are math questions, we have the answers, which are numbers, and we're really doing this RL on seeing if this answer is right, and then it generalizes to various math evaluations that we care about. So I kind of see this as like we got a tip from a industry lab member to do this a few months early. So we got a head start. And I think a lot of people are obviously going to be trying to replicate this now. So it's fun that we have a starting point. I'm excited to talk about it with people this week. And I think reasoning is worth continuing as something. You can read the post that I was referencing here. And I'm happy to take any related or hard question on reasoning because I kind of opened the floor for that. So thank you.
Hey, thanks for the nice presentation. So I just wanted to back up a little bit, not necessarily talk about O1 and OpenAI, but so Dale Sherman's, who sort of one of the co-authors of the Chain of Thought paper, he recently worked on sort of understanding the expressive power of transformers. And in particular, he found that like if the transformer had access to an infinite memory tape, then it's equivalent to a Turing machine. So in that sense, like as long as you program, as long as the prompt is like sophisticated enough, you can represent any sort of algorithm that's computable. I thought that was quite interesting. But in terms of reasoning, so like, you know, people who study sort of good old fashioned AI, right? You represent the world as say first order logic, as in strips, for instance. In what sense can we take like a natural language prompt, you know, represent it using one of these languages for logic, and then applying some kind of SAT solver or resolution reputation proof, and then map the answer back to the natural language?
There's a lot in this. Like I mean, the end of the question is like, how can we do this? And it's mostly due to, I mean, I honestly don't know, so I'm just kind of saying random things. It's well outside of my domain, but it's just like we're testing the limits of this, and it's how close you can get to things like having an infinite prompt or something like this. And it's, I don't know. I just say I assume that more things. It's like my mindset is I assume more things can work than I expect. So you try not to be surprised when things work and assume that things will work in slightly different ways than you expect. And then it has tended to be a better assumption for the last few years. So I don't know if anyone else has a better answer. I am like totally not my area.
Any other question?
Yeah, I don't know where you are.
It might be on Zoom.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. I think you might want to say that instead of
Yeah, if you're on Zoom asking a question, go ahead.
We have a live question.
There's one right here. There's
If
something.
you want to use your mic, it helps. Thank you.
So for some specific types of problems like reasoning and like, let's say, geometry, sometimes it's like the way that you might reason through a problem is visually. And it's not like easily mapped to say like discrete tokens that you can explain like in text or something like that. Have you thought about like whether or not other forms of this chain of thoughts, maybe not on discrete tokens that are, you know, like vocabulary type ones, but more special sort of thought tokens that I think some papers have sort of explored? It's an interesting direction. Yeah, curious your thoughts.
Yeah, I think the most interesting part of that is like when the representation of text just won't work. Because I don't think that we will ever have like, I mean, like not maybe not ever, but no, soon we will not have like high enough fidelity and precision image generation where the models can kind of do like image generate and reflect on it. So it seems like you would need to do it in some sort of latent space that is not past the output tokens, which I just like it as a motivating example for something that like we are going towards a wall that you can't. So I mean, I agree. I'm a visual and there are like many visual and auditory learners of other things. I think audio is one that we're making more progress on, but the example you gave is great. So it's good thing to try.
Yeah, okay. My question was I think you made the claim in your slides that you don't think O1 is doing like Monte Carlo tree search or something like this. And it's just doing pure RL. How do you hypothesize that O1 is able to control with great fidelity the length of time that it thinks without doing something like iterative deepening on tree search?
I think that it doesn't actually have that much of control. It like routes how much compute it is. So it's like based on the prompt, it will internally route itself in a way of generating tokens that ends up having a certain length. I don't, this is one of my other blogs is like how you, so essentially if you like sample a bunch of times, you could then backtrack a plot. So if you sample a bunch of times and you have a distribution of how many tokens you generated, it could then be that you're correlated with higher performance on evals when you happen to generate longer, whether or not you are actually able to control how long you generate.
I guess like the context for my question is like the claim from people that like the O1 actual release is the same as like O1 preview, but just like give them more compute budget. Like how do they control the compute budget without changing the RL objective? Or is that what you're claiming that they're changing the RL objective?
I don't they could like technically the objective can be different, but I definitely don't know a lot about what O1 Pro is, but it could there's also silly things like there is like OpenAI has a prompt hierarchy where the system prompt or prompt that you provide is superseded by something else. And it could be that O1 Pro is just allowed to prompt it to have a think longer prompt. And there's like many silly things that we don't know yet, and that just the most basic explanations. I think that O1 Pro probably has, I don't like it's probably a different model or set up on different inference to just be much more expensive to run. But I have been disappointed when I've tried to make things more complex and they end up being wrong. You should ask Dylan after his scaling debate.
I was wondering.
Press the button.
I was wondering if you had any intuition for how dense rewards need to be in a kind of verify step-by-step paradigm. Because, I could imagine that going both ways.
Yeah, so there's a kind of a series of reasoning work that is there's like it's like the sampling monkeys paper, which shows that even really small models like Pythia models, like 100 million parameters, can generate a lot of correct math solutions. So the all caps math eval when sampled enough. So then the idea is if you then train on those, they actually do have the underlying ability on these questions. They're just not very reliable. So that's like one thing. And I honestly kind of blanked on half of your question, so I don't have a continuation, or you can just repeat it and I'll continue.
Yeah, no, so I mean, what I'm thinking about is, so instead of just giving a reward for a correct chain of thought response, you give a reward at each intermediate step. But there could be some pathways that are much more meandering or, flat out wrong, but still get you to the right answer more or less.
Yeah, so I think that at least the greater thing that OpenAI is talking about is showing that they're making the outcome reward more nuanced rather than adding process reward. And there hasn't been a lot of replications on process reward as being scalable and useful for a lot of projects. So I've been optimistic about process reward, but when the paths are so weird, it makes less sense.
So from that perspective, you may just be better off doing something like Coconut, where you're doing your chain of thought in latent space, right?
Potentially, I don't know the reference.
It's a recent paper.
It has a name clash with another AI2 paper. Yeah, so there's like Coconut AI2 paper on like contextual compliance. Which was
alternatives to this token-based thinking come to your mind? I think in token.
Because we have very efficient systems for transformers. It's like we have very efficient systems to generate tokens, so people are leveraging that. I think there might be different architectures that work better in the limit, but getting this monetary support to explore them is not easy.
Thank you. Sure. All right. I don't know if outside can hear me, but if you're outside and here for the debate, it's time to come in. Ah, I see people. It worked. Okay. We're gonna do some admin's work before we start. I'm gonna keep you at the edge of your seat for a bit more. Again, if you're outside, come in. We're getting ready. And I would encourage folks to sit close to the pit you see in the middle. That's where the action's going to be. There may or may not be a spit splash zone, but let's see.
Some aspects of that are now.
Audio, AV team, can I get my computer onto the... I will need the audio to be broadcasted. Thank you. All right, get yourself to the front. We're gonna have some little homework for you to do before we start, but we're fixing AV to start. AV team, can I get some help on? Oh, thanks. This guy? Can you hear? Thank you. Not yet. We're gonna do the... All right. It is now. Okay, great. Thank you. Yes, hold on. Hold your horses. We have a few admin stuff to do before we get started. Someone's been going to the gym. I did. Okay, hold. All right, everybody take your phone out. Everybody take your phone out, and we need to start a baseline vote. Sure, for the other side, right?
Yeah. Okay. So maybe I'll. All right. So basically, when we got this venue, we were like, this is a perfect debate arena. Like gladiators coming out, we have to have our own gladiator. And I really like Oxford style debates where you basically come in with priors. You listen to a bunch of arguments from champions of both sides. They're definitely playing a character. You don't have to, ascribe everything, but obviously they are going to rip each other's guts out. So we're going to vote right now for where you stand on the scaling debate. Have we hit a wall? Have we not hit a wall? I need to read the motion out. Can you get me the motion because I forgot to bring it up because I don't have my phone.
I can read it for you if you want.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody.
And this is Ryan Carson, who is our announcer, because this is a boxing fight to
Everybody.
the death.
Fight to the death. So this is the motion. This House believes that mainstream LLM techniques, data, and hardware will scale to the next generation of AI, included in mainstream Gemini, Llama 4.0, 0.0, 0.1, and 0.1 likes. Not included SSI, Liquid, R, W, KV, Mamba, and JEPA, etc. Jonathan is against the motion. Dylan is for. So stay tuned. We'll get started.
There's basically for and against is also laid out on the screen. I'm seeing the numbers, and it's a landslide is an understatement.
I'm glad everyone agrees with me. I think this is over.
Wait, we will show the numbers. I'm gonna give it maybe another 30 seconds.
I paid everybody off in bricks.
Please don't vote differently just because I said that.
You have to believe in yourself, Dylan. I believe in you.
All right.
Despite the things you've called me over the years, yeah, you called me one thing. You called me GPU poor like 2 years ago.
Hey, you can't berate him just because you have the mic. You have to.
Yes, I can.
We are already losing control. All right, I'm starting 30 seconds. The number is still coming in, but slowing down. Again, landslide is an understatement.
Establish baseline. Where are you at in the scale?
Yeah.
Especially kicking off.
Everybody's got to vote. Get your vote in.
10 more seconds.
Take that.
All right, I see phones down.
Anybody want one of these? Oh, this is from Datology?
Yeah.
Oh, there's so many of these running around my
Oh,
office
he
right
is?
now.
Who is?
Interesting. Matthew. Heads up. Oh, hold on. No, I'll throw you a brick later.
All right. Did I say landslide?
Oh, wow.
It could be an easy fight for you. So the winner is defined by who has the biggest swing vote count.
To be fair, I also voted against.
Hold on, I'm not seeing it though. Hold on.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I think I mean no, you don't check. Just keep that up on the slide. I like how this was pre-baked into the slide that you probably made a few minutes ago.
It's not. I hit refresh. I don't know if you saw.
Yeah, stop the count. Stop the count.
Oh shoot.
Okay, wrong slide.
Wrong slide. Okay. Updating number.
Whoa.
All right. This is the
okay.
number.
Yeah, that's better.
80 response.
Okay, there we go. I'll take
Okay,
this.
we'll do the count. I'll update the slide later. Apologies, but
For all those who believe in me, I remember you. I remember all the VCs who invested in Mosaic and all the ones who passed.
all right.
I know who you are.
Say it again. Yes. Well, we needed to pull in other things, but there we go. You go.
Oh yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, step into the ring and brace yourselves for the computational contender with the golden touch, hailing as chief analyst at Semi-Analysts. He's
Wait, you all have a chief analyst now?
the sovereign of Silicon Insights and the king of the GPU rich. Known for his no-holds-barred takes like Intel on the brink of death and scaling laws, O1 Pro architecture, he bridges the gaps between semiconductor supply chains and the broader AI world. A maestro of industry trends and a featured voice of policy debates. Give it up for Dylan. In the opposite corner, we have a challenger who needs
I hate to tell you,
no
they're in a corner.
introduction in the world of algorithmic breakthroughs. As the chief AI scientist at Databricks, he leads the charge in efficient AI research and co-founded Mosaic ML, the generative AI platform acquired for $1.3 billion. The winner of the lottery tickets hypothesis, this MIT PhD unlocked sparse trainable networks and is a champion of the smallest models with the largest impact. From shaping AI policy globally to building tools locally, he's the optimization oracle, John Franco.
Yeah, he brought his own brick.
I'm going to throw bricks into the audience. If anybody wants one, just let me know.
You better pay attention. Okay, tonight with the two titans of technology will clash in a debate of epic proportions. Who will reign supreme in the battle of brains and breakthroughs? Let's get ready. And let's take it away to the opening statements. Mr. Jonathan Franco, 2 minutes.
Dr. Jonathan Frankel, thank you.
Mr. Jonathan Franco, to you.
So I'd like to start by giving out, a few things. So Swix, if you're willing to come up here, I brought a brick for you. So I'd like to, it's not autographed, but I'll autograph it later. Oh no, don't worry. I brought a brick for you too.
You're down to minute 44, Mr. Franco.
I brought a brick for you too. And I also brought you one other thing. I brought you a friendship bracelet.
How cute.
So now that we've gotten that out of the way, let's talk about scaling. So is anybody here from Google? Anybody here from Google? Wow, they must not be here. Where's Gemini 1.5 Ultra? Anybody seen it? Anybody here from Anthropic? Do I have any Anthropic folks in the audience? Anybody seen Claude 3.5 Opus lately? I think, the evidence speaks for itself in some sense. If these models were better and had ROI, they'd be available to us right now. They're not. I don't see them anywhere. Have you seen them? And do you think people didn't train them? Do you think Anthropic got to 3.5 Sonnet and said, good enough. We're just going to stop there? Do you think Google got to Gemini 1.5 Pro and was like, we don't need an Ultra this time? Did you just see Gemini 2.0 Flash? Where's Pro? Where's Ultra? I think we can look at the data right now and come to the conclusion people seem to be struggling a bit with scale. The other way that I'll look at this, quite simply, is, what does a scaling law curve look like? I heard you learned about what a log axis was recently. And, the operative part here is you have to invest exponentially more resources to get incremental gains in quality. Unless we hit AGI on the next rung or the rung after that, is there really going to be ROI in building another bigger model? Is it really going to be worth it? Is there going to be ROI in spending more compute, even if that compute is an aggregate across both training and inference, which I guess.
And that's time, my friends. That is time. Give him a hand, everybody. Not that he needs it. Over to Mr. Patel.
Friends, countrymen. Absolutely not.
Below the belt, sir.
Friends, countrymen, people who didn't go to posh acid colleges.
Fancy eating club. I was in a normal eating club.
All right. I like to think we're optimistic here. I also like to think that the evidence is actually empirical, because one of your points here was that Claude 3.5 Opus doesn't exist. What exists is Claude 3.5 Sonnet, quote unquote, new, and the scores went up meaningfully. Now the reason, yeah, sure. So Claude 3.6 Sonnet, Sonnet 3.6, yeah. The reason it's so much better is because they trained 3.5 Opus and they were able to use it for reward modeling and synthetic data generation to improve the prior model. And this is the thing that people don't quite understand when they say scaling's not working. Because you scale GPUs, that doesn't just mean only a bigger model, right? There's so many other avenues to spend all your compute during training time. So you can generate significant amounts of data. You can run it through various verification steps, right? And this is what people do with O1 and other things like that, right? You can, oh my God, I did not look at you. It's just very funny, Your face is funny. So the other thing that you can spend compute on is post training, right? So people spend significant amounts of compute generating millions, trillions of tokens. Trillions of tokens are generated, run through verification, and then you use them during RL, right? Various reward models grade the model constantly. This is extremely expensive, right? Imagine running 5 or 6 different models, right? Multiple reward models, as well as the other ones that are normal in PPO, and spending those just to improve data, right? And this is what models like O1 have done. This is what Claude 3.6 Sonnet is. And I'm out of time, but.
And ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Mr. Patel.
You can hold the emotional support bricks while I'm talking.
He also gets points for saying Sonnet. I love that. Okay. Now we have cross-examination where you can cross-examine each other. We got 10 minutes for this. And crowd, we are planning on your questions, which we will pepper the contestants with. So 10 minutes. Here we go.
I'm going to try to keep this even quicker than that from my end because I want to get to the audience questions. Honestly, I think that's where the fun is going to be. So I'd like to ask you, for starters, you made a bunch of statements that don't appear to have any evidence in the public record, which is quite similar to your newsletter. But, but I'm curious, can you back up anything you've just said with evidence? I think it's pretty obvious that Claude 3.5 Opus has not been released publicly. Gemini 1.5 Pro has not been released publicly. I think we can do the math on ROI and see that if you spend $10 billion on a model, and you're getting incremental gains, maybe that's not actually worth it to anyone compared to the models that exist today. So I'd like to know, can you cite any evidence to support anything you just said, or is this like your newsletter?
Well, see, there's no public evidence because these things are difficult to bring up, right? So when you say there's no public evidence for additional compute leveraging creating better models, this is empirically false because these companies have spent far more compute and they've delivered much better models, right? I mean, if you like benchmarks like MMLU, because DBRX memorized a lot, that's fine. But when you look at real benchmarks like SweetBench verified, the scores are skyrocketing and they're getting much, much better.
When you say skyrocketing,
from like sub 4% to 50%.
What shape does the curve have, though? Because again, we're talking about scaling. We're not talking about any single individual jump. We're talking about the shape of the curve. So would you say the curve is, I know you learned this word, logarithmic, or would you say that the curve is linear?
My buddy, it's not sigmoiding, right? Okay, chill.
Is sigmoiding a word? Can we get a quick poll? Raise your hand if you think sigmoiding is a word.
ING word?
Oh, I'm going to be throwing more bricks into the audience soon. So yeah, I'm curious, like, is there evidence that you can cite for any of what you just claimed about the data distillation, about reward models, about how Opus doesn't exist because it was distilled into Sonnet? Like,
distilling is not the correct word for that.
What? Please correct me on the technical term.
Reward modeling, synthetic data generation. That's not just
distilling. So can you use Opus to do?
Can
you use Opus to do reward modeling?
No. Oh, you can use it for reward modeling. They didn't release it.
What is a? Can you define a reward model for me?
What is this word? So shit, dude. Read my blog. Read my blog. I literally explained all of this.
I tried to read your blog today, but it was too long.
I know you have the attention span of a rat, much like the pre-training efforts of Databricks.
But I mean, I couldn't get to the bottom. One journalist who I spoke to today, she gave I don't know, I don't know if she's in the audience. She said that, I believe the quote on your newsletter was, all journalists benefit from an editor.
I do have many typos, yeah, because it's real, raw.
But again, I'd like to see any evidence for your claims. That's really my fundamental concern.
I mean, the same applies to you. Where is the fundamental evidence that models have stopped improving? Because, hey, good models just released today. Better models than have existed before. Better models just released a quarter ago and a quarter before that. And guess what? Everyone who built these most recent models is continuing to spend money on the next generation clusters. Amazon announced 400,000 chips, right? And then many others have announced. Elon's saying 1 million, right? Everyone's announcing much more. They're raising the money for this. They're spending.
You cover Intel, right? Then you know quite a bit about how spending more money doesn't always lead to great results.
For sure, but have the models improved or not?
Sorry, is there anybody here from Intel? I'm sorry. It's been rough on you. I'm really sorry.
Empirically, the models have gotten better each quarter.
The models do continue to get better. That I will cede to you. The question is, are we going to continue to see scaling improvements that follow the scaling laws that we've seen to date? Do you think that's the case?
Yes. Now, you do bring up a great point, which is, hey, it's exponential spend, right? You go up 10x in spend. It's that's a lot. But this is what people are building towards next year, right? 100,000 GPU clusters just got completed building. We'll see models coming from those. In fact, Google just announced
I-
their model today that was trained on 100,000
It just
GPUs.
reminds me, like these clusters have existed for a little. When did you first report that OpenAI had 100,000 H100s? When do you think that was?
The data center physical shell was completed in Q2. All of the GPUs were finally moved in Q3, but they had about 60,000 before that, a quarter before that, and like 30,000.
And so they
before
had
that.
60,000, and where was the next gen model?
So O1, do you understand that this is a next gen model? O1 and O1 Pro, it's not just scaling test time compute. Training these reasoning models is tremendously compute intensive. This is why post-training flops are scaling like crazy. People are not just spending only on pre-training, right? There are obvious things that you could point to. Hey, data on the web is running out, obviously, but they're still climbing these benchmarks. And that's the important thing. And that's because they're spending more flops on data generation and then putting it into the model.
So the contention I will make to you and to the entire audience here is, supposing that the scaling trend were to even be able to continue from a compute and quality perspective, which I hold my skepticism of, from a return on investment perspective, is anyone going to be able to raise another funding round to be able to continue on the scaling curve? Or are the returns on investment going to be so low that we will hit a wall because VCs won't be willing to put more money into this effort?
This is hardly the game of VCs anymore. I mean, if
Precisely.
you look at the most recent round,
This is a game of GDPs at this point.
not yet, not quite. These clusters, $100 billion, nothing, man, on GDP. No, I'm just kidding. But really, when you look at what people are spending, Microsoft is spending $80 to $100 billion next year, right? That is a significant jump in capex versus 20 to 30 just a few years ago.
And do you think
this is for
how much revenue do you think they'll get off of the model for that $80 to $100 billion investment?
Well, so far their ROI is better. In fact, Microsoft's ROIC, return on invested capital, has grown since the launch of GPT due to AI, right? And it's been very clear on their earnings calls.
Does that count their investment in OpenAI, where OpenAI has really spent the money back on Microsoft?
This is cash flow positive. It is a cash flow positive business when you're running models.
Is it going to continue to be a cash flow positive business when you get incrementally improved models for exponentially more investment?
Where's the proof of incrementally improved models?
That's what a scaling law says.
I mean, that
is how the scaling law that is how the scaling law is defined, is that you input exponentially more and you get incremental improvements. And at some point, unless we hit AGI, next year, if we have to keep doing this year after year, you can't keep putting in exponential amounts of money for incremental returns because nobody will pay for it.
So that is one angle of it, right? Just on pre-training scaling laws, but there's many different scaling laws that come together in aggregate. There's data laws.
You're going to take my brick? Oh, I see.
There are laws regarding data. There's laws regarding algorithms. There's laws regarding post-training. All of these things that have been improving and have made flops neutral, the model quality skyrocket. And then when you add more flops on top of that, yes, models continue to improve as well.
If you look at life cycle flops for these, or life cycle compute for these models instead, if the compute isn't going to pre-training, it's going to go into post-training. And I don't think anyone has argued, and I don't know, we have people who have thought a lot about O1 sitting, right here in front of us who I'm going to drag into the ring. Is the aggregate amount of compute going down now that we switch to kind of heavy inference time compute? My guess would be that it amortizes the compute a little bit and kind of spreads it out over time, so you don't need concentrated clusters and concentrated blocks of compute. But my best understanding would be that the aggregate lifecycle compute, in order to be able to serve customers, is going to be much bigger with an O1 style approach, because you're still going to have to build big models, and now you're going to have to sink in a lot more computed inference time.
So inference time is kind of irrelevant to what scaling is, right? We're talking about the spend on training a model.
You just argued that we would have inference time scaling.
You just argued that. Spend at inference time is completely orthogonal to spend during training time. Right? And training reasoning models requires significant amounts of compute. And as you spend more money there, the model quality does get better. Now, what you do on the other end, which is, hey, now the cost for an O1 query is significantly higher than the cost for a GPT-4o query. Yes, that's absolutely true. But guess what? The model results are so much better that people are paying for this in droves.
Are the results so much better? Can you show me what it would look like on a scaling law plot?
We can only look at the models that exist today, and the models continue to get better. And the quality of them, for the price paid, it continues to get better.
We can ask O1 what a logarithm is, and we can have this conversation. But
brother, we know you use Google Sheets. You don't know what a sigmoid is.
Google Sheets has a sigmoid function.
Does it really?
Yes.
Interesting.
You should try asking your brilliant O1 model. No, I think the biggest challenge in the argument I'll make to everyone here is that even if we're shifting the compute around, if, we are, instead of pre-training bigger and bigger models, but we are now starting to shift some of that compute to inference time, we're still going
You're not
to.
shifting any of the compute to inference time. You're spending more compute on training gen on gen on gen. That's and what you're spending at inference time is always gross margin positive.
All right,
Go look at
gentlemen.
Anthropic's round, go look at OpenAI's round.
Closing shots. 30
Their
seconds
gross
each.
margins
Closing
in their
shots,
decks.
where's the brick?
Dylan.
Their gross margins in their rounds were fantastic for inference. So what you spend on inference is already profitable. We're talking about training spend, and training spend continues to grow.
Oh no,
model quality keeps growing.
We're talking about life cycle spend. You have a model that is, let's say, 10x as expensive to use at inference time because the model is both a combination of bigger and you have to do more compute at inference time. It better produce more than incremental returns, or nobody's going to be willing to pay for it. And I think this is the challenge that we find ourselves in.
All right, over to Dylan. Closing.
O1 Pro, O1, people continue to spend more. They release a $200 ChatGPT subscription, and then they announce on Twitter that they're getting huge amounts of subscriptions. Their rounds show that their gross margins on inference time are fantastic, and the models keep getting better. Prices go up a little bit, and then over time the prices fall. But no matter what, business keeps growing. And so are people finding that this is not getting ROI? No, people are getting ROI at inference time too.
All right, folks, give them a hand for the bloody battle we just observed. Impressive.
The Databricks people are right. He's such a word cell.
Now we have time for audience questions that we really want you all to lean in.
Word cell?
And
is it a math cell?
now
rotator.
shout out your questions.
Right.
No, you
And we'll either repeat them or we'll
I'm
go.
more of a brick rotator.
Use your mics. Okay, we've got.
Here can it's like UN style. You press the you unmute, but obviously raise your hand.
We can also repeat the questions.
And
once
so
we
I'll,
ask them.
I'll call on who's going to go first. Gentleman in the maroon sweater.
Whoa, this person is biased here. I'm not entirely sure what his bias is, but he's definitely biased.
Yeah, so that was a interesting maybe debate. So I think there's a lot of argument in terms of like, does more flops lead to better quality? And I think most people would argue, yeah, probably true, right? We're spending more and the models are getting better. To me, the question is like, everyone agrees the scaling laws eventually will bend. The question to
Objection, Your Honor, biased question.
Okay, fine. Maybe Dario says the scaling laws will eventually bend.
This is a man who knows how to cite data.
And your question, sir, is?
You should hire him.
The arguments are like, are scaling laws ending? Really comes down to like, are we still following the same trend of more compute leads to proportional quality improvements? And, obviously we don't have access to any internal experiments, but my curious question is like, what evidence do you guys think either for or against of like, are we still on that trend line?
So for the gentleman there, I do have one piece of feedback. I know he hasn't been through a PhD. So I will say you're supposed to preface a comment like this with, this is more of a comment than a question, but. So can you remind us, what was the question again?
I think we're going to move on. Thank you very much. Gentleman in the blue sweater, I know you had your hand up. Speak right into the mic for me.
Question for the both of you. What event in the next 12 months could occur that would make you admit that you are wrong and he is right?
Models stop getting better, which they haven't.
Quantify it, baby.
Evals, go look at Sweetbench. If Sweetbench isn't above like 70, 80 in a year, then for any model, then scaling laws aren't holding true.
Is it 70 or is it 80?
It's a range, bro. 80. Let's say 80.
I don't think this gentleman knows what a scaling law is. The claim that we won't follow a scaling law doesn't mean that we won't keep getting better. Those are very different. It means that we will not continue to see linear improvements in particular metrics. Pick your metric. Our metrics have changed over time for exponential investments in compute. So I think what would make me change my tune here, it's really tricky to say because it's hard to know how much investment is going in. I would look to someone like this, maybe with a little more evidence, and try to understand how much compute went into the next generation of models that will inevitably come out next year. We're going to see, the next set of Gemini models, the next set of Llama models, the next set of Anthropic models, OpenAI models, what have you. And I'd want to fit those points to the same scaling laws that we've been fitting all the way back to GPT-2 and GPT-1 and see where we continue. I'd also like to think, especially in an O1 context, about whether we should rethink how our scaling laws look to look at life cycle compute per token of output, because I think that's really the metric that goes into the bottom line for these companies. And that's the metric that my customers care about at the end of the day. So I'd want to try to put that on a graph. It's really hard to say because we'd probably have to make assumptions about supposing there are 100 trillion lifetime tokens from a model, or supposing there are 1 quadrillion tokens lifetime from a model. We can pick our lifetime number of tokens. For a model like O1, we might have to add some kind of multiplier in order to take into account the total number of tokens it's going through. But I think we could build scaling laws around that. In fact, there's a gentleman who may be here who did an awesome
time to wrap it up,
inference
sir.
time scaling paper. Nikhil, wherever you are around here, shout out to your paper. There we go. And we can try to fit these on the curve, but I look to the evidence.
I'm curious, do you define tokens generated by you when you're running Meta's model for your customers? Do you count that
Tokens
as well?
generated by me talking here right now.
So like the obvious question is there an ROI when a model hits 70% or 80% on Sweetbench? Is there ROI from that, even if the tokens cost X, right? And the tokens will cost more, obviously, or the outputted tokens because reasoning is more expensive, sure. Or running a larger model is more expensive, sure. But regardless, if there is X value for the token, Y output of intelligence, right? As long as Y is better than X, you continue to get more business and growth.
I think
and this is everyone who's selling tokens, revenue is freaking skyrocketing. And how great was it when Meta released Llama 405B and 70B 3.3, right? Or 3.2? What did happen to your revenue? It went up. You got ROI.
All right, let's move on to the next question. I want to remind everybody to ask questions that are going to help you either change or keep your vote at the end of the session.
We're gonna seed one online.
Or that'll create conflict. That's okay too.
So little discussion online. We have over 100 people watching. Why is Jonathan not taking into account inference optimization? Once a model is trained, we can make it cheap.
So because inference optimization, well, it depends on the kind of inference optimization we're doing. You can make basic assumptions like every model will get served in 4 bits, for example, and you can discount the price of tokens if you want to. It's really just a question of, if we're taking into account lifetime compute costs, how many tokens are we generating? How are we discounting those tokens? What does an inference time flop look like per token compared to a training time flop? And then, you can do things like a multiplier effect for O1. You're going to have to put in a lot of assumptions, but we can take the most optimistic set of assumptions and try to at least fit the scaling law there to be able to make a claim that we are or aren't following the scaling law. So this is something, Dylan and I, maybe he can do a special guest issue of semi-analysis. And, we can try to do this when the next generation of models come out, where we can guess based on his numbers, the number of GPUs that are available, how many flops we think might have gone into these models based on their quality, try to back it out to the lifetime tokens. And we can do the math because it's not about whether they get better. It's about what the trend looks like. When you get into things like distillation, has anybody here tried to do model distillation before? I think you'll find very quickly it often costs you more flops to do distillation than it took to train the original model because it's really, really expensive to get things to learn.
All right, next question. I know this gentleman put his hands down now, but we'll go to this guy with the dark blue sweater on. Over to you. Make sure to speak right into your mic.
Nice sweater, by the way. I'm a big fan of sweaters.
Speak right into the mic, please.
Yeah, my question for Jonathan is, for what theoretical reasons do you think their scaling laws will bend? Will it be you're running out of data or something more fundamental about the structure of language? Or?
So it's a really good question. I'm not, for those who know me very well, that the word theoretical sends shivers down my spine because I'm not a big believer in theory. I'm a big believer in simply looking at the trends and seeing what happens. But I think for me, it's a question of whether simply doing next token prediction will continue to yield returns on more and more complex tasks and more complex reasoning. That's the intuition I would have. I'm not a big believer in intuition, but all we basically have is one person's intuition against another person's intuition when we're trying to predict things that are 10x further out on the curve than we've ever seen before. And so, my intuition is at some point next token prediction or some of the other objectives that we have, simply doing language modeling without something deeper is going to start to hit diminishing returns. That's just, an intuition, and the data should bear it out though.
All right, moving on. Dylan, do you have a response as well, or?
The data wall is probably the most commonly cited example for why, because web scale data has, at least web scale text data has mostly ran out once people have gotten to, certain number of tokens that they've got, right? The important things to note are that video data has not anywhere close to tapped, right? YouTube gets over 10 trillion tokens uploaded a day based on when they last said YouTube traffic. Of course, this data is a lot of it's garbage, right? I don't want to watch Minecraft all day. I don't know if you do, but
I don't. I just hear a game called Factorio that has,
Mahir's productivity dropped when Factorio space.
All I will say is I'm not Mahir's manager.
Oh, good. So the aspect that is, the other commonly cited aspect is, hey, language models are horrible at math and horrible at coding or reasoning rather, right? And the interesting thing is that you can actually teach language models math and coding by generating many trillions of tokens of trajectories of possible solutions and using some sort of ORM and PRM to model out which of these trajectories is actually good and then train them back into the model. And so when you see these math-based benchmarks continuing to rise, despite the fact that none of this data exists on the internet, right? And so yes, there's a data wall, but a lot of the labs are figuring out how can they move past these data walls of just web scale data.
All right, let's keep moving.
I do want to throw in one more thing here, which is I want to express agreement. I don't think it's the data wall that's the problem here. We have plenty of video data. I completely agree with Dylan on that. It may just be Mihir playing Factorio for like 10% of the data at least, but like we're gonna continue to have plenty of data to train on as we get to more complex models. And to me, I'm less concerned about the data wall and more concerned about like, will the way that we've been doing this really continue to scale to more complex tasks as we simply pour more data into bigger models?
Time will tell. We got another question here, gentleman with the glasses. Go ahead and speak right into your mic.
Hi, thank you. So the original chinchilla scaling law was pre-training compute flops. And, with O1, there's a new axis, which is test time compute. Maybe it's not new. That's okay. And there's like post-training compute maybe is its own axis and synthetic data. So like what other axes of scaling exist out there that are currently untapped that maybe people aren't thinking about yet? Is there more?
So the thing about scaling laws that's funny is that they're non-transferable, right? You pick an architecture and then you plot some points by training smaller models, and then you draw the line, and then you have scaling laws, right? The problem with this is that the moment you change literally anything about the model, those scaling laws for that specific model architecture are bogus, right? But the point that we're bringing here is the general trend of scaling, and that models are getting better, and that's delivering so much value to the end users. I.e., humanity, however you want to account for it, right? Capitalistic society, yes. That is the main aspect here. So there's scaling laws. I mean, I saw a paper today during the poster session about the scaling laws of changing your vocab size, right? So changing your vocab size as you make the model bigger. Like there's scaling laws about everything.
All right, we get enough of audience cheer. We'll add another 5 minutes to the Q&A. What do you think?
More minutes? More minutes? They
5 more minutes.
They want more blood. All right.
One more song.
One more question. We've got a question from the
If we
gentleman.
get enough cheering in the audience, Dylan will sing a Taylor Swift song.
Hey.
I don't need cheering. I don't need cheering for that, baby.
All right. Speak right in the mic for me. It turned off. Just press it once.
Press it once.
There you go.
How
The
convinced
last
are
story, baby, just say yeah.
how convinced are you that scaling laws ended? Did you make any personal commitments, such as invest in manifold markets, or yet sold all your GPUs?
You did do that.
Wow.
So I did own a 3080 during the pandemic, and I did sell it. So, kind of from that perspective, no. I mean, so here's how I look at, the future. Should scaling continue, and should we continue getting ROI? That's a really bright future for everybody in this room. Unless people are worried about AGI and, the apocalypse, but, you folks can leave. I don't care about you. I prefer to talk to serious people. But the flip side is, let's suppose for a minute that we didn't get a model better than, let's say the models we have today. And we have this for the next 20 years. And costs continue to come down for serving because we get smarter about how to be able to serve it. All that good stuff happens. We're still going to live in a world where there's enormous return on AI technology. So even if scaling were to stop tomorrow, I don't think that's a bear case for anything that's happening in AI right now, unless you just raised $10 billion or $100 billion and bought a huge number of GPUs, literally just to train the next big model. But otherwise, there's going to be enormous value created from this technology, even if you froze it today. The metaphor I like to use is, the fundamental technology behind the internet basically was done in '95. The protocols didn't change, nothing like that. And I'm going to filibuster for 30 more seconds. And yet, you wouldn't say that internet innovation stopped in 1995. The technology got cheaper, it proliferated more, and incredible things happened. That's not a bad scenario. I wouldn't sell all my GPUs if you told me scaling was going to stop.
Love it. Thank you.
I would like to, credit Jonathan. He did actually put his money where his mouth is, right? They renamed their pre-training team to scaling efficiency or something like that, right? Or not scaling efficiency. Sorry, what is it? What is the name of the team now?
Training and inference efficiency.
Yes. And they did sell a lot of their GPUs, right?
Yeah, they did to our customers who are using it and providing a lot of revenue.
For sure. No, enormous revenue. The question is, why would we all of a sudden continue to see value be delivered and there's no incremental R&D now? That seems like a MBA type view,
again,
right?
I
Not
ju-
something I'd expect from the illustrious Jonathan of the scale of the lottery ticket hypothesis.
Please call me Dr. Frankel. I did finally finish my PhD. It took me long enough. No, again, the claim is not that improvements will stop, but in a worst case scenario where you told me that they were taking away all the GPUs for training and improvements were to stop, I still think that's an incredible universe. But again, the definition of a scaling law, at least how we've defined it traditionally, is exponential increases in the compute that we put into the model for continued linear gains. And that's very different than saying things will stop.
Fair enough. Let's move to probably the last question we'll see, gentlemen in the.
Speaker question.
I have a pressing insight.
Speaker, wow, okay.
Question for Jonathan. Historically, scaling laws have been grounded in information theory, where we're looking at the
You lost me at information theory.
the training loss in kind of like bits per word or something you don't have to worry about. But essentially, it's like per token predicting, and that loss is going down in a straight line. With RL models, we are not training models to just predict the next word correctly. So does it almost not make sense to look at these scaling laws anymore?
I mean, this is, I think, the challenge as we're getting to more complex tasks in general. I mean, I don't need to tell you this. Measuring quality is really hard. And knowing what scaling laws to even fit is very hard, especially if we're looking at loss or just looking for properties that are more than next token prediction. So I think the answer here, I mean, we've already had this discussion about O1 and about inference time efficiency and inference time compute. I think we probably need to redefine what we're measuring in terms of scaling for kind of the next generation of this technology.
All right, let's do one last question, gentleman in the sweater.
Yeah.
Nice sweater, by the way.
Is my mic on? Cool. So I think it's important to look at literature. I appreciate your question for that reason. And I think, so that really drives me to wonder, how hard do you think you guys can hit each other? Well, no,
And go.
More seriously, Dylan, like what is the sort of worst case scenario for you for, yes, we've hit a wall, scaling is going to stop us. There's no more, what would you envision would cause that? And then Jonathan, what is the best case where you think, okay, we intervene on X, Y, and Z, and it turns out that you can bend scaling laws such that maybe they're, no longer a power law.
So the worst case scenario for Dylan in this case is that he loses subscribers because people are less interested in AI.
Less than 10% of my business is a newsletter, buddy. It's about so the thing that worries me the most is I think that we can the current methods that exist today can generate data and can be run through various formal verification methods to create models that understand mathematics and how to do code, right? The problem that I'm worried about the most is that how do you do this when you can't have a formal verification? How do you do that when you can't have a formal proof for that synthetic data that you're generating?
The answer
right?
is talk to Databricks. We're working on we're working on domain intelligence and data intelligence right now to be able to allow any enterprise to be able to reason about their domain. So what I was going to say to this gentleman in the fine sweater is, a best case scenario for this is really that the trends continue, that we're able to sink more compute into training, or in aggregate, if we take training and inference and are very generous in how things go, that we're able to just continue to see scaling. Perhaps it's going to take new innovation. Perhaps we have to move to new modalities where we have plenty of data. Perhaps someone will have to start a company where they can make it much more efficient to train on the training data that you have by virtue of figuring that out. I don't know if there's anybody here who has a company like that, and that I'm pandering to them, but
Dutology.
But, and even perhaps we find new scaling paradigms that, inference time compute just provides, natural scaling. We don't even need to train another model, but you put in more compute in aggregate and you get more out of your models. There are a lot of reasons this could continue. A worst case scenario where scaling kind of stops is simply that, next token prediction, a lot of the methods we have just start to peter out at a certain scale, or we do have a sigmoid shaped curve. I mean, one thing that I like to say for the assembled here, people love to think about new algorithms for training. I love to challenge people. Actually, I'll challenge you.
15 more seconds.
The LSTM predated, the transformer. Which is older, me or the LSTM?
Oh,
and with that, let's let Dylan 2 minutes for closing thoughts.
I want to hear him guess.
2 minutes for closing
old
thoughts. Dylan, over
no,
to
which
you.
is older, me or the
I
LSTM?
think they're
you don't even know how old either one is.
38? No, older?
It's 6 months. 32? 6 months younger than me.
Oh, 31. Okay.
All right, 2 minutes for closing thoughts, Dylan. Let's do it.
So the interesting thing that I realized is as Jonathan kept talking, and I couldn't really hear it because it's just like going through one ear, out the other, You're just talking too much, man. When you're defining these scaling laws, you're talking about the aggregate compute, and you're saying the more you put in, you don't actually get better. But the sort of statement
that's not what I said at all. It's the
Okay.
more you put in. It's
Closing thoughts, one side, please.
You look better. All right, whatever. The thing that I just want to note is that scaling is continuing to deliver better and better models. Yeah, you're not saying 3.5 Opus, you're saying 3.5 Sonnet New. Sure, you're not saying Orion, but you're saying O1, right? You're seeing these various models that are getting better. The costs continue to fall for a constant quality level, and that's because people are spending more time retraining models, generating data for them, distilling into them. Whatever the methodology be, they're scaling more compute into the models, right? And the revenue that companies are seeing is growing like crazy, right? I'm very excited for their IPO because their AI revenue is probably awesome. And so is every other company's AI revenue. Obviously, we're in an investment mode, and so people are making investments today for the models that they want to build next year that then get returns the year after, right? GPT-4, great, you built it in 2022 for like $400 million, but it did billions in revenue. It just took a couple of years to get there. So the question is, yeah, sure, people are spending north of $10 billion today, but does that mean in a couple of years they're going to get way more than $10+ billion of revenue? And that's the ROI that they have, that calculation that you're making. You're not making the ROI calculation on what is my spend today. And yeah.
All right, thank you. Over to you, Dr. Frankel.
Oh, thank you. Finally.
Give Dylan a hand. Let's give him a hand.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, whoa, you gotta watch out for those bricks. So the question that was put before us today is a precisely defined technical question. The question was not, will models continue to get better? The question was not, will cost continue to come down for intelligence? The question was the scaling trends as we have heretofore experienced them over the preceding 5 to 10 years. That is to say, putting in exponentially more resources. We can define it in the chinchilla way, where exponentially more resources for training. And you get continued linear improvements in quality. And those linear improvements could be, we could measure them on loss, we could measure them on another benchmark. We can get into the details of how you want to compute that scaling law. But, by that token, I don't think the case for has been made. I think the only case that has been made so far is that, things will continue to get better. I don't think any argument was made about the trend. Any argument was made about the resources that would be required. Cut off my mic. Oh, there we go. And so from that perspective, I don't even think I need to prove my case. I don't think the case for has even been made. So I'll let you come to your own conclusions about this. But, you can go ahead and look at this fine gentleman over here and ask, did he make a case?
All right.
Did he provide a? Whoa!
I thought you were closing down. Fair.
No, do you want to get into the ring? Come on in here. Come on in. No. So the argument I'll make is quite simply, I'll come back to where I started. Where is Claude 3.5 Opus? Have you seen it? Have you seen it anywhere? Have you seen it? Yes or no?
Can you look at the camera and ask that?
Have you seen it? Where is Gemini 1.5 Ultra? Have you seen it? Have you seen it? Have you seen it? Have you seen it? I think the answer is no.
Thank you,
So
sir.
from that perspective, I look forward to your vote.
Give him a round of applause, everybody. All right. So we've got the final vote now. Our fine gentleman in the audio box. Why don't we play some more Eye of the Tiger?
Just remember, I have bricks for everybody who votes for me, and I really need to get rid of them.
Okay. As we make votes, there have been small changes to prizes. There are prizes worth hundreds of dollars now. So Pikachu is now loser's prize. But we have.
Well, according to Dylan, hundreds of dollars will be enough to pay for the next model. So
we want people to know what they're voting for. So obviously, okay, vote for who wins the debate. That's obvious. Scan QR code. Have some time to vote. People online, scan QR code. We'll give a few minutes and then we'll talk about our new interesting prize.
I really don't want to have to get Pikachu home on the plane.
There's also a poly
I
market
already
if
have
you
to
want to
get
vote with
200
money.
bricks back to New York.
So yeah, poly
I
market.
didn't bring them with me, but
somewhere,
the conference
just type
organizers
their
want me
names
to
in.
find a way to get rid of them.
Just throw them in a
Thanks,
dumpster.
Max.
Just take them to your party and then just tell people they have to leave with them.
Yeah, we can do like a t-shirt toss, but with bricks. I will literally, if anybody's willing to take a brick from our booth, I will autograph the brick. Like, I will autograph the brick. I'll have our whole research team autograph the brick. I don't care. Just make them go away. I'll even pay you to take the bricks. Max, where are you?
Get the votes in, everybody. Get the votes in.
Okay, how many are we at? How many are we at?
Numbers are close.
Oh, wait, we should vote. Gotta vote. No? As if.
About 60 more seconds. Get your votes in.
5 more people to match up to the previous number.
Jonathan is talking about voting more than once. I think he's put it in a Slack. What is the scaling law between number of votes cast and how likely I have to win? Tess, I have to ask on the on the market that you put up, have the odds moved at all?
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner. Everybody prepare. We have a winner to soon be announced. Let's get a drum roll. Everybody clap. Come on.
Wait, what?
Okay, so
And it is Jens wins the game. Boo. All right, let me cheer for Dr. Frankel, who bloodied his opponent.
we're defining winner by who changed the votes the most.
Wait a second.
We can debate by that, but John won 15 votes, whereas Dylan lost.
You got to go and get a PhD and be in academia. It's an amazing ability to do that. It was.
It's a very close fight. Everybody give him a big round of applause. And over to my friends.
Okay, prizes.
Oh God.
So
Photo ops.
Photo op soon, prizes now. So to our, gracious second place, great debater, we have got Mr. Pikachu over here. You can deal with getting him home.
Dr. Pikachu.
Dr. Pikachu.
Chicken. What am I gonna do with 200 bricks?
You got scale.
Pikachu scale. Big Pikachu. Okay. And to our special first place winner of the first debate, a new award has been presented. You want to talk about it? It might not be a box of chocolate.
So this is a rare.
Is that a B200?
No, that would be great too. But this is a rare daylight computer optimized for reading research papers for doctors such as yourself. And with new AI features coming in Q1. And so Daylight Computer would like to present this to our winner.
Thank you. Please, doctor.
Doctor.
Thank you. If you'd like a brick, let me know.
Oh, thank you. I would like a brick, actually, yes.
Okay, good. It's your problem now.
It's full weight, by the way. I don't know if anyone knew, but it's full weight.
Yeah, they do actually make foam bricks that could have been ordered.
Pikachu's gonna show you in front of me. Okay, I can close it up. All right, I think that is the end of our program. Thank you so much. Give it up for these guys. We're so game. Jumping in last minute. It is so awkward to stand in front of a crowd and argue on one side of the debate, but they're super game, and I think they will go down in history for changing people's minds on scaling. We have this place until 6. We have a lot of food and a lot of swag. So just mingle, mix, and help us clear out the place. Clean up after yourself. Please don't leave any trash. Thank you so much. Have a great Rips.
And seriously, I will sign bricks. Like, take them.